Hello world, hello world, hello world. Welcome to Pardon the Politics podcast
Oh
live
man,
coverage of the election night, man. I'm here. Of course, y'all know who I am. I'm Jeezy, and I'm here with my partner in politics, Manny. How you feeling, Manny?
man, we here.
We
We are
here.
here live and in color.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Y'all have been listening. Y'all have been tuning in. Y'all have been hitting your different podcast platforms to check us out. But now we are live and direct on this moment, this crazy event that's going on tonight, and the numbers are rolling in. But before we get into that, we have a treat for you guys tonight. We have one of our very own brothers, Chuck, who is down in Georgia, that is joining us on the live feed tonight. So, Chuck, what's good? What's good?
Let's get him up. Let's get him up here. Welcome to the stage, good brother.
Hey,
Brothers.
brothers.
How you
Man,
doing?
Hey man, just blessed to be here. Blessed to have an opportunity to bring the live coverage to the people,
Yes,
and
sir.
we're gonna have fun with it tonight, man. We're gonna get it popping tonight.
Yes, sir.
man,
Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to it. It's a high anticipation, man. A lot going on. A lot going on. Very excited about what's about to happen.
Man,
absolutely.
definitely. It is a treat tonight, man. So for those of you that are watching on YouTube, Twitch, um, and Twitter, welcome. We're gonna have some more guests on in a little bit. So hey man, the polls are closing. We are 7:09 Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah. So
So
at this
what we looking
point,
like?
man. So India. Sorry, not India. Indiana.
India.
We- My bad. Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont, and Georgia. All of the polls, for the most part, are closed. There's still, Chucky, you correct me if I'm wrong. There are still some polls that were waiting on closing because of issues that were had earlier in the day in Georgia.
Correct. So Fulton County had some bomb threats earlier today at some polling sites. So they had gone to the Georgia Supreme Court requesting an extension for those polling sites to give everyone an opportunity because they had to shut down for a period of time.
Yeah, so with those right now, if you guys are watching, we're going to be keeping tabs down below. Currently, Harris 16, Trump 28. Remember, the goal that we're trying to hit is 270. So the next wave of, well, it's not even a wave. It's actually only 3 states that are getting ready to close at 7:30. Will be Ohio, West Virginia, and North Carolina. They close at 7:30. North Carolina has seen some of the same things in Georgia with some, not with necessarily the bomb threats that they were getting in Georgia, but there were some technical difficulties, long lines. Remember, the standard across the nation is that if you are in line at 7 o'clock, whenever the polls close,
Mm-hmm.
you will be allowed to vote. One of the things they do in North Carolina is I'll speak more specifically about Wake County. They will actually send somebody from inside with a sign that's like, this is where the line ends. That stands at the back of the line, and that allows them all to be able to get through, so they know exactly where this line ends.
Yes.
Yeah, man, but it is an exciting day.
It is.
I know that the Harris team was all over, man.
Man, listen, the amount of visits they made to Georgia, if I'm not mistaken, if it wasn't every day last week, it was at least 5 out of 7 days last week. Someone from that campaign was here. If it wasn't Vice President Harris, it was her husband, or it was Tim Walz. but it was somebody
Mhm.
from that campaign in Georgia in the Atlanta area at least 5 days last week. It's been madness,
Man. Yeah, everyone's just been in that final push. I think the same was the case for North Carolina. Like they were coming in fast and furious.
Yeah.
What one thing that I completely miss in Durham, Jill Biden was here yesterday, which
Oh wow.
Oh, really?
explains some of the traffic that I was seeing. So I was like, well, who was here? I didn't hear about anyone being here. So yeah, like they're moving. They're moving.
Hey, real quick, I have an interesting traffic story.
Uh-oh.
So was this not last week before last? I was leaving work and trying to get home. Had a function or something going. I was meeting my wife um, somewhere, and as I was coming down the street, of course, traffic took me a way that I don't normally go. And as I'm approaching, there's a cop blocking the road, and I'm like, "What in the world is going on?" I keep driving, cars are diverting, and I'm like, "Why? Who's here?" The cop, as I'm getting closer, the cop is actually starting to move to let traffic start flowing regularly.
Mm-hmm.
So I see several um, county police. So just to give you a quick insight, here in Georgia, you have county police, you have a county sheriff, you have city police, and it's a bunch of different law enforcement organizations. So the county police was moving. As I'm going, I see police lined up along the street. I'm like, okay, somebody from somebody's campaign was here.
Yep.
Sure enough, I seen people on the side of the road with the Trump flag, and I'm like, oh man, I literally just missed his motorcade by
Oh,
like 5 minutes
That's
from
crazy.
leaving the airport. Well, it's a small municipal airport, but I
right.
just missed it by 5 minutes, and I'm thankful because had I gone my normal way, traffic on I-85 had been at a complete stop because they, shut it down so he could get through. But the way that I went, missing his motorcade that quick, that by that short period of time, man, it was insane. But the roads was lined up with people just watching his motorcade go by.
That's wild, man.
Look, that's one thing I'm not going to. There's a couple things I'm not going to miss from the other. One is the 5011 texts that I get every
Oh, bro.
two, all the
I'm glad
random
this ain't back in the day, bro. When we used to remember when
Had to
text
pay for
messages
it.
cost, it was like 10, like
10
what, 10
cents.
cents to send, 15 to receive.
Bro,
Bro, would have ate up
Listen.
all your money.
all of them.
Oh,
All of them. So between that, the phone calls from unmarked phone numbers, and
listen.
look, I live close to the airport. So
Uh-huh.
every time somebody comes into town, it's going to inconvenience me at least by 20
Very
minutes.
much so. Very much so.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, we're going to keep it moving. And someone else has joined the pod today. If you listen to our last episode, our producer is also joining us for the evening. So y'all getting the full squad today. So
Oh man.
Frank,
Yes,
what's
sir.
going on,
Yes,
man?
sir. What's going on, man? Hey, fellas, pardon the tardiness, but dad duties. Had to go ahead and get the kiddo ready for get his evening all settled and all that good stuff. But we here.
Yeah,
We here.
yeah.
We're ready to get to it. Yes, sir.
Big business. Big
Man.
business.
So while we're it's about 15 minutes before the next polling places are closed. If you listen to the podcast, you heard both mine and Jeezy's maps. But before we did this, we asked Chuck and Frank to do their maps. We're going to go through our maps. So very early on, we can figure out where we are and figure out how we landed. So first up, Chuck, I'm gonna bring yours up for the people.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. All right. Chuck.
Results as they come in, come join us.
All right, Chuck. Take us through your map, man.
Yeah.
What's your thinking as we hit the various states here?
So the biggest thing for me, I think it's think it's going to be a tight race. I don't think things are going to be a wash, regardless of how I may hope for it to be a wash. Just to give somebody a little humbling. However, I think it's going to be a tight race. There will be some surprises. What those surprises are, I don't know. Nobody knows.
We all making it up as right now. So
Listen,
Exactly.
old school, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. So where I'm at right now, I truly think we here in Georgia can flip Georgia. For
Okay.
those who don't know, our early voting numbers were historical. We had almost 56% of the active voting population vote in early voting. So to give you how those numbers look, it was over 4 million votes casted for early voting out of, I think it's 7.2 million active voters. So
Mm,
in that regard, early voting generally
popping.
tends to lean toward Democrats
Mm-hmm.
traditionally. So um, that's why I think we're going to lean. I was hoping my home state of North Carolina would swing it over as well, but
We'll
I don't
see,
know,
man.
man.
We
I don't
see,
know.
man.
We'll
A
see.
lot could happen. A lot could happen. It's gonna be a
A,
long evening.
a lot can happen. But just to finish it out here, I do think that Vice President Harris will pull out Wisconsin, Michigan, and Illinois. And I think that's what really is going to turn it for her. And then she's going to squeak out with Nevada to give her that slight edge in victory.
So
So
you
that's
had,
where I'm at.
so you got Nevada. So you got Nevada being blue. That's something I think both me and G's also agreed on.
Mhm.
Yep.
That, but I think you rocked with Jeezy saying Arizona was going red.
Listen, although was it New Mexico? Not New Mexico. I can't even think of the town in Arizona where the mayor came out and support.
Yep.
Uh, I don't know how heavy of an influence that's going to be. I think Trump will squeak out Arizona. I don't think it's going to be, a wide margin. It'll be within the margin of error,
Yeah.
honestly, in my opinion. But I think he'll squeak it out.
So got her at 273, man. Just eek.
Eking.
Man.
Man. Yeah, I don't know.
Man.
I get, yeah, that's
all right. Well, Frank, you up next, man. This is not your map. I remember.
No, I'm about to say that's not his
yeah.
map.
Woo, I remember your map because I saw your map and said, "Woo." All right. So tell us about your map, man.
Listen, so I'm shooting for the moon, man, because I just have this feeling. I know, we tend to, historically feel like, okay, yeah, the previous years would indicate that she's not going to take NC. I have her taking it. I don't know. I'm gonna live in the realm of, some might call it fantasy, but listen, I'm gonna go ahead and say, VP takes NC.
Okay.
Definitely Nevada, of course, too. Definitely have her taking Georgia. Listen, personally, hold on, Manny, is this the right map? Because I think I had her taking. I updated it, so yeah, I definitely the new one has her taking Michigan.
Okay. Well, we'll just assume that 15's for Michigan. I grabbed the wrong one then.
So yeah, that one, I definitely have her taking the blue wall for sure. Yeah, I think this is not going to be as close as we think. That's just the way I feel. I feel like it's not going to be as close as we think.
Man, so why? Why? Let's dig into that a little bit.
So there are a number of factors that I feel like are going to play into that. So the first one being registered independents, those who have defected from the Republican Party, who have maybe not expressed their desire to support VP and Governor Walz. But I think that when you account that, you account Gen Z, the record numbers of early voting, I personally feel like a lot of that has tends to swing in the direction of Democratic voters. For the most part, they get out there and vote early. those are the factors that I feel are going to play into why this may not be as close as we think. I know that it it makes for, more drama to really feel like and think that, oh, this shit is going to be a tight one, but I feel like we could witness somewhat of a beat down beat
Man,
down when it comes to this thing,
Listen,
man. So listen, I'm gonna hope. That's me. That's my hope. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
man. So
We're here all night.
all night. Well, we hit at 1 a.m.
at
but
least
1
1
a.m.
a.m.
At least 1
At
a.m.
least, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So, Chuck, you brought us something that I think is valid, and we've been hearing about it and hearing about it and hearing about it. The early voting turnout, and for me, I kind of feel torn about it. I think it is great. First off, anytime anyone has a way to exercise their right to vote, we want to applaud and encourage that as much as we can, because a voteless people
is a hopeless people.
Thank you.
And that you can believe. Yes, sir.
Take that to the bank. So beyond that, I think it's and I'm going to speak from a North Carolina perspective in terms of, I see a lot of celebrating from a lot of the Republican consultants and the pod people in the Republican space, really talking about, how much the voter turnout from the Republican side has increased. And it's gone way up and it's gone super high. And then I think in a lot of cases, and I believe that's a national standpoint, Dems and Republicans are equal, if not a little bit above in early voting. But from my standpoint, the question I have, and it's the counterpoint I haven't heard at all as we've gone through this, is how many people. I don't feel like it takes into account the amount of people who have stopped being affiliated to one party or the other. I think if you look at the registration in North Carolina, that it's essentially a third for the Republicans, a third for the Democrats, and a third independent. So here, I think by and large, we're looking at almost 50, approaching 60% of the early vote being addressed. And so I don't know if it's that close of a lead. We'll see very quickly here once everyone gets their early vote tabulations in, and we'll be able to make a move there. But I just don't know if the lead is as big as people are making it out to be at this point.
That's a very valid point, and that's part of the reason why mine is so close.
Yeah.
Because although early voting numbers are very high, a lot of Trump's constituents saw what happened last time and saw what happened with Biden. And so it's like, all right, we got to get out here. My daughter, for instance, was a first-time voter with this election, and she wanted to go on election day to get that excitement. Full disclosure, I was an early voter, although I enjoy going on election day. The energy, the excitement of election day is very invigorating.
Yeah.
So in that, went with her and got her vote, and we literally walked in and walked out in like 5 minutes, and it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, wow.
And so to me, I was like, man, that is very interesting, but it's also telling with how heavy early voting was.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say, Chuck. Back to why I had it, such a large margin is because of that very thing. Like the record number of early votes across the entire country is indicating that, hey, people are ready to, like, number one, get these results in as soon as we can. But we're not leaving much to chance in terms of just waiting to the last minute. So, yeah, I would agree with that for sure.
And real quick, I will say what I'm interested to see, and I'm keeping my eye on here, is the return numbers in those red counties in Georgia, which also is essentially the same in North Carolina. We're kind of like cousins in that voting realm, and how we very much mirror each other a lot of times. And right now it looks like as numbers are coming in, I'm seeing on one news cycle that the total number of votes that have come in so far has Trump ahead. But of course, that does not include a lot of the populace. And as they showed the map, it's a
Yeah.
lot of the outside red counties in North Georgia and South Georgia
Yeah.
that traditionally Republicans carry all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where I am in that regard. It's going to be interesting once Metro Atlanta, Savannah, Augusta starts coming in and see how those numbers look.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what we're going to do here, real quick, is before the next wave, we're going to CNN real quick, and we're gonna show what they're showing in terms of where we are right now before the next wave.
Yeah, I was about to say we got 3 minutes until the polls close here in North Carolina. So
yeah, so Georgia was 7%, 7% in. Trump has 57%. And then Trump with 57%, Kamala Harris with 42%. South Carolina, Trump has 63%. Florida, ooh, interesting. Florida right now is sitting with Trump with 53%. That's going to get mighty interesting with 59% of the vote in. So that's sizable. That's
single
sizable.
digits.
Yeah.
See
So let's see what happens. Virginia, Vice President Harris with a slight lead, but only 2% in. Kentucky, they've already called. Indiana has already been called. Vermont has already been called for Vice President Harris. And New Hampshire, it's looking like a sizable jump. So right now we're sitting at 19-3. Again, they need 270 to win. So this will be some back and forth, but North Carolina here is going to be dropping within the next minute. So
yes, sir.
One thing we'll denote, and we'll hop into the North Carolina results almost as soon as they're available. We'll be using, for at least for North Carolina, the State Board of Elections. I know there's some local news channels, but we're gonna keep it from the source, so we can keep those as going as strong and as updated as possible. Another note about North Carolina. So when North Carolina closes, the initial results that we will see is all of the early voting numbers. So that is coming in tonight. Geez, I'll kick it over to you. What are you looking at happening tonight?
Man, it's a lot, man. It's a lot. Like I'm listening to y'all talking. I'm flipping through tabs, looking at stuff, and really what I'm looking at is comparing as the numbers come in, how Biden and Trump performed in 2020 in some of these counties, kind of to what Chuck was saying. Seeing how they performed in some of those counties then, and comparing that to how those numbers look for Vice President Harris. So as those come in, man, that's what I'm really just key on is some of these rural areas. Is there some lessening of the margin in the areas that, because I think that we've seen both of the candidates really do that in the last coming weeks, trying to, in the areas that they have their base or they have the most support, trying to run those numbers
30 seconds
to hopefully get them to where they need to be. So that's my big thing, man, that I'm looking at, especially with these battleground states. And from what Frank is saying, man, it looks like we are about to get some closing in North Carolina, man.
Yeah, it'll take a couple minutes for everything to update. I'm sitting here constantly refreshing, so let's
a refresh button about to be worked tonight.
Man, listen, this is about to be
overtime.
Man, listen.
It's gonna be like that Popeyes
so MSNBC is coming with a projection. What we got? Let's see. Okay, North Carolina, too early to call as expected, but yeah.
Man, I'm really waiting to see what Georgia looks like, man. A lot of
I know.
Man, a lot of these areas, they don't have any in right now.
No.
Yeah, man. I just pulled up, zeroed in on Georgia specifically.
Yeah,
and a lot like I expected. The counties that are reporting 75, 80, 65% in. A lot of them are those South Georgia, North Georgia, smaller rural counties. We're anticipating, what we're going to see in Metro Atlanta. Your Gwinnett County, your Fulton County. Those are the two largest. DeKalb County, your third largest.
Oh,
Then you
wait a
also
minute. I think. Well, this okay. So Georgia 58.1, Kamala 41. Okay, all right, never mind. Okay.
Yeah. No, everyone's
long
staying
way
pat
away
right
from.
now.
Yeah, we're a long way away from
Hmm.
from Georgia.
Oh yeah.
And also, what's going to be interesting is not sure how many people are aware of the issue that was going on with the absentee ballots
Yeah.
in Georgia, where there was a fight in the state Supreme Court where one of the counties was late getting out absentee ballots and had said that as long as they were postmarked by today and received by Friday, they would count them. Well, the
Hmm.
GOP gave pushback, and the Georgia Supreme Court said they have to be received by tomorrow. So,
Oh wow.
yeah,
Wow.
so this is
Okay.
gonna be interesting, um, depending
Man.
on how close of a margin this is, which we all expect it to be close.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a bevy of lawsuits
Oh,
coming
definitely.
forward.
One of the things we called out on the pod, I haven't looked for an updated number, but up to this point, there are sitting about 180 active lawsuits regarding tonight, this
Wow.
election, that are in flight right now. So we'll see what happens as it comes in, and we will go from there.
Well, I will say that if a lot of those came from Trump's side, I hope they collected their money beforehand.
I certainly do as well because yeah.
We know that
What
we know that check don't clear.
tossed.
Man. All right, so some results have come in from North Carolina, and being that is our home state, we're gonna come in. So right now, currently, President, I'll take a step back. Hold on. Right now, President Harris has 68% of North Carolina. Trump having 29%, with virtually nothing being have reported.
Yeah.
So, if we dig down, we can kind of look at early counties and kind of see how they're doing. I covered it in the podcast. I'll cover it here. We can expect Wake. We can expect Durham and Orange. Almost this Guilford, and where's Forsyth? And
Right close.
there, it's somewhere over here. There's Forsyth. And then Mecklenburg. I'm expecting Vice President Harris to carry all of those. A couple of the key ones that I'm looking outside of those is Johnston County. Big growth over the last year.
Yes.
From people out of state. So
yeah,
Trump won that pretty handily. And Republicans have won that pretty handily previous years. What happens there? Same with Harnett County. But if we come over here to Mecklenburg County, what happens in Union? What happens in Cabarrus? Cabarrus is one that I'm watching as well, where I think if something happens there, again, with the growth, could send it booming. The other big thing
brother, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the other thing I'm looking is this entire region that was impacted by Hurricane Helene. Watching those vote counts, I think I won't say it's guaranteed that there's going to be some lawsuits there, but I think it's set up to have that happen. So we'll see what happens with North Carolina as we continue to progress through the evening.
I was going to jump in and say there that I hope my home county does not disappoint. Good old Cumberland County. If Cumberland County can flip blue, because if I'm not mistaken, the last election it was red for Trump. I really think it will aid in Carolina, but we'll see.
Just for purposes, Cumberland County in 2020 went to Biden, actually 57.4%, Trump 40.8%. So
okay.
So let's hope the wave continues.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
And gentlemen, I'm getting ready to pull up one more thing for us because we are getting ready to call our first race of the evening.
Talk to him. What we got? What we got?
I am so excited to be calling this one. I've been waiting a long time to call this.
This got something to do with a pickle,
bruh? Does it?
A pickle? Here we
Oh
go.
man,
yes sir.
So,
yes sir.
In the North Carolina governor's race, I would like to be probably of the first to congratulate Josh Stein as our new governor.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's go, Josh. Yes, sir.
Mark, you took that L.
I mean, bad. Ooh,
we did it, Josh.
And this is early.
We did it,
boy,
Josh.
Boy,
20%. Oh,
but
Lord, hold on, bro. How bad, bro?
And this is early.
Now we
I don't
did
care.
it, Josh.
I don't care that none of the precincts have come back. This man was down. This man was down bad. I mean,
it's getting ugly.
Yeah, bro. It's.
Hey, I hope
that's a wrap.
I hope that he went ahead and canceled that order for Wingstop. I hope that ain't no need to get no catering. Hey, look,
nope,
bro.
Nope. Get you a couple of them pepperoni and cheese hot and ready pieces from Little Caesars. And a couple of jugs of that Hawaiian punch from the store.
But
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But hopefully this
Hawaiian punch, get some hugs.
But hopefully this frees him up to go and I think he might have a writing career in an adult erotica maybe. But
he need to stop writing.
So correct me, and I'll lean on you, Manny, for this. So I'm looking at MSNBC, and they have North Carolina statewide. Too early to call, but with 2% of the votes in, Vice President Harris has 68.8% of the vote, I think, right now, and former President Trump has 30.1%
in North Carolina.
In North Carolina, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
That's about right.
In a couple of red and blues that are starting to get the map's starting to fill out a little bit.
Starting to fill up, yeah.
And, okay, so sorry, we got a little bit excited. Let's get back into the flow. So 7:30, Ohio, West Virginia, and North Carolina have closed their polls. So let's for the good of everyone, let's go back. Let's look at this big map and let's kind of see where we are currently standing.
Let's see what we got.
All right. So, Ohio currently red. That's sizable, but again, 3%. Ohio was projected to go to President Trump, so that's where we are right now.
You're not sharing the map, brother.
Bro, I'm not sharing it at all. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. I'm getting a little too excited. Okay, so Ohio just coming in 57% for President Trump and 42% for President Harris, with Vice President Harris with 3% of the votes in. West Virginia has been called for Trump. No real vote counts, but it's been called in. So those two states, of course, North Carolina currently listed as blue, 2% in, but it's going to be a long night, folks. So buckle up and get ready for what's happening, what will happen over the next several hours.
Oh yeah, yes indeed.
So one thing that was kind of big on in this last couple of days, I know, geez, you and I literally just finished recording the pod from this week, and then the news out of Iowa dropped. So why don't you tell everyone a little bit about what happened there and the thoughts around that?
Well, Seltzer is a very well-known, incredible pollster. And in the final hour, I will say, she came out and stated that she had Harris actually up, I believe it was 3 or 4 points, or percentage points, ahead of Donald Trump. And that was quite a shocker to a lot of people, especially flowing through social media. In 2020, Donald Trump won Iowa very handily. Iowa is not a state that we assumed was up for play. It was not talked about at all. And in 2020, Trump wanted 53.1 to Biden's 44.9, so pretty decent and pretty comfortable. But this poll coming out from someone who is very credible has kind of made people think maybe this could potentially turn out to be a landslide. Maybe some states that we did not expect to go Harris's way may actually go that way. So
Really?
it kind of gave a head scratcher to a lot of people, and definitely gave us something to look at tonight, because once Iowa's numbers start rolling in, which I believe when is Iowa closing up? Should be within a couple of hours.
Yeah.
I
We
think
see
Iowa
those.
was
Right around 9-10 o'clock. That's
yeah,
when
I was
in
about
Iowa.
9.
So
Yep.
so around that time, we should definitely be able to look and see how credible her numbers were. And I think that we talked about in previous episodes of the podcast that we actually brought that up as a spotlight, saying that, hey, this might be something that we need to watch out for, that could potentially throw a wrench in Trump's plans.
Yeah,
It's
no.
it's entirely possible. Like
Well,
nothing is off the table.
I
Nothing is
do.
off the table.
I want to chime in with a bit of breaking news that's happening right now.
All right.
Coming out of Wisconsin, we said there was going to be a long, interesting evening, and the fun and theatrics have already begun.
Uh-oh.
So, in Wisconsin, there was an issue reported on the tabulator machine. The door was open. The seals weren't broken, but the door was open. Apparently was not properly closed and latched. So that what the officials there have decided to do is to rerun about 30,000 ballots through the tabulator, just to make sure all the ones equal all the zeros. So I think our election officials are
Okay.
really focusing on making sure that everything is copacetic there.
Right.
It was discovered by a poll observer, and one thing I think everyone knows after the 2020 election is that there are poll observers across all of the sites watching this process goes down from both parties, just to make sure everything is copacetic. So they have found something. Everyone has said they appreciated the transparency, especially with them talking about this. But this has just come out, so I wanted to get that out to everyone who's paying attention. But yeah, Frank, you were saying.
Oh no, I was just going to say that nothing is off the table in reference to what we could expect from Iowa. I just think we're in for a few surprises as this evening continues to move forward. So, if you're tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining. It's going to be a wild ride, that's for sure.
Manny, I have a question for you.
I got an answer, or we'll see if I got an answer.
With Franklin County being north of Wake County, but sitting in between Nash County, which in 2020 Nash County actually went blue, where do you think Franklin County will fall?
I think it'll still fall for Trump.
Okay.
I've been in the housing market, and when you look at a lot of the builders and where they're building stuff, it hasn't been in that area north of Wake. It's been to the east or west or south of Wake. So I don't envision any changes on that front. But again, who knows? Who knows? There's been so much movement into North Carolina, either from people up north coming down, people from Florida, and Florida, with its issues going on, them coming back up to from Florida to North Carolina, and then with also a lot of the relocating that we have of tech companies. Who knows the makeup? I think the number that I heard at one point is that about 60 people or so move into Wake County every day.
Wow.
So,
wow.
or every week. I forget which one it is. It's 60 something. So a lot of traffic coming into this county, and it's growing every day. So those people have to go somewhere. Chuck, question for you. So
Yes,
back
sir.
on the Iowa topic, what do you make of it?
Iowa is very interesting because I'm kind of with Frank in his notion of things can flip and how we are thinking could be completely left. A term that I heard earlier was the silent voter.
Yep.
And I think that's where a lot of us are going to be surprised. And we don't know if that silent voter is for Harris or for Trump. And so I think that's where Iowa will tilt in the hands of those silent voters.
Okay. Yeah, no, I concur with that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Frank.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, to piggyback off of what Chuck was saying, it's interesting because I feel like everyone who is expressed, or I feel like there's very few people who probably are like were undecided, but are now like gonna support Trump that haven't already expressed. So I feel like the cards have already been dealt there. People have shown their hands when it comes for the support of him. I think where a lot of people were on the fence was saying, hey, we know you only have 3 months to show, and this is in regards to VP, you only have 3 months to show us whether or not you are prepared to take the mantle and run with it, because all we needed to see was just for those who needed to see policy standpoints, just wanting to make sure she is strength in other areas as it concerns presidential candidacy. We needed to see that, and I think that a lot of those individuals are the ones that are going to be determined I guess in which way the scale tips.
Yeah. So from my standpoint, when we look at the Iowa report, it's really interesting. And where I find the point of it being really interesting is how does this ultimately end up panning out to other states? Largely, I think we've seen Iowa has been Chuck, like 10, 11 points up in favoring Trump.
Yes.
So if she were to flip Iowa, that's a 10-point in a solidly red state. And if we see that happen, that means a whole bunch of other states flip like that as well. And we could be looking at a mightily different evening today.
So explain something to me, man. And when you say that other states flip as a result of what's going on in Iowa, how dive into that a bit more for me.
Yeah. So from a standpoint, if there's this real belief that, especially around women, that there is this silent rejection of Trump that they're seeing in the data, they're seeing in the numbers, that with that gap that exists in Iowa, there's a reason why Iowa for the Republicans is a first in country state. They go there first to kind of really get a pulse on their base. So we're looking at something that if we can see it in that particular base, it's going to replicate itself in other Republican bases potentially. So if that one's close, man, it's going to look real interesting all across.
Yeah.
I did just get a message from someone who's watching the pod, and they have denoted that they have not called Mark Robinson's race, and I would like to say you are correct that the officials have not called that race.
However,
be that as it may,
we here at the Pardon the Politics podcast have called that race.
Man, all right now. So Virginia,
Dr. Umar, don't come for me about going after another. No, nah, that man lost.
Yeah.
All kinfolk ain't kinfolk.
There you go. There you go.
So as again, we're progressing through the evening. We're coming up on the 8 o'clock hour, about 9 minutes away. Here are the states that are getting ready to close next: Oklahoma, Missouri, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Illinois, Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and Washington, D.C., and the one that's got all the eyes of America, Pennsylvania.
So I think this is where we probably start to see like the numbers really start to bounce around some.
It's going to start shaping up real interesting here in the next couple minutes.
Yeah. Oh man, listen, man, Pennsylvania. I tell you.
Who knows? And as we're leading up to this, so before the next drop comes, what I do want to update, it's not just the presidency that we're looking at. There are several other states, several other races. You know, we've said it on the pod before, but I'll echo it again for everyone here. The president only has so much power.
Exactly.
A lot of it is ceremonial.
Right.
You know, they need a House and they need a Senate. So because the House flips with 2-year terms, everything is up in play for the House. So every single seat. So currently where it stands right now, again, to have the majority in the House, you need 218 representatives. Currently, Republicans sit with 26 and Democrats sit with 8. Again, very early. We'll see how that plays out in the Senate. I'm sorry, in the House. In the Senate, a little bit different. Only a third is up at a time. So currently, right now, what we're looking at, Democrats hold 29 seats. 28 seats were not up for grabs. So they've picked up 1 seat of the ones that they needed. But currently, you look at the Republican side. Republican had 38 seats that they were not up for grabs. They have now 2. And Democrats have lost a seat. So the Republicans have flipped 1 seat currently. So right now, Republicans sit with 40 seats in the House. 50, you get control. Yeah. Again, it's early. There are Senate races in New Hampshire, Vermont. Ooh, that's a lot. Florida, Virginia, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana. We'll touch them as we go through. But currently, you need above 50 for majority. Republicans are currently sitting 10 seats away from that. Democrats have a mountain to climb, but they have a lot of states left up to close that gap.
Man.
So real quick, Manny, you were speaking of there are many other races. A race that I'm paying attention to down here in Georgia, although it's not a county that I live in, is the Fulton County DA race.
Oh, tell us about it.
And for those of you all who are not familiar, this is the same county that brought the RICO charge against YSL and Young Thug. So the
is this safe for us to say slat?
Slat.
Slat.
Slat. But the incumbent, Fonnie Willis, is up against Courtney Kramer. And Courtney Kramer said about a month and a half ago that if she won, she was going to dismiss the RICO charges against YSL and set Young Thug free. Now, as many of us know, Young Thug took a plea deal last week. Was it last week? Yeah, last week. He took his plea deal last week. However, there are still 2 gentlemen who have not taken a plea deal. So the YSL case is still going on, and it's been almost 2 years. If they make it to January, the case will have been going on way too long.
2 years.
Yes.
2 years is wild. And hold on, and to that point, Chuck, a messy 2 years.
A
very messy 2 years.
So some interesting things have happened here lately. I want to say it was today, if I'm not mistaken. One of the jurors had an email sent to the judge asking to be dismissed from the trial because it's been taking too long. And at this point, there's no way they can remain unbiased to the prosecution or to the state because their case has been all over the place and been disastrous. Yeah. So there's no way for them to be unbiased in their judgment toward the state. You know what happened? They're still on the jury.
Oh, they're not releasing them?
They did not release them.
Wow.
So in this regard, and there's been things where the Judge Whitaker, who is the second judge on this case, because the first judge, I don't even want to get all deep into that. She has made different comments about the prosecution's case and how terrible it's been. And I found out that she is a former prosecutor herself. So in this regard, she understands what needs to be done. She understands how a case should be presented. and she's not pleased at all. So I won't dive in and turn this into the YSL Rico analysis, but it's very interesting to see uh, as Fulton County is the largest county in Georgia and
Yeah.
is the majority seat for the city of Atlanta. That's a very interesting case that I'm keeping an eye on.
That is.
And for me,
So so
oh,
same jury.
I'm sorry. Also, this is the same prosecutor, Fonnie Willis, who brought the charges against Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
This is the same
mm.
prosecutor. So there's a lot at play here because that is still a pending litigation as well. There's been some charges that have been dropped, but there's still pending litigation there. So if Fonnie Willis loses to Courtney Kramer, you can very well believe that those charges against Donald Trump will likely be dropped as well.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Wow. Wow.
Mm.
So that's pretty key. That is pretty key right there, because that the next phase of this is like, in the event, Trump loses, what's the next phase for him in terms of sentencing? Does he face any, jail time? And I think a lot of that might hang on the balance of what Chuck was just describing.
Well, I think Chuck, and correct me if I'm wrong, the charges in the Georgia stuff are state charges.
Mm-hmm.
No, well, some of them are state charges, but
Okay.
remember, that's when they tried to get her
Removed.
removed off of it because she had appointed the gentleman who she had a thing with, and
Mm.
so they had took it to court to get her removed off of off
I,
this case in hopes of getting it dismissed.
I forgot
Wow.
I forgot that she was previously in a pickle.
Oh,
Very
brother.
much so. Very
Let me
much so.
tell you. Let me tell you.
because of a pickle.
Flued in, flued out, flued on.
But she paid cash. She paid them back. She
Hey,
paid them back in cash.
pay that cash.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Oh, funny.
All right. So
Oh,
the next states are queuing up. We're about 3 minutes
Yes,
out.
indeed.
We'll also be watching the Pennsylvania Board of Elections for our results there, or just going with what CNN says. Who knows? We're just gonna ride the vibes. Like I said, a lot of states closing. We're 21 minutes out. Let's go see what this magic wall is going to be telling us here.
let's see.
All right. All right. Next wave of states coming in 5 seconds. And we'll see how this updates. And we will update all of our counters and what's happening right now.
Hey man, I will say this while we wait for it, man. We coming up on 1 hour of live stream, man. And I just want to tell y'all boys that I'm glad that we in this moment and we doing this, man. So shout out to the pod.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Listen, man.
Definitely shout out to the pod, man.
And I don't know, for those who've been listening to us, it's interesting enough. So we're like 8 episodes into this thing already, and so we haven't done sort of a background into how this whole thing came about. You know what I'm saying? So I think that tonight is the perfect night to just kind of, maybe kind of go into some of that. You know what I mean? While we're watching some of
the
the
origin story.
Yeah,
Give a little backstory.
and I'll say for my part, man, I'm like I said, I'm the producer, I'm the audio guy. I make sure my guys are good to go in terms of sound quality. But I'll say, G's and Manny have been really into the weeds of discussing politics for a few years now. What just started out as like, hey, Manny, what do you think about this? How you feel about that? What are you thinking? G's would always initiate those conversations, and Manny being, our I would say veteran political expert, man, here in North Carolina, having made waves in the area, for when it comes to that, he always, without question, never hesitated to give his perspective. And it was just like, I guess after enough of that, they was just like, hey, we need to go ahead and do this podcast thing, man. And I'm always on the side of, being somewhat of a content creator myself. I'm like, listen, it's nothing to it but to do it. Like, just get out there, because content creation is king now. You know what I'm saying? So Yeah, they just gave breaking news. They just
What we got?
projected Massachusetts for VP.
We got time. We got time
Yeah.
for that. I wasn't gonna let you cook.
Oh no, yeah. But yeah, you know,
Well, I was gonna say I got a little bit different of an approach to it. That I feel like I'm a political prisoner
Well, okay.
because
Well, before we dive into that, let's go to the board. And then we'll start
what we got?
on the origin story. All right. So right now, updated count. Vice President Harris 27, Donald Trump 90, and I want everyone to chill out while you look at this map.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
get that
Breathe,
disclaimer.
breathe,
Yeah.
stretch. Breathe.
yeah.
Oh,
Let it go.
hold on. There's a lot happening right here. All right. So
Let it go.
the thing that stands out for me immediately is Texas. Whoa,
Yes.
what's
Yes,
happening here?
indeed. See,
Five. Okay, but again, this is early vote. 5%.
Only
very
5%.
early.
It's only
But-
5%.
But
Very
okay,
early.
so if we dig into
Ah.
Texas a little bit, it's just Dallas.
It's just
Uh,
Dallas reporting.
Yeah.
It's just Dallas.
That's expected.
Not underselling it. It's not like
right.
Texas has an internal electoral college, but let everyone take a breath here. There's still a lot
Yeah.
to go here. Oklahoma, they've obviously called. Missouri, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida. Okay, so
Oh,
a little bit they've already called that. If we dig into it, yeah, because she's going to need to run it up in these major metropolitan areas.
Yeah.
If I look here, her not running it up here, which is right in the hurricane path, so we can hit on that in a little bit. But with those being red, even barely, it's not looking great. And then Miami-Dade, very interesting.
so here's my perspective on that. I'm not shocked because
Okay.
interestingly enough, and geez, you can pull this up to verify for me, but Miami-Dade, if I'm not mistaken, went to Trump last election, and a lot of it had to do with the Cuban population
Right.
in Miami-Dade.
Right.
They drastically influenced the vote in Miami-Dade.
In 2020, actually,
I was
Miami-Dade
wrong again.
went to Biden at 53.4 and Trump
Oh.
46.1.
53.1.
So now
Hold on. What was Trump's number?
In Miami-Dade, Trump's was 46.1.
Oh wow.
And Biden was 53.4.
Okay. So, but it's still 76%. There's still we'll still watch it, but they have called it. So
24%. She had to watch
So-
that 24%.
yeah.
The Maryland Senate race is one to watch as well. That's going to be one.
Well,
That's Brother Hogan, right?
before we go talk about our good brother Hogan, let's look at Pennsylvania right now. Pittsburgh. Shout out to Eric and the Steelers. Currently 25% of the votes in. So she's up here. She's definitely going to have to run it up in these major metropolitan areas. So here she's definitely going to have to make some waves.
25%. They got it at.
Then we're gonna come down here to Georgia. Chuck, any surprises when you look at Georgia right now?
None at all. It like I said, those key areas you have Augusta, Savannah, Columbus, South Georgia is going to be red. You have your Atlanta metro areas that are blue. The only question is how blue. And if I'm not mistaken, that one that is gray, maybe Gwinnett County, if I'm not mistaken.
Where this one?
Oh no, that's DeKalb. That's okay. That's DeKalb County. Gwinnett is right beside it. So DeKalb County is a heavily black populated area, home of Decatur, where it's greater. So in that regard, those numbers not coming in traditionally is going to be Democratic leaning and should be blue as well.
Okay.
So can you scroll to the left a little bit into Fulton County? Go back one more. Yeah. So it's 53% reporting. She's winning sizably there. And if you go back to the right, just above DeKalb County. Cobb County, that's not a shock.
Okay.
But that's you don't have any numbers, any percentage
Essentially nothing
reporting.
here. Yeah.
But back to the right some more. Right there. That's Gwinnett County. So
Yep.
that is 1% reporting. That 1% is a little closer than I would expect, but I expect those numbers to have a wider margin as that percentage tends to flow in and have a higher percentage. Um, Interesting thing about Gwinnett County, from when I first moved to Georgia and voted here, was my understanding that it used to be red. It was a red county.
Okay.
But of course, as Atlanta
Urban sprawl.
grew, yes, as Atlanta grew, you had more people in that area. So Gwinnett County is an interesting mix of Hispanics,
Okay.
Asians, Blacks,
So super diverse.
Africans. So it's a very diverse area and has leaned Democratic over the past few years because of that diversity and because of that urban sprawl, with people moving out to those areas.
Okay.
Well, which one of these counties have the most young individuals with poo shiesty masks and switches that I need to stay away from?
So,
Notice I said young individuals.
young individuals. You have, of course, Fulton County.
Okay.
You have DeKalb County. You have some in Gwinnett. If I'm not mistaken, that one right below it, Manny, should be right there, Clayton County. You got Henry County, Clayton County, Clayco. Shout out to Lotto, and 2 Chains, Southside. So yeah, in those areas
Okay.
is
Good to
the
know.
young individuals with poo shiesties. But you can find them somewhere anywhere. You got Augusta, you got Savannah.
Man. All right. Well, let's get a quick update on North Carolina.
Yeah, fucking north.
No real Chatham County,
Oh,
6% in. This is mighty interesting. So for those of you in North Carolina, Chatham's having a big boom out there. Disney, a couple months ago, I think earlier on this year, declared that they were building an entire community out there. So 6% in, still super early. But it's blue. Again, Johnston's pacing, but still 1% in. But Harnett County, very close, but only with 5% in. And again, I said it on the pod. We're already seeing it now. Cabarrus County, 5% in, so still super early. But 58%, so 18% lead there. So Mecklenburg, as expected.
Listen, man, come on, North Carolina. I'm telling you, man.
Right.
Listen. I knew we were gonna be the one to watch. Man.
So
I'm holding out.
So Frank, you brought it up. Let's dive into it a little bit. All right. Maryland, we don't really have a whole lot of details, but this is a very interesting Senate seat to watch. You have Larry Hogan, the former governor of the state, running for the Senate. And I'm going to just take a moment to say Larry Hogan is one of my favorite Republicans.
Oh, bro. I have nothing negative to say about Larry Hogan to that degree, bro. His response during the pandemic, in my opinion, being a Republican governor, and if you've ever been to Maryland, it's a shock that I believe he had 2 terms as governor.
He became governor, yeah.
Like the fact that there are Democrats that are within that state that will tell you that they will not say a single bad thing about Larry Hogan. They think he has done a phenomenal job, and he is one of the Republicans that they truly didn't have a problem with. They were perfectly fine with the work that he has done, and I think that what he did during the pandemic really sealed his legacy as a governor in Maryland, and not just what he did as far as the pandemic, but he's done great work with cutting taxes for the middle class.
I love me some good tax cuts.
Yes, indeed. Please, cut them.
He's done some really good work and done some great bipartisan work in the state of Maryland as well too. So I'm very interested to see how that translates over to this race because he has a good rap sheet.
He does.
And if you hear him talk about it, he says he refers back to how great of the work he was able to do as a governor in Maryland. So I'd be interested to see how that works out for him. I don't know about his opponent that he's running against, but I do know about him. So that's all that I can speak to.
Wait a minute, hold on. So they are projecting that Angela Alsobrooks is the projected winner in the Maryland Senate election.
Damn it!
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So she will defeat Republican Larry Hogan. Yep.
I felt like that was gonna happen, but I wanted Larry to do well, man.
Yeah.
And maybe well is just what
Man. Okay. So
sometimes well is just hey, you tried.
you did.
You
Listen.
tried.
Look, okay. So first off, if Larry Hogan would have run for president, I'd have been 10,000%, 10 toes down into his campaign.
Oh, bro.
Now, I think what's happened here is you have a Republican, as well liked as he is, running in a blue state. And geez, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that you can still vote straight ticket.
Yeah.
And it is hard to overcome being the party not in power.
Yep.
It's hard to overcome a straight ticket vote because now you're, instead of going in, coloring one bubble and leaving, you're asking people to break it up. It's hard to do. It's hard to do. So I hate it for Larry. I hope the Republican Party becomes better. So candidates like him will be more received.
Yeah.
We'll get into that probably later on today, but
I was definitely going to say that, man. Larry is one of the few, and that's all I'm going to say. He's one of the few that you feel that though he may be on the different side of the aisle, that he's genuinely a good dude, man.
Listen, I was to that point. I always reference when I talk to men. I say, "Listen, man, John Kasich, without question, is one of my favorite Republican, like officers. Like I'm telling you, man, he was on. I was listening to him speak earlier today, man, and it was just refreshing to hear like somebody like a Republican speak with such just decency, man, and just you know what I'm saying. Just overall, like, hey, listen, look, I wanting to get back to the days where we actually disagree on policy and we debate policy and we get back to like fine tooth combing the ins and outs of where we stand with regards to policy. That is what I'm ready to get back to, and not so much of this, are we even like we're up against common decency at this point? You know what I'm saying? And I think that far outweighs, for those of us who want to get to policy, we can't because the other so far like overshadows that, so it's just like, yeah, but anyway,
I just want to say for those of you that are watching, you may not know, but we are brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha, and I just want to say that when I look in Michigan, Cornel West got 156 votes.
Man, well, before we talk about Brother West, we're going to come back. Texas has corrected itself. I won't say corrected. Texas has updated itself in terms of the presidential race. So currently, if we're looking in the state of Texas, it is 50.3% for President Trump, 48%. John and Jay for Kamala Harris. But I don't want to leave Texas quite yet because if you've listened to our podcast and there's still time exactly to catch up on all of our shows. But we talked about somebody else who was in a mighty pickle.
Oh man, what we look like?
Tedrick Cruz.
Tedrick.
Ted 2-time traveling Cruz.
Look, it is still early. 14% of the vote is in.
Ooh.
And he's down.
Only, what 2 county? What is it? Only Dallas and Austin area?
Yeah. Look.
Oh yeah, bro. You ain't even got the. Oh, bro.
Bro, my man's he's still.
Hey,
man.
Click on the county that's to the left of Dallas. That's red. Yeah.
It's close.
Okay.
It's close.
Now that county was a little blue. Now it was very close, but it was a little blue by 0.2% in 2020. So what's that? How much percent is that? 73?
Yep, I think that's it. Something like that. You asked me to do math. I didn't come up here to do math. I came up here. I came up here.
I can't see.
My bad.
That's 74%.
74. My bad. My bad. Yeah, it's 74.
But with that being said, though, man, that's only just a little bit of the blue counties in. So we definitely don't want to leave that alone at all. But brother,
so
all red,
not to leave Texas, but it just came up on the ticker. NBC News projects Josh Stein wins NC governor.
I told y'all he was gonna lose. We said it first.
An hour ago.
We said it first.
We called it. Yes, sir.
We didn't even call it tonight. We told y'all this probably about 4 episodes ago.
We showed.
We told y'all. We told y'all back in September he was going to win.
Did.
Bro, let's go, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mark Robinson, go. Go ahead. I heard that down there on 301 in Rocky Mount, there's a place called Gardner's Barbecue.
Yes, sir.
They looking for somebody to shuck them coals under them hogs.
Home of some of the best fried gizzards you can ever have.
Get to work frying them gizzards hard, boy.
And look. Not to kick a man while he's down.
Oh no,
man, while he's down.
But we will stomp.
But call me Shawn Michaels. Do you know how wild your preference in adult entertainment has to be for somebody at a adult store to remember you 10 years later?
That's
and
insane,
remember you for your selections. That's wild.
Bro, you was in there going crazy, bro. You
look nasty.
Wild. He a fan.
Bro.
Man, that's madness, yo. Madness.
So I'm gonna circle back to North Carolina. Let's get some updates on a couple other races, because one of the things that we were saying across North Carolina, that if certain races were close, it's going to look really, really weird. And I think it's still a little bit early. We'll see after we get to that 25% what we're looking at. But this is right now looking at our Council of State races. I'll just refresh it. As you can see, Mark Robinson taking his L. Lieutenant governor's race. Bruh, like, how you losing this bad? Never mind. Okay, never mind. Off him.
Rachel Hunt. Okay.
But if you listen to the pod, there were 2 races that we talked about that if they were close, you could kind of denote how it's going. So with currently still very few of the precincts in, 6%, with 3%, so super early. But Steve Troxler, Commissioner of Agriculture, is down. Still super early, but it's close. I expect this to climb as more stuff reports. But
now, man, you refresh them and let them know what you said on the pod, just in case somebody didn't hear.
So there are 2 races in North Carolina that'll kind of let you know how things are going to play out. Commissioner of Agriculture. If this race is close, then Republicans are going to have a bad night. Subsequently, if you look at our Secretary of State race, if that race is close, Democrats are going to have a bad night. And right now,
close, man. And what is close?
We're talking within, I would say, somewhere between 5 to 7%.
Okay. Gotcha.
Now, what you have in the agriculture race right now, it's down by 1%. So this is not looking great right now. But then also subsequently on the Secretary of State race, she's got an 11. Lane Marshall has an 11% lead. Again, super early. I would say a lot of this comes into focus after we get to about 25%.
Yeah.
But this is North Carolina is going to be interesting.
Man, I will say this though, there's quite a bit of blue filling up on this North Carolina map. according to MSNBC.
Hey, we're gonna keep watching this continue to play out. Because I think here in a little bit we're getting ready to have a couple other races getting ready to close at 8:30. Arkansas will be closing at 8:30. So Arkansas is getting ready to
Shout out to Bill
close.
Clinton. Shout out to Bill
Yeah.
Clinton.
And
Dirty Bill.
one thing,
$30 bill.
you know, and I'll start the speech, but I'll hand it over to Chuck because he's always a better. He gives his speech better than I can. But anytime you get when 2 or 3 members of LXI are together, you get in the whole squad. So at some point, you can expect the entire squad to be on at some point. And there has been somebody from our squad who's just joined. I'm gonna add him.
Uh-oh.
Hey. Yay.
Hey, so Chuck, I know I didn't give the speech justice, so if you want to hit it again, please do. But Thrizzle, are you there?
Come on in.
Stepping on my shoes, huh?
I'm trying to get the boy to go to sleep.
Okay. Well, we'll
come back to you.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. But
hey, for all those that are watching, that's what real fatherhood looks like.
Yes, sir.
That man doing the work at 8:23 Eastern Standard Time. He putting the child down. Black fathers matter.
Yes, sir.
Black fathers matter, and black fathers are present.
Absolutely.
Are present. Yes, sir.
And
yes,
present.
sir. Hey.
Now, Manny, what were you saying in reference to your speech, brother?
Give the LXI speech. Tell them about LXI. Part in the politics is part of it, but it is part of us.
Hold on. Let's okay. I'll give the LXI.
Go ahead,
and then you all can. No, I think it's better suited. Let's give part in the politics.
We never
finished that, and then we can give the LXI as the conglomerate.
Yeah. So, Jeezy, from your standpoint, how did this come together?
Well, I had started saying that I became a political prisoner because for those of you that don't know, me and Manny, we met and we've always been pretty close, and we sit on 2 different sides of the aisles. I won't say what side of the aisle, but we sit on 2 different sides of the aisle. And I was always curious as to his approach and his ideology of why he believes in what he believes, and picking his brain and talking to him and kind of sharing how I thought things were or how I perceived them to be, and then him giving me his politically correct answer to everything. It drew me in, and then once it drew me in, I couldn't break away from it. So that's how I became this political prisoner, is that I just became intrigued. The next thing I know, it got to a point where we're sending things back and forth, and we're talking about ideas, and then there's moments where we talk on the phone, and it's like, man, next thing you know, the hour or so has passed, and we've just been talking about this and that and ideas. And as a common man that really was never generally into politics, it pulled me in, and it made me really look at things from a different perspective, but not also losing my common man perspective of just perceiving things as I do or have always perceived those things to be. And it just became a very good blend between me and Manny, because for those of you that know Manny is a very straight down the line. He's been in politics. He's had his own race. He has a very different approach. But for me, I come from a very general, common man type of perspective, which a lot of people come from that. A lot of people don't know certain details or do the research to find those. So in becoming so close with my brother, it forced me to kind of tip over the aisle a little bit. And that's, I feel like, what really kind of had this thing come about, because we realized, man, we talk a lot about politics and we ain't doing nothing with it. We're not putting it down on paper. We're not recording it. We're not cutting a camera on and doing so. And it's funny because we talked about doing this before. but never just for those of y'all that don't know LXI, and I will always say this, and Chuck can speak to this when his time comes, is LXI has always been before its time. The
Absolutely.
things that you see content creators doing, we were doing this before content creating was even a thing.
Right.
We had this. There's YouTube videos in the early stages where you'll see us really like we was on this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Manny kind of put in a group one day, and it really kind of was a kind of stress. It was anxiety inducing for me because Manny was like, "Hey, we need to get this podcast going. Let's go." And I'm like, "Oh, we're doing this real." Like, and I know we talk about it from a just a general, and when you talk to your boys, your tone, the way you say stuff is different. But to put a mic in front of me, it's like, okay, I have to be mindful of what I'm saying. I have to be thoughtful of what I'm saying. I
Yeah.
can't talk
Yeah.
like I'm talking group chat. I gotta kind of have a thoughtfulness behind what I'm saying because shout out to our listeners. People listen to us, and there are some people that, as me and Manny have talked about before, there's people that like we drop an episode on Monday. There's people that are shout out to whoever that homie is that's in Rhode Island.
Bro, every week,
Right.
Monday, 5 a.m.
5 a.m. Own it.
See?
Like that's a
Dope.
person
That's
that's
dope.
getting up and saying, "Hey, let me go see what the boys is talking about."
Right. Right.
You know,
Right.
so it makes you like, okay, this is for real. And Manny was very like, "Hey, we got to do it. We got to do it." And he pushed me into that role. But I've enjoyed it, and it has. I mean, we're still in the early stages, y'all. I mean, we're not even 90 days into doing this, but at the level that we have been able to perform, produce, the things we've been able to do, you would think that we've been doing this for a year now. And that's just a testament to who not only us at Partner Politics are, but that's just a testament to who LXI are. And I will tell you, we have the most talented group of men, black men that can truly, once we put our minds together and do something, we are able to, I mean, just birth something that is just amazing. And
Yeah.
that's how we
Yeah.
got to the place that we are. And I'm gonna tell you, what comes after this will be even greater. What you guys are seeing is the early stages. I'm referring it to a child that we're in the first trimester of what we're doing here in Partner Politics. When this thing fully birthed like we envision it to, oh man, it's gonna be crazy. So shout out to y'all listening. Shout out to LXI.
Agreed.
Shout out to Partner
Agreed.
Politics.
Yes,
And
indeed.
Manny, I just want to take this moment to say, brother, thank you
Man.
for actually pushing me to do this with you, giving me the platform to just be myself. You didn't make me conform to have to walk the straight line like you do. And I'm not gonna say that it's a bad thing that you do because it helps me to give me a guide to say, hey,
This,
let's blend this together. Let's intertwine this together, and it's beautiful, man.
this show, our friendship, any project we undertake individually in duos or as a group, it doesn't work
Yep.
unless everyone's there themselves.
Yep.
I think when I think about myself within LXI, I'm like the idea person. Like y'all don't understand how many random ideas that these guys have to listen to from me on a quarterly basis.
Bro.
But I concur with a lot of that. Being exposed, being in politics, after my race in 2019, and I kind of stepped away from politics. I was mentally wiped. I was physically wiped. And it wasn't fun. Like losing an election, like all joking aside to Mark, like it's really trash to run publicly and lose. And like to deal with that. Frank, I think you and Chuck were both in the hotel room when I lost, and just going through and processing that, and like that's a real intimate moment, like mentally. But to have my brothers there, be like, "You good, man? We here. You good?"
Listen, and just to throw you some flowers here. The way you handled that and the race that you ran. You know what I'm saying? You weren't willing
Man.
to compromise who you were. You weren't willing to play the game of throwing dirt on nobody's name just for the sake of boosting your positioning. So listen, that's exactly why in that moment we did nothing but prop you up, because it was like, yo, you ran a clean, solid race and you did well.
Yeah.
Like
And
let's not don't
yeah,
downplay the success that you did have. You did
Nah, bro.
well.
You
It
did.
came
You
down
did that. You
to
did.
you not wanting to just compromise where you was like, look, I don't have to put my hands in the mud
Yep.
to run the race that I want to run. So
man.
you
And
And
deserve
that
that.
speaks to our brotherhood that we have here
yeah,
at LXI, because Manny wouldn't have had it. Manny don't have a choice to run any other way,
right,
because we hold each other to the flame. No, you're gonna be true. You're gonna be
right.
true to who
Oh,
you
absolutely.
are. Because at the end of the day, regardless win, lose, or draw, we have that's who we are. That's what's got us to where we are as men, is
Yep.
being who we are. And if we ever compromise that, the framework, the infrastructure of who
Falls
LXI
apart.
is done.
It falls
It's
apart.
Big
done.
facts. Big facts.
And for me, I've been getting the itch back of like, hey, I want to get back involved in politics. I don't know if I want to get involved at the party level, if I really want to go into the policy level. And again, like Jeezy said, we had talked about doing a podcast, and we kind of went. I was like, who? I knew there were people interested, and I was, for me, I cycled through. I knew at some point, we'd be here, everyone would make an appearance, but I was like, who do I have the best balance with, and to do that, but also the close vicinity. LXI, we're spread out across. I was like, me and G, and the conversations that we'll have as a group, but then there's also all the side conversations that me
Yeah.
and GZ have in addition to this. I was like, geez, let's do this. And also kudos to Frank, because Frank really just at the end of the day said, figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Yep.
Like in my head, I wanted it to be perfect. I wanted it to be perfect from the first episode. And Frank was just like, just
And
do the first one.
And truth be told, man, that day that I just kind of put that message in our chat about, just sitting back realizing how often we put such brilliant ideas into the chat, and just the talent that we have. And, with all of us being, professionals in our respective careers, we're fathers, we've got all this stuff going on. But at the end of it, I could tell just based on conversations we've had that, the fulfillment of doing something that we truly enjoy was still missing. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Not to say that we can't still dedicate and have, our commitments elsewhere, but I could tell that there were just some areas where we were like, look, we absolutely could stand to pour into the creative side of what we have some more. And that's just really where it came from, man. I
Yeah.
was just like, look, whether it be podcasting, whether it be open up a business, whether it be music, whether it be, clothing, whatever, real estate, whatever our respective endeavors are, let's be creative and pour into that, because time is now. You know what I'm
Part,
saying? Time is now.
specifically, Pardon the Politics is built on us just having it, specifically me and G's, like me and G's just enjoying talking politics with each other. And I hope that you guys get that when we're talking and when we're going through the process. And at some point we'll give a little additional access to kind of how this goes, like the pre-meeting. Our pre-meetings about the podcast are longer than our actual meetings,
Bruh,
and then
yes.
every week we'll look at each other, we'll identify a topic, and then we'll start talking about it, and one of us will have to say, hold on, let's stop, let's go ahead and save it for the pod,
Bro,
let's say, because we
this
start
last
cooking.
pod was 86 minutes long. And when I tell
Bruh.
you that, so I just to put it in perspective, I'm running an M2 Pro chip on my MacBook, my Mac Mini or whatever, right? And so it typically, I'm able to bounce tracks down when I'm like mixing my beats and stuff down like that. When I tell you, I had to stop and restart, reload Logic like
Too many
3 or 4
machines,
times
brother. Too many machines.
to
Too many
export that
machines.
darn episode. I was like, oh my God, bro. Like, so, but it's good though, because I'm like, it allowed me to really test the limits of that machine. I'm like, okay, look, all right, bet, let's go. But man, I was just
Man,
like, whoo.
I even had somebody ask me that was a listener of the pod, like, hey, are y'all going to like save and put out this live feed? And I'm like, look, the capability right now is crazy. Like we're almost growing too fast.
Bruh. Listen, as this thing gains more steam, man, and I'm telling you, as we continue to move forward in like the weeks and months ahead, because listen, that one thing is for certain, the content is getting ready to just continue to pile up, man. Especially as we see the rest of this election through, going into the beginning of the year when it comes to certification, and even like the subsequent weeks after, ain't gonna be no shortage of content. So y'all can definitely expect that.
Man,
We just getting started. Like,
and
I
at the
thought about this,
heart, and
man.
at
And when is season gonna end?
bro, we'll figure that out.
but see, we were
Bro.
talking about that, and I was like, I told Manny, I said, listen, technically, it don't even have to be unless you look at it from a phased approach. Like if season 1 is just election coverage, and then season 2 begins at the point of election certification, and then season 3 is almost like the first 180 days or whatever that is. It's like you can do it in that, but honestly, it's a podcast, man. This thing don't got to be in no seasoned approach. Just episode. Just
Man,
keep it going.
But we're gonna do like the old folks do when they cooking. We can let the ancestors tell us when the season's over.
Man,
What
that's enough garlic powder.
Well, let's pause up. So we've had some updates happen over a little bit of the origin story. So we want to kind of update you guys. We're updating the counter. So if at any point you want to know where we are with the election, the electoral college, those are going to be scrolling at the bottom of your screen. But we have some updates. So Trump has, like we covered before, Trump has taken Florida, West Virginia. We knew that. Kentucky, Indiana, Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma. And the most shocking race right now for me is Donald Trump won Alabama. I didn't see that coming. Anyways, states that are still outstanding. Texas, 53. Bro, this is interesting.
Listen, man, this thing is so close. I'm telling you, like, oh my gosh, bro. So wait a minute. Why okay, I'll let you finish, Manny. But I'm curious about these counties in Texas. Is like what's still outstanding?
I mean, it's still on 53, so we're still waiting on 47% of the state. Like we're still waiting on a lot of Houston to come in. Oh,
yeah, that southern area also too is that whole little toe.
Yep,
you don't have nothing coming in for that just yet.
Yeah,
so there's still a lot more to come out, but it actually just went up. Trump's now at 51% down. Vice President Harris down about 300,000 votes. So that'll be interesting to
just for content, the Trump won Texas by 52.1 in 2020 and Biden in 46.5. So kind of give you a little measuring stick of if they're falling right in line to what they did. Not Harris per se, but the Democratic candidate, if they're falling in line with pretty much what happened last year.
And two other places that we're watching. North Carolina has now flipped over to Trump at this standpoint with 21% in. Still really early. If we look, Mecklenburg still 6% in, so hardly any votes there. Wake 7% in, so still super early there. So we got a long way to go in North Carolina, but now it is now edged out with President Trump, former President Trump, now in the lead in North Carolina. Coming back out of North Carolina, hopping into Georgia, President Trump has taken a good sized lead in Georgia. 300,000, but still 54% in. Chuck, you're our Georgia expert. What's on your mind about that?
It's not shocking at this point. What's red is expected to be red. What's blue is pretty expected to be blue. What I'm interested in seeing is the percentages of the counties that are in for that metro Atlanta area, that big blue cluster, which I expect all of them to be blue like that. Just a matter of if you can hover over those Atlanta counties there, like the Cab County. The Cab County doesn't have any percentage reporting. That's close to a million people. Hold on, go back to Cobb
That's super
to the
early.
left, son.
Fulton.
Go up just a little bit to the left. Okay,
Oh,
so
Cobb.
Cobb
Okay,
County
my bad.
has flipped at 59%
Yeah.
to Vice President Harris. Earlier, it was reporting Trump. And go down just to Fulton County slightly. The Fulton County is almost 72%. So with the cab, and go to the right, and I want to see Gwinnett up just a little bit. Okay, Gwinnett is at 16%, so there's still a lot to report for Gwinnett. But also, what we're seeing is at these numbers, looking at those numbers, that's like 2.8 million votes, and we know for sure that 4 million were casted for early voting. So that's still 1.2 million votes that have not reported in as of yet.
And we'll keep watching this as we go through the evening. But we have somebody new, a good friend of mine, another brother of Alpha Phi Alpha, brother Antoine Marshall, is one of the smartest and one of the brightest minds in Democrat politics here in North Carolina that I know. So he and I were chopping it up earlier. Antoine, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you. So he's joined us on the pod, and he's going to be making appearances through the pod at his availability. But when we were talking earlier, I was like, "Hey, we got to get you on tonight as we start breaking down North Carolina." So
welcome, brother Marshall. Welcome.
Thank you. And I told Brother Wilder that when he said I was one of the smartest people in the Democratic Party, that he knows that he needs to meet more people. But I appreciate the compliment.
So we're going to dive a little into the conversation you and I were having earlier today. What are you looking at in North Carolina? What do you think will make or break the day right now?
Well, I honestly think a lot of it's going to be the turnout in the urban areas. Now, one of the things I see that you have the map up. I see Guilford County is red. Can you go over that real quick?
Yeah, nothing in right now. So
I'm sorry, I'm looking at that must be Forsyth County. I see.
No, Guilford is showing red, but
the
percent
Guilford is definitely red.
Is 0.
Yeah, but 0% in.
Okay,
in fact,
so that's one that should definitely switch. Obviously, if anybody's familiar with North Carolina, that's where North Carolina A&T is.
Mm-hmm.
There's just no way that's going to go red. But I think when we talk about what we're expecting out of North Carolina, I mean, the biggest difference is going to be the turnout in those urban areas. When we look back at the 2020 election, unfortunately, you just didn't see that much turnout coming out of Mecklenburg County, where Charlotte is. Wake County was below state average as far as voter turnout. So if the party can turn out those votes, that's definitely going to matter. I think the other thing is to see what's going to happen out in Western North Carolina, because those areas were heavily impacted by Hurricane Helene.
Right.
So I know that they had some higher than normal numbers as far as mail-in ballots, but I don't know what it's going to look like on election day, as you have a lot of displaced people over there.
Right. And I think that's going to be real telling. So I think if you look in Western North Carolina County with 55% of the vote in, it's currently sitting at 66% for Vice President Harris, and 31% for former President Trump. Haywood County is currently still with 4% in. Only Haywood County is slanted for President Harris. Jackson County, which is also the home of Western Carolina University, 60%, but only with 4% of the vote in. And then Transylvania. I just like the name Transylvania. I think it's cool that we got a county called Transylvania. They're currently sitting 63% for Vice President Harris. So leaning blue, but it still, when we look at North Carolina overall, 24% of the vote in, and it'll be interesting to watch that fluctuation.
So when I think about, what happened when, Hurricane Helene came through that area, and the misinformation that was starting to go out with regards to the government response to aid when it came to that area, despite what we know to be fact in Roy's response to making sure that area, had the aid, had the assistance in a timely fashion. You can't help but think that, man, all of that misinformation was definitely by design, because we would get to this point where, these are counties that would be in play when we think about the overall, impact of NC. And it's definitely worth noting that, even in a situation where we have a disaster and a storm come through, how, politics are still being played, man, to manipulate and sway and do in some cases, cause detriment, to the overall impact of an election. I tell you, it's interesting. It's worth noting.
I will say that was a real frustration of mine. I mean, obviously, these elected officials, despite where you believe they land on policy issues, like the general idea that you would think that anybody elected to public office is for the betterment of the people they're representing.
Right.
And about little games, Robin, shortly after Hillary struck, was immediately, chomping at the bit to say that Cooper wasn't doing enough. But when he called the Council of State to do an to call a state of emergency,
right on it.
So it's again that playing politics, like they're playing politics on behalf of people's lives and livelihoods, and I think that brazenness needs to be called out. And I mean, I just don't understand how you could vote for somebody who is out they're not anything with their position of power.
Right.
And I think,
right.
and
I want to hold on, Jay. I want to break in real quick. We have some different breaking news that I want to call our attention to. Currently, of the voting services building in Pennsylvania is being searched by dogs after a bomb threat. I think we've seen a string of bomb threats that have happened definitely in Georgia and a couple other places across the nation. So it appears all actions have stopped there while it's being searched for dogs. The statement, there was a bomb threat to the government service center in Westchester, Pennsylvania. Josh Maxwell, chair of the Chester County Board of Elections, posted on Twitter. Voter services is located there, and in-person ballots are delivered after 8 p.m. Mail-in ballots are canvassed and tabulated at different locations. So that's currently being searched. They're looking at it. We saw a string of this happen over in Georgia. Officials, but it does appear across the board in every state that all officials were prepared for this situation. So it appears that they're responding. There were hopes that Pennsylvania would be done counting by the end of today, but we'll see what happens. Also coming out of Pennsylvania, there was a request put out, and a judge has rejected efforts to extend voting near a Pennsylvania university where lines have been hours long. So they were trying to push for the Bethlehem West 3 polling place to allow voting until 10 p.m. Eastern. They have said no. They said at one point in this particular precinct, lines were stretched for as long as 4 hours. So,
wow.
County,
yeah. So
this was the two counties in Georgia where there were the bomb threats from Russia. I know that there was supposed to be a call to extend those voting hours. Do you have any information on that?
So
Chuck,
let me look that up. I know that there was a request. It was one of them was Fulton County.
and,
Give me just a second here.
and while he's looking that up, Jeezy, the impacted university was Lehigh University in Eastern Pennsylvania.
Oh, I love
Two,
Lehigh. They beat
yeah.
Duke.
Come on, come on, come on.
But two students had told CNN earlier that they waited 6 hours to vote.
Wow.
Now, Lehigh County was a county in 2020 that did go to Biden by a very, I would say, a slim margin. It was 53.2 Biden to 45.6% to Trump. So this could throw a little wrench in the things that are going on. But I think I've made this statement in our group chat over the past couple of days that really bothers me, is that I don't understand the motive of people to allow people a path to exercise their civil duty. Why just let people vote? Like, I just don't understand why you have to interrupt or disrupt something that is a duty, or even just something that people take on as they feel is a right of doing what they feel is in their power as an American citizen. Let people freely do that. Why do you have to do things to interrupt what is freely the right of the American citizens in this country?
Well, let's remember
So,
it's Russia.
let me
It's
jump
Russia.
in.
Yeah.
Let me jump in
Go
real
ahead, Chuck.
quick to answer Brother Marshall. So in Fulton County, with the 5 locations that stopped for a moment for bomb threats, they were extended up to 45 minutes. So they were given up to 7:45 for polling there. And I'm not able to find anything in regards to DeKalb County, which that could very well speak to when we were looking at the map why there was
Why they
0% reporting for
Yeah.
DeKalb County because they were seeking the extension as well. But I can't find anything in regards to the what they may have been approved for. But Fulton County, which, like I said, is the largest county in Georgia and most of Atlanta sits in, was extended for 45 minutes.
And before we continue this conversation, I want to just let our listeners know we are coming up at the top of the hour. So 9:00, we got a bunch of states closing. So I want to run through that list.
You got a list.
Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa, Kansas, Texas. Because again, Texas spans 2 time zones. So the rest of Texas will be closing. Louisiana, New Mexico, Colorado, Minnesota, New York. Did I already say Nebraska? Yeah, I already said Nebraska, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So those all closed at the top of the hour. It's about to get a little bit hairy here.
Yes, it is. And see, that's why I was just checking my feed, and I was like, see, you can tell the newbies to this whole process because everybody's looking at the current ticker and seeing that count, and they're like, oh man, where we are? They're panicking, and I'm like, yo,
Oh,
relax.
hey, it's a
relax,
marathon.
I'm trying to tell you, relax.
Nothing that's happened hasn't been expected.
There you go. There you go. We're reaching.
We're
going through the part of the evening where we expect to see, some of these numbers. But yeah, y'all just hang in there with us. Hang tight. Refill your drink. Get some snacks if you can.
Hey, bro, get you a nab. Get you a nab and a grape soda.
Yes, sir.
Now, one state I'm looking for. I'm looking to see what happens in Iowa because
we all on that, bro.
Yeah, that Seltzer poll is accurate. Iowa and Kansas, I can both see them turning blue.
Well, right now, CNN has Kansas blue now. Again, that's only 29% of the votes in, but they got Kansas sitting at 51.8 for Harris. But again, we still got some work to do. That's only 29%. But I will say now, if Kansas, shout out to Pat Mahomes, bro.
It's not him.
Shout him out.
That man can't get his wife to vote the right way, so it ain't him.
Man, listen.
His mama was out there was out there acting a little inappropriately, so they might have swayed a couple of people. Say, you know what, let's hit them polls and show them how we do. But if we can get Kansas, if Kansas goes in Iowa, man,
Oh man, listen.
I,
Well,
I,
I think
I might be packing up a little early.
I mean with
Might be
Kansas
hooking these
Iowa
mics.
with Kansas and Iowa, I think obviously the tariff thing that hit them hard the first time Trump was in office.
Yeah.
You had a
Yep.
lot of farmers who were losing their shirt until they went out and expanded some of the farm subsidies because of those tariffs.
See, there you go.
So,
There you go. And which is surprising because it's like, that Brother Marsh, you make a good point because, a lot of people just don't understand just what that means. When Trump
Man,
like goes on this rampage about, oh yeah, I'm going to impose tariffs. They don't understand. It's not necessarily the other country that is responsible for that.
as,
Yep.
as
No.
brother as brother Chuck said so eloquently on Facebook, you can tell those who got a C in macroeconomics.
Barely got to
Yep.
see.
Barely got a C, bruh. And that's the
And
thing that's
unfortunately, went on to run for president.
Right.
and went on to run for
Exactly.
president. Bro,
Exactly.
like, and it's crazy. Like, it's not a hard tariffs are not generally not a hard concept to understand. Like, that cost
No.
has to be passed on to somebody. Who do you think that gets passed on to? And I've seen a
Exactly.
ton of videos on social media where people will explain it in probably the most simplest way that you can explain it to someone who does not understand or even have any knowledge of tariffs. And they're
Right.
just like, well, he said, no, man.
Yeah.
Open the
That's like
book.
Mexico's
Go
going
to
to pay for the
Google,
wall.
bruh. Bruh.
But and I think even outside of the fact that the consumers are the ones who pay the tariff, people forget like if we impose tariffs on other countries, what do you think the other countries do to
Yes.
American products? Like that
Now
was
you
the whole
have
issue.
trade wars. Trade wars.
And that was the whole issue with the farmers losing their shirts because when China retaliated and put tariffs on soybeans that came out of Iowa and Kansas,
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
they couldn't sell them. And so now you
Man.
talk about doing a 2% on all of China's goods. Farmers, I know if a farmer understood tariffs and what happened when China imposed those tariffs on us, there's no way to vote for Trump. Not
Exactly.
with
And
that promise.
I got a buddy of mine that I went to college with that is a farmer, and he is a avid Trump supporter. And I haven't reached out to him because sometimes we have our little spats, but he posted that he's in support of these tariffs, and I'm like, wait a minute, wait a minute. Did you miss the memo? What part of it that you ain't understanding how this gonna hurt you?
Right. Right.
But because Donna J. Trump said it, y'all believe it. And we got to get away from that. And that's, you might not agree, and I understand how people view Kamala Harris. But one thing that resonates with me wholeheartedly is we got to turn this page. Like this just drinking the Kool-Aid with no thought is just it's got to end. It's got to end.
Politics is complicated, and
It is.
what we've delved down to is politics where we try to explain it in about 160 characters, and it doesn't work like that. There's
Yeah.
far
Right.
too much gray area
It is.
that we need to explain to talk about nuance.
Yeah.
Like, I could talk about my stance versus pro-life between pro-choice, but I can't do that on Twitter. I can't do that in social media because it is very nuanced about my role, my responsibility, all that, government's responsibility in that argument. So when we try to when you talk about tariffs and you're just like, oh, well, we pay extra, but they're charging us extra, we're going to charge them more. Yeah, that sounds great when you just slide that into a Twitter feed. But like when you look at the nuance and the actual reaction to the impact, things change dramatically.
And that makes me curious as to how politics will be perceived by our younger generation, because they're and this is to no offense, but they're a microwave society.
Yes.
They're not gonna sit here and divulge all these details when it comes to policy. So then how does that shape what American politics looks like in the future when we have a society that is a heavily, we talked about it on the pod, there's 4.5 to 5 million baby boomers that have gone up to the upper room.
The upper
You have
room.
8 million Gen Zs, that 8 million of Gen Z is just who are able to enter the voting arena since 2022.
Yep.
Right.
Well, if they're a microwave society when it comes to policies or coming to politics in general, then how does that shape what American politics looks like going into the future?
So I'm actually
And
optimistic about the younger generation. I think that the younger generation coming up actually understands policy better than some of our older generation. And illustrator, I look at Project 2025. When you look at Project 2025, that was the Heritage Foundation. They released that document back in April. Like, well, they published the document back in April, and nobody really caught on to it. I mean, the Biden administration knew about it, but they never really made it public because of the idea that nobody's going to be interested in a 900-page policy book.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until you had creators on TikTok who started advertising and talking about Project 2025 that it actually caught some steam.
Right.
So I think that shows you've got some well-informed younger people who are up on the issues a lot better than some of our older individuals. And I think I'm optimistic that they do understand policy, at least better than some. But I mean, obviously you do have a concern about low information voters. The idea that younger generations aren't paying attention to policy, I'm not sure that's accurate.
man,
So I'll jump in here and agree 1,000%. As a parent of a Gen Zer who was a first-time voter today,
which is
and
wild.
Shout out
Which
to
is
the elders of LXI. Shout out to the
Yeah.
elders of LXI, bro. We proud of you,
oh,
girl.
bro, we won't talk about the emotions of it, but the conversations that I have had and can have with her, she would blow a lot of people away with how informed she is. And Brother Marshall, you're 100% correct. TikTok has been a vessel and an avenue for Gen Z in discussing policy, understanding policy. One of my favorite TikTokers, a kid named JJ, he killing it on TikTok. And then the many videos you've seen of Charlie Kirk getting roasted and
Yep.
flambéed has been by Gen Zers. So I'm 1,000% with you on that notion in regards to Gen Z.
And I mean, I
All
think
right. So
when you talk about some of the
Hey,
most important issues that are in the polls now, I mean, you're talking about school shootings and gun violence. You're talking about environmental concerns. You're talking about abortion.
yo,
They're on that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So
We need
so
to
before,
update.
before we get in, stuff has closed, and I think the dream of some people on here about
Bro, wait
her
a
flip
minute.
in Texas. Oh yeah, Texas has now officially been called for President Trump with 61% in. Wyoming has been called.
It ain't looking good for brother Allred.
The Dakotas. Hold on, we about to get to that in a minute. Oklahoma, North Carolina, and Georgia are still leaning there. Kansas, very interesting right now. Kansas with 29% in is still for Vice President Harris, along with Nebraska. So that gets real interesting. Something that we haven't talked about though, Michigan with 10% of the vote in, 53%. Pennsylvania with 16% in is 63% with Vice President Harris. So the race in North Carolina with 41% in has Donald Trump up at 51%, about 120,000. And then when looking at Georgia, approaching about a 230,000 vote in Georgia, it was 68%. So still some big states to come in. Wisconsin and Minnesota, Iowa, Louisiana, New Mexico, Arizona, and Colorado still waiting to come in. And I think several of these will also fall for Vice President Harris. So we'll see as this progresses.
When you look
Geez,
at
you were saying?
Pennsylvania, when you look at PA, and you see that Jill Stein currently right now is sitting at about 5,000, and Oliver sitting at about 4,000. Do you think that having those people on the ballot, do you think that will be a hindrance to either of the top two candidates?
Oh yeah, I mean,
We'll find out.
They definitely take votes away, and I think my frustration with Jill Stein voters and Jill Stein in general. Even though I am a tried and true Democrat. I've been a member of the party since I've been an adult. I've been a registered voter. I've been a candidate for office. I've been a party chair for my county party. I do think America benefits from a third party. Yeah. My problem is that the Green Party is not that party. They are grifters who only show up every 4 years to ruin chances for Democrats. I think if they were a legitimate party who was trying to seek actual power, they would focus on local races. They would build up to the ground level. They try to find some city council seats they can win, some state house races they can win. But the idea is they show up every 4 years. They don't even register for enough states to win the electoral college. Even if they won every state on the ballot for, they can't get 270. So what are they doing other than just ruining the chance for other Democrats?
Preach, preacher.
I mean, and I think you see the inverse thing happen with the Republican Party and Libertarians. You know, the Libertarians are a little bit more organized, but also more chaotic at the same time. So it's a very interesting dichotomy.
So then, what can be done about that? Because it's the gnat at the 4th of July cookout.
Well, look, let's be real about it. You know, Abraham Lincoln was the first Republican president that came out of the collapse of another previous party and a re-switching of coalitions. So I think we as a country, we don't want that to happen. But I think the leadership of these parties, to Brother Marshall's point, is that they got to rechange efforts. You see that in North Carolina with the Libertarian Party, where they are running in a lot of like local seats, house seats. You got to find the right candidate to get them in to have that conversation. But I think you got to build a realistic movement. You know, when you look at the Libertarians, Vermin, I can't remember his last name. There we go, Vermin Supreme. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And if you want people to take you seriously as a political organization, you got to change how you look and how you feel and how you end up talking about what's going on. And you know, it is a maturity. I see the Libertarian Party going through that process, but it's that challenge. You have to be a legitimate candidate and you have to have a string of legitimate candidates. And could you get there? Yes, but I also don't feel like it is correct to exclude the path of getting a third party on the ballot. I think in New York, there's technically like 30 some odd parties there. So, yeah.
And I mean, I agree with you. When I look at the Libertarian Party again, I think their approach. Because when you look at the Libertarian Party in North Carolina, you see them. But you know, you've got a Libertarian candidate for mayor. You've got a for mayor of Raleigh. You've got a Libertarian candidate for state house. I think if you're trying to build up a proper movement, that's what you need to do. Because right now, like, I don't see exactly what the Green Party is doing outside of, again, showing up every 4 years to file in enough states to ruin chances for Democrats. And I think their entire appeal, or their entire ploy, or advertisement to voters is, hey, we're not one of the other two parties. Like, they don't stand for anything. They say enough vague stuff to try to get progressives out there. This time in Palestine, a lot of the people are disenchanted by Kamala Biden's stance on the Green Party, but then just said something about supporting Israel. So, but they got their vice presidential candidate who came out against the LGBTQ. And so
We to your point, Jesus, we don't want to close the door, but like these 3 third-party groups have to be more organized to become I don't want to say threats, but to be considered seriously.
Serious, yeah. And
Because
I think
it's with that organization. Because remember, so let's remember what it takes to get a presidential campaign going nationwide. Ballot access. There are currently 50 different sets of, every state has a different set of rules that you have to go by to get listed on the ballot. That's that's one of the biggest expenses in a presidential campaign, is making sure that you have that correct ballot access. So it's almost like, hey, we need to focus on this state. Let's get strong in this state. Let's really hone in on what we're going to believe, and then let's expand. You can't go tackle everything. You can't eat the entire elephant in one bite. You got to take it piece by piece. But while we're here, I do want to circle back to something else you hit on is Brother Allred down in Texas. It's not looking good. Geez, what you seeing?
it ain't looking good. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
I was trying to stall just a little bit so I could pull the map up. So right now he is down.
I would say that the problem was, bro. I know Big Mala went there and she brought out Kelly and Beyonce. I know she tried her best, and we talked about it on the pod, bro. When she went down to Texas, this was not for her. It was, well, I'm not saying it wasn't for her, but it was more for Allred to try to get that push. We just can't get rid of a 2-time Ted, bro. We just can't.
Texas is forever going to be the Charlie Brown football for Democrats. Every election cycle, it's like, yeah, we can kick the football, and it just don't happen,
bruh.
Every time,
man.
It takes weight. It's just Texas is so big, pause, and it takes too much to win Texas, bro. But I had to put that on there, bro, because that was gonna sound crazy. It just takes way too much, man. Like, it takes way too much. You can't convert all them cowboy hats to dad hats, bro. You just can't.
And I think part of it is a process. Like, if
it is,
we're watching the urban shift, with Texas's current like tax policy, and you have more companies.
Stop touching
the mic, man.
Hold on. Dang, man, pause. My God.
But I think as you're watching this big shift of geographical locations of people across the country, I think Texas will likely become more in play, just as I think California will start becoming in play. I think Texas and California will almost forever be those two, the yin to each other's yang, and to keep them to keep that balance. But as we're watching that migration, sometimes it's not. Some of it's changing hearts and minds. Some of it is changing your political officials. The other part is just getting new people in different places. So could we be looking at a situation in 5 to 10 years where New York is red instead of blue? Absolutely. Will California switch? Probably. Will Texas switch at some point? Yeah. Colorado. I would still harp that the Dems plan in Colorado and what they did to turn it from a red state to blue state is probably a hallmark for the Democratic Party about how you progressively change the state over time. It's the same playbook that I believe they've instituted in Nevada and Virginia. Heck, Virginia was a red state 2 cycles ago. And now it's solidly blue. So I think that's one piece. And then the other piece I'll call out, Republicans have been really, and this is speaking as a Republican, even though there's probably people who are listening to me speak on this podcast and say, Manu, you are no longer a Republican. But we have not, as a party, like excluding this whole Trump cycle. We've just not done a great job of trying to reach out to people from where they're at. Like it's always kind of been from a very much high horse. Like, oh well, you should just believe this. No, this is why you need to believe. Why this is why I believe this, and this is why I should believe this. And I feel like with most of my conversations with you guys, when you guys push me on stuff, and Antoine with you as well, you'll push me on stuff, and I'll give my stance, but it's not in a pushy way. It's not in a holier than thou way. And when you lose that personal touch with how you're talking about these very complex and personal issues, it's hard to deal with. It's hard to deal with, and you get rejection. Democrats have been masters at constantly expanding their tent and bringing in more people. Antoine, you and I talked about it earlier today. As Trump has gone through this election cycle, he's almost shrunk his tent and kicked more people out of his tent. And that's not a way you win. You win. Maybe that gets you a race, but that doesn't get you long term. So I feel like the Republican Party largely over this last cycle, over the last 12 years, has mortgaged our future. We did the Carolina Panthers with the trade with Chicago. We sent all our picks, our good receivers. We put all that out there to hold on to that power right now. And one thing that I think you'll hear most alphas say, and I know everyone on tonight will agree with this sentiment, that if you were nothing with the power, you're still going to be nothing with the power. And I feel like there was a big concession made to some of the underbelly of the Republican Party to keep power. And now that they've done that, you can't get that back you can't get the genie back into the lamp until you run those three wishes. So,
and, I think the interesting about that is when I look at the Republican Party, they had a reckoning. Back in 2012, after Obama won, actually back in 2008, 2009, after Obama won, they elected Michael Steele to be the party chair, and they did an autopsy of the election. And the thing they said is, we've got to reach out to more minority voters. Like that is the key. We've got to reach out to more minority voters. And you saw some effort there. I mean, I remember Rand Paul going to speak at Howard. It didn't end well, but I applaud him for at least trying. You saw some effort, and then it was like after the midterm or after Mitt Romney lost, it was just like, okay, we're going to abandon that. We're just going to go full right wing. And I think the interesting thing about that. Now, I was talking to another friend of mine today that when you look at African Americans, you look at some of the immigrant populations, who are, especially from like Latin America, they tend to be, have more likely to be Christian. They're more likely to be conservative on a lot of social issues. When you talk about, gay marriage, you talk about abortion. Republicans could win those votes if they actually tried. Right. The problem is that they spend so much time ginning people up on racial tension and racial anger, and they just don't know how to speak to those communities. Again, going back to Rand Paul going to Howard, it's like I applaud you for trying, but you don't know how to speak to black people, and that's the problem.
And that's real. Like, especially when you're talking about outreach, you have to be able to speak in a method that's receptive to the audience that you're speaking to. And that's not something unless you have someone there walking you in and showing you how to do it, or showing you how it's done, or using their street cred to kind of talk to help you have that conversation with them. It's hard and it's intimidating. And if we're being frank, a lot of people don't have the courage to do it. And that's on both sides. We run into that same effect in other areas. So that's where I think it really comes down to just having better candidates. I think, unfortunately, and people may disagree with me, Democrats are unfortunately still not putting forth their best candidates.
Absolutely not.
But those crappy candidates get elected to office just because of the weakness of the Republican Party right now, because they're like, well, at least we're not them. And that's a horrible way to sustain the party. So now I think what we're getting to is a tipping point where people are so disenfranchised where they don't know where to go. So I still believe there is a giant reshifting that's going to happen across politics, When it will happen, will it be this? We'll see. Quick pause. So we're at 9:20. Next 40 minutes. 10 o'clock is the next time that we have some states closing. So at 10 o'clock, Utah, Montana, and Nevada will be closing. And we'll watch some of those results come in. Again, we have the ticker down at the bottom. That is our current electoral college count. We still have a long way to go. Lots of states to be counted.
Got some numbers coming in for Iowa. I know we talked about Iowa. But looking at Iowa, it looks as though there's only one county that is coming in, Cerro Gordo.
I got three. Hold on, I'll throw it up on the screen for everyone.
I was about to say Cerro Gordo was in 2020. Actually, Trump won that county by about 6. Yep, that county right there. He won that 52.3 to 46 Biden. So that was a red county, light red. But so far it looks like it's a little light blue.
Yeah. 2% in, so we still got a long way to go on Iowa.
Man, we need some of these and see, here's the thing. Like I can understand how some people, they would look at this map and they would look at the count and be like, oh man, it's 168 to 34 right now on this road to 270. But there's still so much time, so much left on the counter for y'all. Y'all just.
It's only 9:22 Eastern Standard Time.
Exactly,
man.
I
feel like we gonna be in a much better position, or at least projection wise around 11. I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah, no, we definitely have a long way to go. Because what California 54 votes, so that's going to change this number up immediately.
Oh, bro, yeah.
Interesting states that I'm looking at right now: Nebraska and Kansas.
Yeah,
current blue. That's interesting. Not a whole lot. Well, actually, I take that back. Kansas got 41% of the vote.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
And Nebraska is sitting with 29%. So those are both real interesting.
Yeah.
Chuck, I want to come to you. Anything you're seeing of interest happening in Georgia right now across any of those races?
Yeah, I actually was just looking at that while you all were going through and discussing the different points and kind of drawing a comparison. First, something that we spoke on earlier, Fonnie Willis is being projected to win Fulton County District Attorney.
No slack.
Significant. No slack.
No slack.
By a significant margin. But some interesting things that I'm seeing. There are some smaller counties that went to Biden that are coming in currently as flipping to former President Trump. One of them being the small county of Baldwin County. It went to Biden 50% to 48%. Total number of votes was 9,100. 40 for Biden and 8903 for Trump in 2020. As I go to that same county today, let me find it. I've been going back and forth here. Where are you at, county? This map. I saw it earlier and it had Trump up. Here we go. I got him. Trump is currently. I got it right now. Trump is currently leading in Baldwin County by a little more than 400 votes. He's at 95.73, and Vice President Harris is at 91.55 with 95% in and reporting. So first we see that the voting numbers are up from 2020 in that county, but it has flipped. And the importance of this is Biden won Georgia by 11,000 votes in 2020. That's how close Georgia is. Now, the only thing that I will say is that Gwinnett County, which is the third largest, very much pushing second largest county in Georgia, is currently reporting 16% and Vice President Harris is up by a considerable margin. But what's so significant about that is there was 400,000 votes in 2020 in Gwinnett County. Well, county officials have already said that the voter turnout for this year far exceeded 2020.
Oh wow.
So if that's the
that
case, I
might get hey,
wonder
big.
I wonder how that's going to push things in that regard. I mean, if Metro Atlanta is coming in as expected to be very blue, but those are some of the
Uh-oh.
interesting points that I've seen.
Illinois, 41% of the votes in. Harris up 59.6. Trump 39.1.
Do anything but go blues.
No shot.
Say it again,
Chuck.
Brother Marshall.
I don't think anybody's expecting Illinois to do anything but go blue. So I don't think that's
Right.
Yeah.
I'm still getting a lot of text messages from people who are worried because they're looking at the vote count now, and I'm trying to show them, like, look, like this is all that's been expected. Like we knew all these results so far. Like
Ain't nothing been a shocker to us.
Exactly. Like if Florida would have switched, if Virginia would have switched, if Texas would have switched, like
Yeah,
those would have been shocking. But like nothing's happened that we hadn't predicted. So it's like calm down, people. We're still good.
Well, Virginia, hold on. Virginia currently right now is red, with 57% in. Trump is up 49.6 to Vice President Harris 48.6. So still time to go there, but Virginia's looking interesting.
I'm about to say where.
I say where because I say if Northern Virginia still is what we're waiting for, then
it looks like Fairfax County. Hold on, I'm doing this.
You got like right around Arlington. You at 63%, 53%. Yeah, like you got some.
We still got some time to go. William is about done with 95. Roanoke.
You hadn't even got Bedford's numbers in, and Bedford was a big county as well too. So
it's a long race. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
So yeah, we if Virginia did anything, that would probably be of a surprise. But
so, Chuck, anything else you're seeing in Georgia?
There is one other county that I was looking at. Again, all those smaller counties, because of how close the race was in 2020, it's making of significant importance to me. Where is this county at? Burke County. Currently with 4.7% in, Vice President Harris is up in Burke County, but in Burke County in 2020, it went to Trump. So I make these points about these smaller counties again because of the size of the margin of victory in 2020 and the amount of voter turnout for early voting. As I stated in the very beginning, the reported numbers were over 4 million turnout in voting with an active voter base of 7.2 million. So I think it was like 55, almost 56% of turnout. So as large of a turnout as that was, and not knowing fully how today's numbers look on election day, these small counties are going to matter.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. So I want to hit a quick update on what we're seeing in North Carolina.
Okay.
And again, I'll make it a note to everyone's watching. If you guys have questions, please drop them in the chat. We'll pop them up here. The boys are here to answer any of your questions that you all have. So North Carolina, we got about 40% of the vote in. And again, this is coming from the State Board of Elections. We're going to focus on the Council of State. Obviously, no, you heard it here first. You heard it here first. That look, we called that early in the night. We were the first news organization to tell you all that Mark Robinson had lost on election day. So
did anybody tell the 30 apparently there's 30 people at there are roughly 30 people at his watch party. So has anybody informed them yet?
That's
That's
nasty.
28. That's 28 people.
That's nasty work.
More than I thought.
Well,
That's
you
enough.
know,
That's enough about.
his sister-in-law might be there.
Wow.
I was gonna say that. I was about to say 30 people. That's about 6 booths at that place that he used to go to.
Man. All right. So looking at the lieutenant governor's race, it's gotten a whole lot closer. Rachel Hunt is in the lead, probably about 70,000 votes over Hal Weatherman. When you look at our attorney general race, Jeff Jackson is starting to open a little bit of a lead. He's up by probably about 90,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is with 40% of the votes in. Auditor Jessica Holmes is down, but probably about 34,000 votes. Again, to the race that I said you have to pay attention to, Steve Troxler is up, but only at 52%. So that's closer than I was expecting. He has about a 7% lead in that race. So that will be interesting. Commissioner of Insurance, Mike Causey, and shout out to Mike Causey, where I'm going to do the shout out to him. Just a stand-up individual. There was a time earlier this year, not this year, in this previous cycle, where he was asked to do some unscrupulous things by some party officials, and he said, no, I'm not going to do it, and reported it. He took a lot of flack in the party, but I think it takes a lot to stand up, especially when your own position is going to be challenged because of that. So shout out to him. But he is currently up by about 105,000 votes. When we look at the commissioner of labor, Braxton Winston is down to Luke Fairley. That's starting to open up a little bit more. Luke Fairley is currently with about 130,000 vote lead. The Secretary of State race. Okay, geez, we talked about this on the pod. Elaine Marshall is only up by about 80,000 votes. Super close. So
Mo Green doing?
Mo Green, brother Green is starting. He was down for a while.
Okay.
He's now sitting with about an 83,000 vote lead. And then Brad Briner is up about 106,000 votes.
Well.
I got a question for you, because I know the boys in the league ain't never heard you say that word. What was that word you said earlier? Scrupious. What was that word you said? What was that word you said? Because you reach your political bag for that, because I ain't never heard you ever.
I'm gonna be real. I don't even remember what I said.
You said I'm scrupulous.
Brother Marshall. Okay, so Brother Marshall heard you. I just want that to be documented. Can somebody please add that to the minutes? This black individual used a word that we ain't never heard him say. I can't say the word I want to say. This black individual in the bag and pulled a word out like he was Willy Wonka.
Brother Wilder, compare to how what is the margin in the presidential race in North Carolina compared to the council?
Let's see. Hold on. Let me get back to the federal races.
Donald Trump at 51.1, Kamala at 47.
So it's about 110,000 votes.
Yeah.
So 50.96 to 47 in that race. Jill Stein currently with
that is very interesting that she would be down by that many votes when you have. I know North Carolina is weird, in which we will vote for a Democratic governor and then a Republican president, but I just find that margin between some of those council of state races and the president, I just find that real weird that you'd be down by that much.
Real interesting. So, yeah, we've talked about it on the pod that, North Carolina is a strange beast. We don't have straight ticket voting. So if you're in the state, you gotta circle in every vote. And I personally think that's good. I think that forces every candidate to kind of go out there and fight your own battle. and not just giving people the cop out, but it also does force people to be more educated. So we also do see massive drop offs in vote counts as we start moving down the ballot. But if you look at all of the urban states, North Carolina is classified as an urban state, but of all the urban states, North Carolina is the most rural. So that causes real strange things to happen all the time. And I think that's queuing up here. One thing that we haven't talked about is some of our House races, and nothing I see right now, I'm scanning through it right now, and nothing is extremely dropping out. One race that I know I'm looking at is the House of Representatives, District 13, Brad Knott versus Frank Pierce. Brad Knott is up by about 30,000 votes. That's with with 62 precincts out of 139. So that race is pretty close. Tim Moore is winning pretty handily. Alma Adams winning pretty handily. Chuck Edwards pretty comfortable. Pat Harrington very comfortable. Richard Hudson, very comfortable. Mark Harris, very comfortable. Rouser, comfortable. Addison Dowell.
Davis.
Yeah. Addison Dowell is up by 100,000 votes. Dang. Virginia Fox. Wait, what were you saying, Antoine?
You said she's up over who?
Addison Dowell is
over
up.
Don Davis?
No. Where's the Don? Don Davis is up comfortably. Well, I won't say comfortably, but Don Davis is up about 19,000 votes. Deborah Ross is up 100,000 plus votes, so comfortable in that race. Greg Murphy up very comfortable. So there are no big shocks for me in any of the House races at this standpoint. I think the two to watch. Well, I think actually maybe the only one to watch is the 11th is the 11th district and also the 13th district too. Those are really close comparatively on what could be expected out of these. So, man,
I've got some personal ties to that race.
Yep. As do I. So we're watching those very carefully.
Well, I'll say, on both sides, though, I'll say I'm good friends with Frank Pierce and actually went to law school with Brad Knott. So
okay, all right. So one thing I do want to hit real quick, we're updating some stuff. Electoral college count, like we all said, everyone relax. Stuff is still processing. Kamala Harris is now sitting at 81. Donald Trump is 154. So, like I said, it's going to be a long night. It appears Illinois has been called. And for those of you tracking the big three up north, Wisconsin with 18% in. Sorry, y'all. I could just be showing y'all this.
Yeah.
I could just be showing y'all this. Y'all can read as well as I can. Maybe better in some cases. So, Wisconsin with 18% of the vote in. Kamala Harris is up for about 200,000 votes. If you look at Michigan, Kamala Harris is up about 60,000 votes. And in Pennsylvania, she is up approaching 100,000 votes with 30% in.
That's over 100,000. That's about 120.
Yeah.
Let's go.
She's starting to open it up a little bit here. Obviously, like we said before, Donald Trump is starting to open up his lead in North Carolina as well as Georgia.
It's shrinking in Georgia.
Okay.
He had
you're
previously over 3.
And the surprise race that none of us planned to be watching about 3 weeks ago, but we're now watching now is Iowa. With 20% of the vote in, Kamala Harris is up about 22,000 votes. So, yeah. So, we'll keep watching and keep tabulating. So, Brother Marshall, I because of you and I's connection, I always consider you an extension of the pod. So one thing I want to do, tell the people a little bit about yourself, your journey in politics, and kind of how you got here, and kind of your thoughts.
Ooh, okay. I'm going to give you the condensed version. So I consider myself a Raleigh native. I moved down to the Raleigh area when I was 10 years old. I was actually born in the DC area.
Okay.
When I went to college, I went to Claflin University, HBCU in South Carolina. If you're familiar with where South Carolina State is, we're the mother school. We gave them the state the land to build South Carolina State. So I went to South Carolina State. I actually went there with the intention of becoming a doctor. So I was a biotechnology major. My first 3 years, I didn't change my major until second semester of my senior year. While I was down there, I did a couple of internships. I did some cancer research, realized I didn't like the research side of medicine. I worked for the podiatrist office, realized I didn't like the clinical side of medicine. Didn't necessarily know what I wanted to do, but I had the opportunity to intern with Congressman Jim Clyburn.
Okay.
Fell in love with the experience, fell in love with politics. I followed it up with another internship with Congresswoman Donna Christensen. She was representative for the Virgin Islands, focusing on health policy. That cemented it that that's what I wanted to do. Second semester of senior year, I changed my major to American Studies, decided that I wanted to go to law school because that's what all politicians do. Or just a lot of them go to law school. So I was like, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
So, I studied for LSAT, scored well enough to get into Wake Forest. That's why I went to law school. I was there for, graduated from law school in 2012, and then I came back to Raleigh. So since then, I've worked on several campaigns at the local, state, and federal level, city council races, state appellate judicial races. I've surrogated for several state house members. I worked in both the South Carolina and the North Carolina State House. So that's been kind of my journey in politics. I've run for office 3 times myself, including this time. Very safe Democratic seat, but unfortunately I lost the primary all 3 times. My last one was probably my last run. I've probably done electoral politics, but, the love and the passion for public policy and just seeing how it impacts lives, how it impacts personal lives. I started my career at Legal Aid of North Carolina, and, I just got a chance to see the intersection of how law and policy interacts and impacts communities. So did a lot of community economic development, and, there's a saying that to a hammer, everything's a nail.
Yep.
To me, everything goes back to public policy. I mean, there's not a single macro disparity that you can see in the African-American community that I can't point back to some type of policy that created it. And I think my frustration is how a lot of people distance themselves from, past political decisions or policy decisions to how it impacts our everyday reality. So, and I think, an easy example to disprove that is, we talk about African Americans. The majority of African Americans in this country live in the Southeast United States. Why is that?
Right.
What policy do you think drove all African Americans to live in this one particular part of the country?
Right.
Like, it's still impacting us today. In Raleigh, the majority of African Americans live in Southeast Raleigh. Why? Because back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, that's the only place we could buy property. I mean, and so now, when we try to ignore the racial tenets of how we do things today, we talk about the last election cycle. We had the runoff race in Georgia for the Georgia Senate race. Georgia and Louisiana are the only 2 states with a runoff, and the reason they put runoffs in place were to keep black candidates from winning. And they were very explicit in saying that. We still do it today. And obviously in Georgia, we had 2 black candidates going against each other in that runoff. But the origin of that policy was to keep black people from winning. And so I think there's just so many instances of those reoccurring, policies that were put in place a long time ago. We forget that they had racist roots. They still have a racial impact today.
Right.
But it's just tradition. That's just what we do. We've always had runoff races. No, we didn't. We started in the 70s to keep black people from winning. I mean,
no, absolutely. And you and I talk about this. So, and for everyone listening, Antoine and I both ran at the same time. And you don't really learn yourself in terms of politics until you run for office. And man, you say the same to me. I'll say the same to you. I hope that your last run for office is not your last run for office, because I believe your voice is a voice that we need in politics at some level. Mostly and largely just based on your heart is in the right place. I think we can tackle any issue that we need to as a country if your heart is in the right place. I think if you talk about you and I politically, we might have some level of disagreement on how to do things, but I also know, like, behind the scenes, we agree on a lot of stuff, especially in stuff that we need to do. And from that point, when you look across the gambit of issues that were talked about in this election cycle, I'm asking from both candidates. What was the biggest issue that you heard Vice President Harris speak about that you supported, and which one did you have like the most questions about, or you were the most concerned about? And then I'll ask the same for Trump.
So I think for me, like I said, I did a lot of community economic development work, and a lot of it was focused on housing. And again, I can point back to a lot of housing decisions that impacted African Americans, whether it was us losing homes, whether it was losing homes to eminent domain to build highways, whether it was land theft. I think that when we look at the rising prices, we look at gentrification, a lot of the urban communities, it's impacting predominantly Black areas. So I think a lot of the policies about, number one, building more housing and federal incentive to build more housing, and the first time home buyers grant. Those to me are major factors, I think, in building wealth, keeping wealth in the Black community, because most people's wealth is tied up in the Black community. Tied up in their house.
Right.
I think one of the policies that I'm, I guess, a little questionable on is just her foreign policy. And I'm not sure if it's questionable or the fact that she hasn't really laid out a strong foundation on where she stands on a lot of foreign issues.
Right.
I think, obviously, she's gotten a lot of flack for her stance in Israel and Gaza. But I guess mine is not necessarily where my issue is that she hasn't really said where she stands. I mean, she's kind of talking out of both sides of the conflict. So I think that there's some concern there. And it's also going to be interesting to see how they impact and deal with Russia, given that, now they're talking about bomb threats to, election sites, and what kind of response there is to Russia if there is a Harris administration. And I know, if Trump wins, nothing's going to happen to them for the bomb threat.
Right. Man. And when you look at Trump, what kind of runs through your mind? What was the policy that Trump put out or attempted to talk about that had you the most optimistic?
So one of the things that Trump did during his first election cycle, and I don't know, this isn't really a policy per se, not in a formal stance, but one of the things that he did during his first term that I did actually enjoy and thought was a great idea was that he included a local journalist at every press briefing. So, you had a local journalist in there who was able to ask questions at the White House press briefing. I think that was great to try to get, local feel for certain issues, to get actual federal government response to those, to, empower local journalists. I mean, I think we're having a big issue with local journalism, as far as local newspapers dying. So, I mean, I think that, like I say, it wasn't necessarily a policy idea, but that is something that I gave Trump a lot of credit for, and I wish that the Biden administration would have continued it. But at least during the first part of his administration, that was something that they did that I thought was pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, I agree. We talked about it in our podcast before last. The non-endorsement from the Washington Post and the LA Times, because their owner stepped in and said we're not getting involved here, and seeing the large reaction from people to unsubscribe to those. And that's really just self-defeating, because one of the things that keeps local journalism going is the local support. So if you drown that support, then ownership ends up ultimately having a bigger say because of that. And it's dangerous if the role is to have a free press, that we need to let them be free. I think one of the issues that I took with that endorsement issue, absent of who they endorsed, is that if there was, it sounds like they were getting ready to press send and somebody ran into that room and said, not so fast. Not so fast. You chill. We're not doing that. And I feel like it, and my issue is not with them saying no. It's their paper, it's their call to be able to make it. But I feel like that should have been communicated months ago. And then if you look at both papers, the fact that they endorsed in some races and didn't endorse in others is problematic. So definitely the issues around the free press and giving local reporters access to be able to have those conversations with federal officials is major.
And I will say, I think with some of the local, the newspapers, the Washington Post and the LA, it's definitely talented from the owners. I think that they were facing a situation where they were hedging their bets. They know that if Trump wins, there's going to be retribution.
Yeah.
They know that with a Harris victory, they're not going to see that kind of retribution.
Yep.
So you hedge your bets and say, I'm not endorsing anybody. And that way, if Trump wins, I don't have to worry about any kind of feedback. But if Harris wins, I also know she's going to be high-minded. She's not going to hold it against me that I did that for these government contracts.
Absolutely.
And as you said, I think when you read the Washington Post and their decision to not do an endorsement, they basically said in the article, we were going to endorse Vice President Harris, but then Jeff Bezos said, we're not endorsing. Like that, I don't know what kind of non-endorsement that is.
Right, man. Okay, so we're gonna hold right there. So we're coming up on the 10 o'clock hour, about 8 minutes out. Again, the next states that plan to hit are Utah, Montana, and Nevada. So Nevada is another state that we're watching very closely. They're calling it a toss-up. I know in my map projections, I had called it blue. So we'll see how that plays out. Frank, I see the mind kind of turning over there. What are you looking at? What are you kind of going through?
Yeah, I'm just I just saw, of course they just called Louisiana for Trump, obviously, but yeah, I'm still looking at to see just kind of where we stand in this next 5-10 minutes or so with these next closings. Yeah, man. Still very, very, we're still early in this thing, man. You know what I mean? Everything that, is we've seen so far is to be expected, but it looks like Michigan and Wisconsin are holding pretty strong. She has a pretty sizable lead right now.
And that's going to be real interesting. So as I look at the map, and if you guys give me a second, I'll go ahead and share it for everybody.
And while you're looking at the map, I think, when we talk about Montana, obviously that's a big state for the Senate race.
Yeah.
That's one that Democrats are trying to hold on to. It's a very red-leaning state. John Tester's problem, they already lost, it was already a 50-50 Senate. They lost Manchin. They were hoping to pick up Texas. I think there's a independent race in Nebraska, which could still lead to a tie. But other than that, they need to hold on to Tester in Montana. They need to hold on to Sherrod Brown in Ohio.
Yep. Yeah. So we'll see how those play out. So we talked about the blue wall. So right now, Pennsylvania, 39% of the vote in, sitting at 50% for Vice President Harris. So about a 30,000 vote lead. Michigan 15% in, so still super early. We'll still wait for that to play out. That is about a 50,000 vote lead for Vice President Harris. And then in Wisconsin, she's also holding about a 30,000 a little bit over a 20,000 vote lead. We'll just keep sweeping down through the Midwest. Iowa. Iowa, she's still up about 10,000, a little more than 10,000. So
let's go Iowa.
like 14 and some change.
14, yeah.
And see, this is why, back to your point, Brother Marshall, about the third party thing, right? Because this is where it's important, and they're taking away from those votes. Because look at this. Hover over Iowa right quick, Manny, I believe. Let's see. Hold on. Who's okay? So I don't see. Yeah, but to the point of, like, when you have these situations where the margin is like 15,000 votes, and then you look down and see Jill Stein got 4,000, 5,000 votes in what, would have made a very slim difference between the top two candidates. It makes you really wonder, like, man, like, you're the fly that just won't go away. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Yeah,
So
I was my sleeper race, and when I said, like I said, when I saw that Celsius poll, I was telling people, I was like, hey, like, I believe it, and everybody's like, no, I would never go. Yeah. Again, I'll say those issues that are central to Iowa, like those farmers, and then, like I said, with the other issue that Iowa is facing is they were hit hard by they passed a 6-week abortion ban, and the issue with Iowa has the fewest OBGYN per capita in the country.
Oh wow!
And so they were losing a lot of OBGYNs were leaving the state, and they're struggling to recruit people because it's one thing to be threatened to lose your law license while you're living in Houston. It's another one to be threatened with your medical license while you're living in Iowa.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you lose that, you start talking about, well, how are you going to recruit businesses? How are you going to recruit workers? If I'm a young college educated worker, I'm looking at starting a family. I'm not going to Iowa. Not if I can't have my kids.
Right.
Not if I can't get medical care. So I think, like I said, Iowa, Kansas, I think those are two states where they're going to surprise some people as far as the results.
And Kansas right now, Donald Trump has about a little under a 40,000 vote lead with 53% in. Nebraska is still currently holding for Vice President Harris, 2% lead, about a 12,000 vote lead. And Colorado will eventually fall because right now, she's at 55%, almost over 200,000. So, but coming down,
there's no way Colorado goes red and lose that legalized weed out there. I'm sorry.
But
one other thing to remember about Nebraska. Now, Nebraska is one of two states that they don't appropriate the entire state.
Correct.
To one candidate. They do it by Senate district or by House district. So we already know that there's one House district, but she could end up walking away with 2 House districts or 2 electoral college votes from Nebraska.
If she gets one of those districts, I forget which one, and she locks up Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, it's a wrap.
Yeah, well, I think she still needs Nevada if she gets and that was one of the things that the Trump team tried to do. They tried to change Nebraska law.
They did
in order to do the entire state. And the funny thing about they tried to do it in time, so the way they timed it was that New Hampshire is the other state that appropriates it by House district, and so there's a Republican electoral college vote from New Hampshire that generally goes Republican, but they were trying to time it so that they could move Nebraska to do it for the entire state, but New Hampshire wouldn't have time to do it for them.
Right. So that still a lot to unpack there. We'll cover the Senate. Sorry, my bad, y'all. Let me don't mind me. I just gotta reshare this. So let's look at the Senate map. So right now, currently 43 Republican seats, 34 Democrat. Nothing has largely changed. The big update that we see here is that Republicans have flipped 1 Senate seat in West Virginia. So no giant shocks there. I think it was, if you were on the Democrat side, the best scenario that you were looking for is maybe a 50-50 split. That was, I think, best case. That way, and with that, couple that with a presidency win, and then you have that 51. But it appears Republicans are going to try to do a nice little box out there in the Senate. If you look at the House races, Currently, Republicans have flipped one seat in House races with 131, and Democrats sitting with 82. So that's interesting.
I think when you look at the Senate, I mean, like I don't think there was a rational Democrat who thought that they were going to keep the Senate. I mean, we already knew that Manchin, once Manchin stepped down, we knew West Virginia was going to go Republican. And I think you figured the most optimistic scenario would be that the Democrats could either pick up Florida or Texas, and obviously neither of those went the way that they intended. So I mean, right now the only other option you have to try to keep a tie would be that independent race in Nebraska.
Right.
The candidate there is independent. He already said he's not caucusing with either party. And in effect, if he wins and you end up with a 49 split, he's the most powerful senator in the country.
Yep. Easily, yeah. without even trying. So, all right. So we are at the top of the 10 o'clock hour. We're getting ready to do some updates. So
Pennsylvania is tight with only 43% of the votes in.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, it's got real tight. So it's going to be a long night in Pennsylvania. Utah currently red, Wyoming red, Montana red, the Dakotas red. So Trump's currently sitting at 172 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris's 81. We still got a ways to go here, but that is our update.
Minnesota.
Yep. So Minnesota currently red, and well, only 2% of the vote in. So we'll see how that kind of pans out. It would be real interesting if that went red, being that that's Tim Walz's home. So
yeah,
if Minnesota goes red, it's over.
Absolutely,
bruh.
Agreed,
bruh.
Absolutely,
bruh.
So, but additional to the races, there are also various ballot measures that are on the ballot in various states. Abortion, as many of you all have probably heard, has been on the ballot across the board. So in Florida, there was a ballot issue for a constitutional right to abortion. Currently, sorry, let me go to the county results, get a little bit deeper. Currently, it's going yes right now, with 57% of the vote. So it looks like they will be at this point. Although it's flagging as if no is going to win. So we'll see how this one pans out. 87% of the vote in. They're flagging it as no on CNN. So we'll circle back on that one because that's not what the rest of their data is saying. In Colorado, it appears that there's going to be a constitutional right to abortion with 62%. Also in Arizona. So Arizona will be interesting to get 58% currently with 4% of the vote in. Legalize marijuana. They're projecting that no is going to win with 88%, but currently it's sitting at 42%. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that as we kind of progress through and get additional clarification on that. Legalize marijuana is also on the board for North Dakota. Both of the Dakotas, too close to tell, but right now no is leading. Minimum wage. There is something on the ballot for Arizona to allow lower wages for tipped workers. Right now, that is no pretty decisively, right? But still only 33% of the vote in, with it having 75. So we'll see if that happens.
I want to know who the representative was who put that on the ballot.
It's a mighty interesting one to get on the ballot. And there are also additional states. Sorry, let me come back. There's also some additional states. Maryland, there's also the constitutional right to reproductive freedom. That's looking like it's going to pass overwhelmingly currently with 74% and 63% of the vote in. Legalize marijuana. Those are all the states. Minimum wage. Massachusetts also has an effort to raise the minimum wage for tip workers. That's currently sitting as a no. Voting rights. Arizona has something on there to require partisan primaries, currently at no with 32% in. A very interesting one, and I think, Antoine, we can rehash this here as well in a little bit around ranked choice voting. Currently no in Colorado with 51% in, at 55% saying no at this standpoint. And then Connecticut to allow no excuse absentee voting is looking like yes. Let's see. Iowa. So if you're following North Carolina, there is an amendment on our ballot to require U.S. citizenship to vote. That is also on the ballot in Iowa. Iowa has overwhelmingly said yes, and is projected to win with currently 75% in. Kentucky, comparable amendment, that's sitting at 62%. Missouri, comparable, 64%. North Carolina requires citizenship to vote. With 63% of the vote in, it's at 77%. We're gonna talk about that here in a second. Ohio, with a very interesting, establishing a citizen-led redistricting commission, is currently losing. Ohio with required citizenship, Oklahoma with requiring citizenship, both winning right now overwhelmingly. South Carolina also citizenship winning overwhelmingly. Wisconsin also having it winning overwhelmingly.
Man, they've got so Mecklenburg and Wake County are like the key states right now that they're still looking for some there's still some outstanding votes being counted. I'm telling you, NC is so close, man. Like I don't know. It's still
Again,
too early to call.
in North Carolina, I mean, it's all going to come down to the turnout. I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, if you look at 2020 and how close it was, if Durham, Mecklenburg, and Wake County were at the state level as far as turnout, met state turnout percentages, it would have been over. But the problem is that they underperformed in all three urban area communities. And I don't necessarily know why.
Yes. I'm looking. So right now, if you're looking at North Carolina, sorry, y'all. I popped up the screen. I'll re-pop it up there. All right. So nothing is super shocking on this map. But Wake County, oh yeah, they're waiting on all the Wake County stuff. But right now they're projecting Wake County 63% for Kamala Harris, about 150,000 vote lead. She got Chatham. It looks like Durham's almost done with about 100,000 vote lead.
Oh, Durham finishing early on time for once.
Yeah. Orange is done with about a 40,000 vote lead for Kamala Harris. Guilford, 50,000 vote lead for Kamala Harris. Forsyth, about a 20,000 vote. Mecklenburg, yeah, we're waiting on Mecklenburg because right now they have 150 of 195 and about another 20,000 vote. The counties we were looking at right now, Cabarrus appears to be done with 39 of 39 reporting, and Kamala Harris losing that to former President Trump by 4,000 votes.
Gee, see,
that's actually about 3,300.
Yep, you're right. Right. Yeah. So, and then Johnston County, it does appear that President Trump is opening up a big lead out there with 17 of 36 reporting and approaching 3,000, I'll say.
Not surprised.
So, yeah. So we'll see. She's going to need Wake and some of these outstanding counties. Buncombe County is playing out, I think, just like everyone expected.
Now for giggles, Manny, go back to the county map. I just want to see what Pitt County is showing.
Pitt County, 52% for Kamala Harris, about a 5,000, a little bit under a 5,000 vote lead in Pitt County.
Let's go ECU.
Interesting. Okay.
So yeah, it's
And real quick, my home county, Cumberland County.
uh,
It's blue, but I just want to see the numbers.
Yeah, while we doing hometown counties, hit
Oh, okay.
Halifax next.
Oh Lord, that's gonna be scary.
Bro,
where is Halifax?
How y'all,
It's
how y'all
the
get
boot.
Halifax?
The boot. This
Man,
one?
it said
No.
what?
No, if you
Man,
go up,
the blue I
up,
know is Louisiana.
up, the blue, up. There you go.
Bro, that don't look like a
That
boot.
don't look nothing like a boot.
A boot? It does.
Well,
Frank
and I want to pause for a quick second because Brother Marshall's got to get ready to leave us for this evening. You know, I do want to give you last opportunity to say anything to anyone who's watching.
I just thank y'all for allowing me to come on. Like I said, anytime, Brother Wow, you want to extend the invitation, I'm there. I love talking politics. This is my Super Bowl. So I thank all the voters who came out and voted today. Obviously, this is just part of exercising your rights to democracy. I hope people don't vote and forget about, the politics after today. You guys still continue to lobby your elected officials, stay on top of them to make sure that they're doing what you want them to get done.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yes,
Stay
indeed.
involved. And Brother Marshall, you know, once we start tearing, as soon as the GA comes back into session, we start tearing up legislation that they're putting out there. We will definitely have you back on, man.
I appreciate that. You all have a good one.
You too, Brother Marshall. Take care now.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. So yeah, we are heating up. We'll see how several of these different items kind of play out. We're sitting right now 47 minutes before our next wave of states close up. The states that are closing up at 11 o'clock: Idaho, California, Oregon, and Washington.
Man, them California votes gonna come through and like Mario hitting the super mushroom.
Right. And I think that's where you see that count balance out a little bit more. So
yeah.
I just seen Arizona got 49% of the votes in. It's blue right now by a slim margin.
Yeah. So, geez, I want to kick it to you. Tell us a little bit. You know, I could do it, but I'm not gonna lie. I want to go hop into some of these wings I got sitting next to me. And,
hey, bro, look, I ain't ate dinner yet.
Bro.
It's a rough night, bro. But I got you. You need a break, bro.
So I'll be right back, but I'm gonna kick it over to my brothers to continue to chat. I'll be back after I slam some Wingstop. Shout out to Rick Ross.
Hey, did you get wings or thighs?
I got wings.
Okay,
gotta get you some thighs, brother. Thighs.
But I will be right back, fellas.
Oh yeah, bro. So man, look, it is. I mean, we're getting in the thick of it, man. I mean, we're still, from what I'm seeing on the CNN map, it looks like PA has turned red, which again, they only have 50% of the vote in. And when you look at that map, there's still some counties that they haven't even counted yet. So that's going to be critical.
Oh yeah, look at if you can zoom in around those major areas like Philadelphia.
So yeah, if
Harrisburg.
I've been doing a lot of comparison of Biden's map and Harris map.
Mm-hmm.
If you look around what Harris is doing, she's doing the same. I mean, she's not, she's not hurting herself right now. Harrisonburg, that county, which is right there. Century, that county actually was right now is red. Now for Biden, it was blue. So that may be something we need to keep our eye on. Again, it looks like 100% of the vote is, excuse me, I'm not looking at the right map. It looks like 63% of the vote is in, and she's down by, I'm gonna say, 2,000 votes. So that could potentially be a county that could flip for Biden, and that may be huge. When you look around the Pittsburgh area, the county around Pittsburgh. Biden won that by almost 60%. Trump only won it by, Trump lost by 39.2. But when we look, Trump is down, Harris is up 60.9. So, we still got some few votes that need to come in there. She's doing a little bit better. I wouldn't say drastically better, but again, there's only 74% in. So then where is the county that she needs
and this
to
is
really
what pisses
show up and show out?
See, this is what pisses me off. Look at them 16,000 votes that Jill Stein got.
Bro.
You see what I'm saying? Like, it's stuff like, come on, man. Come on.
I think that Jill Stein got 16. This man Oliver got 16.
Like, come on, man. Like, that's bro. What are y'all doing?
But you got Cameron and you got Sullivan County that haven't put votes in yet, or at least we don't have anything on the record for them.
And also, if you look at Philadelphia County, 50% is in. Montgomery County, you got 27% in. You have these counties like Chester around.
Chester ain't got number 11% in.
Yeah, right around Philadelphia that still has a lot to report. And that's a major metropolitan area. So
bingo.
With that many votes still to come in, and Trump is currently looking at this number, not even
he's 68,000.
68,000 votes. That's a lot of votes.
That's a whole lot of votes.
Whole lot of votes.
Look like Iowa turned.
Oh, yeah.
But Iowa don't have a lot of counties that have submitted votes yet. But let me zoom out and look at Iowa from what are all the areas that went blue before? So it looks like one of the counties that were blue for Biden, which was Story, that county, they only got 2% of the vote. So that's still in play. Black Hawk County. Black Hawk County is performing for Harris like it needs to. She's winning that 57.9 to 40.8. Biden won that 53.5 to 44.5. Cedar Rapids is doing what Cedar Rapids needs to do. So there doesn't look like there's any counties that's really flipping, but again, they only have about 47% of the votes in.
Man,
Arizona's blue, but now Arizona just closed, right?
Yeah.
Arizona's blue, New Mexico's blue. So if I added up the numbers correctly, once some of these, when you put in California and some of the other western states, Big Mala should be sitting at 159. And that's when things gonna start getting tricky.
Yeah. Because
Georgia,
man,
what we looking at in Georgia? Look like Hancock County, Wilkinson County. We hadn't got anything in yet. What's this county by Savannah? Tomes County.
What about are you looking through Metro Atlanta still, or are you out kind of?
Well, I was just looking at the counties that don't have anything reported yet. Which I think most of those counties are gonna be red counties.
Well, by Savannah, it should be blue. Looking at Georgia's map, and I recently updated it. Gwinnett County is still showing, and Jesus, you can hover over yours by Metro Atlanta, the top right one.
Yeah, Gwinnett, right 16%. I think
it's only still showing. Yeah, that's what it's still showing 16%. And as I said earlier, in 2020, it was over 400,000 votes that was casted in Gwinnett County. It's the second or third largest county in Georgia. And Gwinnett officials have already said that voting this year exceeded 2020. So we're looking currently at a little more than 70,000 votes right here, which over 300,000 left to be cast, to be counted. If we're looking at just 2020 numbers, if we're looking at
2020 numbers were 408.
Yeah, and so at 71,000 right now, that's over 300,000 just off 2020 numbers, and officials have already said that those numbers this year exceeded 2020. So we easily could be looking at an additional 400,000 votes that have not been reported yet that could turn Georgia, because currently, I'm trying to pull up the state numbers for Georgia. Currently, Trump has Georgia by a little more than 200,000 votes.
Well, and there's also an issue in Gwinnett County with some tabulation.
That's what I'm saying. It's still only showing 16% reported. So there's still a bunch of votes out there that has not been counted yet.
Yeah, they just said huge batch of votes about to be posted in Battleground, Georgia. So I think some of those votes, Chuck, are about to come through.
Man.
Come on, Georgia.
With them saying that turnout was larger this year, it's expected to be a blue county. The question is how many of those votes are blue. If we look at 2020 numbers for Gwinnett County, Biden won it by a little less than 80,000 votes. He had 241, 994. Trump had 166, 400. So it was like an 18-point win. But right now, just off of what we have, it's only a 16,000 vote difference that's being reported so far. So depending on how those numbers look when it comes in for Gwinnett County, could really tell how the tide is going to change. And then Fulton County and Cobb County both have about 15% still to report.
I was about to say, now, if those numbers for Gwinnett being at 60.3 and 38.7, if those hold,
it's going to wash. It's going to be a wash.
It's going to be a wash.
And also looking at the map, DeKalb County has 20% left to report, which, like I said, Fulton and DeKalb and Gwinnett are the three largest counties in Georgia by population. Fulton has over 15% left to report. DeKalb has almost 20, and then we're looking at it just came in and just updated. Gwinnett County has 71% reporting now. The lead is over 60,000. It's 188,560, or a little less than, it's like 59,000, 188,560 to 128,930. So that's 58.8% to 40.2% for Gwinnett County. So I'm looking at MSNBC that just came through. So as you can see, looking at those numbers, an additional go back to yours, Jeezy, real quick, for Gwinnett County. So we're looking at Trump got an additional 100,000 votes, and Vice President Harris got about 145,000 votes. So that's over 200,000 votes, almost 250,000 votes that have come in for Georgia, according to what MSNBC has reported right now for Gwinnett County, and it's still almost 28% left to report.
What say you, Manny?
That's a hell of a drop.
So what we feeling? Are we thinking that this little tinted red might turn a little blue?
Well, I'd be a little bit more optimistic for Vice President Harris if there were some other states that were going in her favor. Pennsylvania, it's about, she down about 100,000. Michigan is
hold on. Break that down though. Break that down.
Bro,
we just was talking about that.
Yeah.
Because like I said, cover over the Philadelphia area and see how much is still out there.
See, Philadelphia, you got 11. You got
she's got to run it up. Like
she got to run it up.
Wisconsin. Wisconsin, she's gonna have to run it up in Madison and Dane, and then in Milwaukee. And I think there's still some space, definitely in Milwaukee County, Madison. We're running out of time. I think in that particular area. Now here's what's disappointing right now. Minnesota. Now we're still waiting on St. Louis County, Minneapolis. That area, Hairpin. We don't really have anything left, so I don't think we can read too much into it. But Walt, there ain't no T in his name. Walls,
Black.
Yeah, yep.
Black folk love to add letters,
But like, you got to carry your state. Two things that are interesting right now. Geez, Arizona.
Hold on, I ain't even clicked over. I'm sitting here dissecting what's going on.
Arizona, so about 50% in, and she's up a little.
Is that county? Is that county right there on the border? Is it?
It's not in yet. Santa Cruz,
Tucson.
Well, Santa Cruz
Santa Cruz, and Cochise.
Yuma just came in, and her lead is only. It just flipped. Something else just came in.
Hold on.
What? Oh, bro, God.
He's up.
No, I think that was another. I think that was the other part of the state. Yeah. No, that was.
That's what I'm saying. The county. So it's a. No, I'm looking at the total numbers. It just flipped, and Trump is up by about 3,900 points.
Yep, 3,900 points.
I mean 3,900 votes. But yeah.
Bro, this is really about to come down to Metro Atlanta again, Philly.
Can we? So since we here at the pod or have done maps, I think it's about time that we can start Xing out some maps, and I think Frank's can be
let's light my map on fire and just.
I think it's time. I think it's time to let yours go, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
like another poll TKO.
So we're going to be exiting yours from the tracking.
What in the world going on in Minnesota? Let me click on Minnesota, bro.
I mean, we're still waiting on stuff to come in, like 3% in. So nothing.
Okay. That's all I had to wait for. You know what I would love, bro, and I know this is selfish. This is very selfish, but I would love for election, like how today is election day. I would love for them to get all the votes in, and then I would love for the results to be released on Wednesday, and they do it like it's almost like a show. Like, bro, I hate this waiting.
You got too many people that got to hold water.
I know. But bro, it is like pulling teeth, bro.
Too many people who got to hold water.
The stress, bro.
So I think that for the podcast, man, what we gonna do if Trump win, bro? Cause you know how he feel about media.
I don't know. We're gonna let it ride.
We might have to get that black. We might have to get that black and gold hat. We might have to get that black and gold hat, bro.
My man was clean in the hat. But
bro, I'm telling you, bro. Like,
first of all, I didn't even realize the man had a blue suit under the black coat, but the blue just faded out when he put the blue with the black and gold, bro. That black and gold hat tough.
Yeah.
When he came out there, I was like, oh man, this hat will be kind of clean, bro.
I was chatting with my father-in-law. And I was like, we need to get him up on that purple and gold one. He said, absolutely not. Stay away.
It would have looked terrible anyway.
Downright disgusting.
Just disgusting. Bro, if Trump wins, bro, what we gonna do with RFK, bro?
Punch him in his throat so he can talk right?
Bro.
We do not condone violence.
That was not violence. It's a surgical procedure.
He is a living embodiment of what my grandma would say. I got a frog in my throat.
Bro. It is going to be a very interesting cycle with a second Trump presidency.
Bro, there's
I'm taking the black.
bro. I'm telling you,
I'm
like
taking the black.
it's to the wall for me. I'm at the tell Key and Axel, look, y'all.
I'm either going to the wall.
Y'all visit me every winter solstice.
I'm gonna be at Walmart. I'm gonna be at Walmart on that bus every Sunday, picking up essentials with our brothers of color in the field. I ain't even gonna let them send me there. I'm just gonna go there. We got tobacco. Let's get tobacco. We got cotton. Let's get cotton. Y'all got peanuts. Let's get peanuts, bro. Because I ain't never seen one of them complain, bro. And that's where I'm going. They don't even care. They can't vote, so they don't even care.
Okay, and then another projection coming through was this. Tim Kaine.
Harris better start racking in some of these votes.
Trying to tell you, bro.
What Montel at?
What Whitney?
Listen,
Willie,
bro. Get some of these votes.
That's why Trump said by 11 o'clock he was going to start declaring victory.
I see why.
Bro, it's 10:30, so that was my initial projection of when I thought we would hear from him.
Trump said, I done ate enough McDonald's to set me straight for 2 weeks. Give me the victory. I'm going to bed. I done had enough sweet and sour McNuggets that'll satisfy anybody.
Listen, that whole McDonald's stick it drove me crazy. You talking about you had 29,000 people come through the drive-thru. You a lie, because that's going to take 27 hours for them to get through.
I worked at McDonald's. I ain't never seen nobody with no apron on, bro. Where you get that apron from? Nigga, that thing was wrapped around the belly and the shoulders. Nigga, ain't nobody.
It was custom.
Bro, custom made. Custom made apron. He said, don't touch me. Keep that dust, keep that poor dust off me. How much you make? Minimum wage? Keep it away from me. $7.25. Don't touch this $25,000 suit blazer. No, sir.
Man.
Bruh.
Donald J.
So how we feeling, y'all? Like, cause I mean,
man.
It's early, bro.
It's early,
man. That's what's killing me. You gotta fight the feeling, bro, of like it ain't looking good versus just being real and like, hey, look. It's gonna be a process, bro.
Yeah.
That's the reason why we said we're gonna go to 1 a.m., bro.
Yeah.
We really not gonna have like an idea truly until it get about 11, 12.
Bruh.
And just to give a update of information that I'm seeing here, excuse me, it's Georgia is looking like now about 140,000 vote difference. Actually, a little less than that. With 86% estimated votes in, estimated remaining 774,000 votes out there. DeKalb County has updated, and they're at 85% now, so we still have about 14% left. Her lead there is 220,000. We're still only at 71% for Gwinnett County. Fulton County still has not updated recently. Cobb County hasn't either. And like I said, these are all metro Atlanta areas. Douglas County is almost done. Henry County still has some reporting to do, about 20% left. So
she's on pace because Biden won Fulton County by 72.6. Harris right now is sitting at 71.4 and is 85%.
Yeah. And so looking at Chatham County, which is out in that Savannah area, it's only 36% reporting. And
oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
And so let's see. I'm trying to go to
Chatham. Biden went 58.6
at 78,000 votes total, and currently
Ooh.
Harris is at 31,000 votes with only 36% reporting so far. So, like I said, in Georgia, there's still a lot of votes that are out there.
Hold on. What was that percentage at Chatham?
36%.
Okay.
Oh,
How many number of
man.
votes does she have right now?
31,285.
Okay. Biden got
Had 78. Yeah.
78,000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You still
that's
got over 60% left to report.
she gonna
So,
blow that number out the water.
there's a lot of votes still to report.
Yeah. I see why they ain't declared Georgia.
Yeah, it's a whole lot. And
Too much.
you got 750,000 votes estimated remaining. It's a lot still out there.
And most of those votes swing primarily to
Yes,
Democrat.
they're in those blue states because most of the red counties are 95, 90, 91% reported. There's one small county that's at 54%, but they only have at 54% reporting.
Oh
They
wow,
only
they
have
just
less than 5,000, a little more than 5,000 that has
they
total.
just gave Nebraska to Trump. Trump.
Yeah, rightfully so.
That's not, yeah, so there ain't no shot.
We ain't surprised by nothing yet.
Nothing at all.
Virginia,
so there's a lot of votes.
Virginia
Let's
a lot tighter
Let's
than
look at
what I
North
thought.
Carolina.
North Carolina sitting at. Yeah, he got. Let me zoom into the county. What counties have been counted for? You still on Wilson County don't matter. Wake County, you ain't got. Now I will say, living in Pitt County now, I'm glad to see that Pitt County went Kamala, and Edgecombe County, my home.
Yeah,
they went blue. I'm shocked. I am completely shocked. So now I didn't take my hair signs up, and now I feel comfortable doing so.
Now I will say, so looking at the map, Guilford County is still got 25% left to report. Which like you said, it's A&T, UNCG, Bennett. You got Forsyth County with 85% reporting. You got your Wake Forest. You have Winston-Salem State. So you still have some significant votes there. Wake County still has about 18, 17% that has not come in yet that you're waiting for.
County is being read as deep red, and that's a shock.
So I'm looking here also, Cumberland County has only 21% reporting. So, I mean, you still have some votes out there, and the lead is a little more. It's like 136,000. With it looks like an estimated 900,000, over 900,000 votes still remaining. So it's still a lot of votes that's left out
But
there for North
Mecklenburg
Carolina.
County, what worries me about Mecklenburg County is that Trump got 31.6 in that area. There, Mecklenburg County is sitting at 90%. Unless there's
Yeah.
a mean push, Trump is actually exceeding what he did in 2020.
I mean, they're organized. The Republican Party in Mecklenburg and Wake County are fairly organized. So, yeah, but there's still a lot of precincts that are sitting out there. So we'll see how it goes. I'm going to go to a little bit deeper of a view. I want to pull it up first before. Okay, it's not going to pull up for me.
Well, I almost slipped and said something. I'm gonna say,
hold on.
where won't you eating wings?
Oh man,
bro, I don't ate the wings, came back, left again real quick, finished some fries, came back again.
50 to 48.
All right. Let me give you this breakdown for you guys for Wake County. Oh, I'm sorry, for Mecklenburg County. So Mecklenburg County, this is where it currently stands.
got to be more motherfucking.
Yeah, so you got a lot of. This is where they're obviously doing well. We're still waiting for stuff to come in. across Mecklenburg. Yeah, I think there'll be some additional run up. Some of these inner Charlotte places are pretty close. That's interesting. But yeah, so stuff is still slowly coming in across Mecklenburg County. Again, I did it again. My bad. Here's Mecklenburg County. Here's Mecklenburg County. So you could see where Trump is doing well up in the kind of northern and the southern piece. I think this should not shock anybody.
Nope.
Some of these in central and kind of deeper into Mecklenburg, maybe a little bit shocking. But we'll see what happens over the next several hours. And then if we take a second, Wake. Let's look at Wake. So Wake is doing as expected, but there's a lot of Wake left out. Like there'll be time. We gotta. There's a lot of Wake. So all of this is essentially blue. So there'll be a lot of red through here, almost up here. You almost have like a donut in the donut hole.
Yeah.
So we'll watch these as they start panning out. Like my precinct isn't even showing yet. So there's still a lot to be done across North Carolina and across the other states. Again, this is where it becomes a marathon, not a sprint. So I want to change the topic a little bit.
Let's go, brother.
Man, so as this night has progressed, I know you all here who are watching us have watched us sipping on various beverages. Now, I would like to say for the record, none of us are endorsed by any of these products, but if any of the representatives of these companies see these drinks, we would like to be. Holla at your boys. So, brother Charles, what you working on down there?
Well, first off, I have to have my agua, good old high quality H2O.
H2O.
Gotta stay hydrated.
Yeah, man, got to. But I also indulge in the nectar of agave, and this fantastic brand that I sip on tonight is Tequila Ocho, the Añejo version.
Okay.
And I won't release the name that we call it affectionately. But if you want to know, just message me directly, and I'll let you know what we call it. But it's a very fine drink, very smooth, and as you see, it's neat. We don't mix anything around here. We sip.
Hey,
and enjoy. And as you see,
yes,
no twinge, no face, no nothing. Just let it ride.
Nice and smooth.
Yes, sir.
Well, Frank, what are you sipping on this evening?
A little red wine, brother.
All right.
Yep. Nice little red blend.
Well, Jeezy, are you partaking in any beverages this evening?
I'm partaking in the Lord.
Thank you.
Little wine cooler spritzer of the Holy Spirit.
So, as for me, I have a setup of several things that, but I'm only largely drinking one. First, we keep the Basil Hayden, the dark rye. I'm a big fan of the dark rye. That is my standard go-to. But largely for most of this evening, first of all, Uncle Nearest, I love it. If you like Jack Daniels, you'll love Uncle Nearest. But the large thing I'm drinking on is this Virgil Cane, ginger infused bourbon. Fantastic. I encourage if that is your drink of choice, bourbon. These are great items to pick up.
Hey, I just got a message that our brother Carl is trying to join in and boys.
All right.
You got anything in queue?
I do not see him yet in queue.
I just instructed on for him to get the link. So hopefully he'll be joining us soon. But yeah, so that's I am affectionately calling myself the tequila aficionado. I am not going to call out any brands that I drink because I'm not getting paid for it. So
That's fair.
I pay them until they pay me, even though I have shouted them out before. Because one thing that I want is people to stop drinking Patron.
Bro, it's not
Stop
good.
drinking 1800.
It's not good.
Stop drinking
Preach.
Casamigos. And I was one of the big Casamigo supporters back in 2019. But y'all done
oversaturated the market.
Y'all done stepped on that word. It stepped on. And so in that
Chuck said it don't hit the same no more.
It don't, brother. It don't. So I'm on this Tequila Ocho. One of my favorite, I'll give y'all one. One of my favorite tequilas, Blanco, is a brand called Lalo. Lalo is very smooth. For those who are not frequent tequila drinkers, if you're going to take shots, I encourage Lalo chilled to take your shot. I'm not sure if it's available in North Carolina, but with y'all having your ABC commission, that's one of the happiest things I encounter now, not living in North Carolina anymore. Because I ain't got to deal with the ABC commission. I just, if the merchant wants to have the good old liquor, they got it.
They got it.
But Lalo is one of my favorite Blancos, and one of my favorite Reposados is La Gratona. And the dope thing about La Gratona is at a distillery, and it's an all women's owned distillery.
Okay.
Very good Reposado. Very, very good.
Man,
and that's all I'm gonna give a shout out to because they're not paying me.
Run me my money.
Well, Manny, I got a little vibe to play if we got some time while we wait for Carl to get in.
We do. Let me.
Alexa. But that brings me to something, G's, when you said that. We kind of talked on it earlier, and we talked about what birth part in the politics and the connection with you and Manny, and then Frank's instrumental part of being the producer, which we did not get into because we had Brother Marshall join us, which was very amazing and very informative piece period when he was with us. Great insight from him. But let's get into LXI and give the people an understanding of who we are, what we are, and what we're about. So as the gentleman told you earlier, we are a collective of Black men, but not just Black men, Black fathers, Black present fathers, who are looking to make an impact on the world in our community. We are 8 deep, so you're only getting half of the conglomerate right now. On this broadcast. So with LXI, it's the League of Extraordinary Individuals, and one of our things is to ask yourself, what is your I? And that I could be anything. It can be what is your integrity? What is your inspiration? Just what is your I? What makes your I? And that individual nature of it, as they spoke to earlier, is the great dynamic of this group because we all bring something different. We all have a different strength, but the beautiful nature of it is we bring that all together to form a strong collective. And there's more than one thing that holds our bond. We are all men of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated,
Yes,
but
sir.
also we are men of integrity and we are men of standard. So we can all challenge each other and question each other in different realms, and no one feels any kind of way about it. The old age old adage of iron sharpens iron, and that's what we are. Uh, we are our brother's keeper. If you are slacking, we're gonna let you know. If you're coming up short and need support, we'll hold you up.
Mm-hmm.
But most of all, we champion each other.
There you go.
So
There you go.
with LXI, we have a great time.
Oh yeah.
We work hard, so why not play hard? But also, we are about our community, and we've had several community initiatives that we've held over the years. We're giving back. We've done what, three um, fundraisers of sorts where we given back to the community at the start of the school year, where we've been able to bless over 8 counties throughout North Carolina and assisting teachers and students with supplies and different materials, funding student lunches so that kids can eat. We understand what it means to be hungry.
Mm-hmm.
We all have kids, and I would not want my child to be at school and not be able to eat simply because I'm not able to have it for whatever reason. So, in understanding this, we all, yeah, I say all, have come from humble beginnings. None of us were brought up with silver spoons. None of us walked in an era of privilege in our life as we were growing up. So we had to push against the societal stereotypes. We had to push against the adversity of society to be successful contributors of society and be tax-paying, law-abiding citizens. But we understand the notion of giving back. Even if we weren't members of Alpha Phi Alpha, we want to pour back into our community. So that is what LXI is.
Hey,
A group of rambunctious men of age now. We're not young
bruh.
anymore. As I stated, as I stated earlier, I'm the elder statesman of the group. I have
Yeah.
a child who is
Mm.
a voter at this point,
Which
and
we are very proud of.
Man,
I
so proud.
appreciate you, brother. I
And
appreciate
I
you.
just want to say this, and I'm not trying to cut you off, Chuck, but as I often tell my wife, and I've said in the group chat, I thoroughly believe in giving you and your wife your flowers, because as a child of color, for her to be as exceptional as she is, there were boundaries that needed to be crossed that only you were able to push her through.
Yes.
And I admire you as a black man to be able to push a young black girl, a young black woman over that threshold and allow her to thrive in the way that she has. That is only obtainable by having a strong black father and a strong black mother push her and continuously pour into her to for her to be as great as she is. And that is a testament to who you are as an individual. So just the fruits of your labor that have come from your daughter are the same fruits that we bear as being men that are connected to you as individuals, that allows us to spread that through our families. And Chuck, you are 101, brother, and I want you to know that.
I appreciate that, man. I just my wife and I talked about it many years ago. We just want to give our kids what we didn't have,
Bro,
Mm,
they down there partying at Trump's headquarters right now,
oh,
bro.
you know it. But we wanted to give them what we didn't have, and have that fine balance of um, giving them that, but also challenging them. Uh,
yeah.
we can get back to get to election coverage, but it's something that really happened a few years ago in my life. And my wife and I and kids sitting at the table and we're talking, and somehow we got we're talking about some a water bug or something. We're talking about roaches, and my kids were like, "What are roaches?" And it like that was a moment for me that hit me like, man, I made it. I'm doing for my kids. And at this age, my kids didn't know what a roach was. Like,
Bruh.
so I appreciate that. And I mean, still got more to go. And I'm enjoying watching you all raise your kids, and excited to where they go as I sit back, as I said in the group, affectionately sit back smoking my pipe as the old man watching y'all struggle with y'all kids running around the house.
I tell you,
bruh.
we right in the thick of it.
Yes, sir.
Right in the thick of it.
Brother
But I want
Carl.
to. I want to cut this off and give this brother a proper introduction. One of the
Carl
coolest
Cool, though.
individuals.
Carl Cool, though.
Carl Cool, the coolest individual, man. And he also populated half of the western part of the state of North Carolina.
Yeah, I'm gonna say y'all want to talk about kids. I got plenty of.
No, we don't want you to talk about nothing about kids because
Bruh.
you start talking, we're gonna be up here at about 3:00 in the morning with them squads that you got.
Hey, hey man, I feel like we was just here. It was 4 years ago. We was same situation, man. I'm sitting here, I'm looking at this, and it's starting to feel like 2020 again.
Yeah.
To me, because here's the thing. Because maybe somebody can help me with this. Why does it seem like a lot of these big population centers are having so much trouble getting their votes uploaded?
I don't know. Well, okay, so let's for a second recognize the small miracle that election day is, where essentially in one day we essentially set up thousands of mini banks across the nation, and in a matter of probably about 12 13 hours have hundreds of thousands of people go through these mini banks, count the stuff, get it handled, and get it moved to another location for complete tabulation. Like, there's always bound to be some issues, but I think we hear about them more in the swing states. Is Texas probably having problems in some of their precincts? Absolutely. But it's Texas, it's red. No one's really paying
Texas
attention.
red, nobody cares. Gotcha.
Yeah. So, like, in these major, is California having issues in places? Absolutely. But it's not a swing state, so no one's really paying attention. So every swing state just has that much more of a microscope put on it. But it is a small miracle that we step through this every 4 years. And could we do it faster? Yeah, probably. But that would require national investment that I don't know we're fully dedicated to actually make. So yeah, that is my take on it. We don't have any crazy major issues. Regardless of what you hear out there, we are everything is extremely secure. We've said it on Jeezy and I have said it on the podcast before. Is there voter fraud that occurs? Yes. It happens.
It's not big enough to make a difference.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's what people forget. So, one person voted, improperly voted. We got mass voter fraud. No, you probably just have one person who who forgot to do something. Are there people who intentionally do stuff? Yeah, we get cases of them every year, but it's not happening in mass.
They talking about Cumberland County now on CNN, bro.
Oh yeah,
that's a bigger turnout for Kamala.
Yeah,
the same thing for Wait.
It seemed like I guess Mecklenburg was having some trouble trying to get some of their stuff uploaded. Let's see where they at now. Oh, they're showing 90%. So 10% left. So I mean, I figured North Carolina. I thought North Carolina would be a little bit closer, but I figured it would, go red. So my main concern is Wisconsin. I think she's gonna get Pennsylvania. Wisconsin, That's the one that I'm really, really worried about. Pennsylvania, it seems like it's a lot of outstanding vote there in, you know, the big key areas that she needs to overcome it. But Wisconsin, I don't know, man.
Hey,
So,
Carl, I just want you to know, you know, I don't know if you tune into the podcast, but we talk a lot of politics, but we also joke too.
Mhm.
And I just want you to know,
Here we go.
I didn't know you was that country, bro.
You
Hey, you sound like you just got finished hanging some tobacco. Crackling.
Oh, here we go. Next poll. 3, 2, 1. Poll closing. Let's go.
What poll closed?
We got another
Are you
projection.
from Henderson, right?
Okay, boom.
Yeah.
Kamala just got that 54. Let's go.
bro,
that was expected.
Oh yeah.
Bro,
I just said that because I got tired of seeing her in these.
Frank stressed, bro. He
Hey,
made that egregious map.
Let's talk about Frank's map, you know,
Bro,
because what the people didn't see is, like you said, Frank's map was updated because he left off Michigan, which was another 15 votes.
15
right?
Yeah.
So he had Vice President Harris at 314 on his map.
I'm glad that he released his. I'm glad he released his map because it showed the people this is why he is our producer. he actually ain't on the pod. His ambitions get a little skewed.
Ambitions, man. Ambitions get lost in the sauce,
Frank is the kid that said Chuck E. Cheese that needs 200 more tokens, 200 more tickets to get that top prize, but he only got 2 tokens, and he think he gonna get them at the whack-a-mole. Bro, you might well sit down and get that lollipop.
Bro, Frank, this is a wild map.
That map wild, bro. Man, listen. It looked like Frank started out with a blue crayon, and then halfway through somebody saying, "Oh, you know you got a red too," and then he just filled it, bro. This nigga, bro.
Hold on.
Say the N word.
You had stuff on here that
stressing me out.
You had stuff on here that was
Arkansas,
Iowa, Nebraska.
Bro,
what? Bro, this is a wild map.
First of all, he did this on 270 to win. He had to uncheck some of them reds. That's how I know that he was tripping, bro. I knew he was tripping.
Oh man,
270 wouldn't even let you click some of these states.
Listen, man. It's
that's
like
how
Frank, ambitions get lost in the sauce, man. What
you
can
are
I
the
say?
prime example of betting your heart and not your head.
Yes, sir.
Bro,
you saw that map and you said, "Oh no, if you could
do this,
bro."
He said, "With our powers combined,
you were trying to go Ronald Reagan,
bro."
Jesus,
this is a wild map, man.
Bro, this map wild, bro. When I saw it, I said, "Yep, let me go to sleep."
Hold on, who's that in the middle down there? That's blue.
Arkansas. Yeah,
bruh. That's what we talking about, bro. He thought Bill was gonna go there
and make it happen.
Campaign with Monica Lewinsky, and they were gonna turn this on. And he had the audacity to put it light blue. That's the crazy part. He had the audacity to put it light blue, like it was gonna be by a favorable margin.
Right. Just a little bit.
And that's why he's our producer.
And not a key contributor.
You would have got us shut down,
bro. Look, the pod is already slightly banned in Russia,
bro. They would have hit us for misinformation, bro. Shut us down. We already shut down halfway. They would have got us the whole way. Fooling with Frank.
So Jeezy, Manny, that's y'all question. What's the chances of Trump trying to declare victory tonight?
What time is it? It's 11:04.
Hold on. You said chances.
Yes.
Let's change that because there's a high chance that he's going to declare victory tonight.
Oh, it's a high chance.
Oh, so you no. Hold on. So you saying there's a high chance he going actually achieve victory or the chance?
No.
Okay, all right.
I'm saying it's a high chance that he's gonna bring himself on stage somewhere
Yes,
and declare victory,
Well, he
yes,
was supposed to,
regardless of the
party.
final tabulations.
yes. That's what
like
I'm
he
talking
did
about.
it, like
He
he
was
did in
supposed to go over to
2020.
the parties at 10. It's past that now.
Uh,
I'm gonna say 115.
Hold on. Let's see.
What do you North Carolina numbers at? 85%.
Pennsylvania's at 71. Wisconsin.
I think that's what he's waiting on.
Yeah, I think he's waiting on Pennsylvania.
Well, shit, if he wins Pennsylvania, then it's probably a wrap anyway. Yeah, he might as well claim victory at that point, right?
I think if Pennsylvania gets into the 80s and he still has this lead, he gonna make his way out to the stage.
Firing up. Yep.
If Harris lose Pennsylvania, I'm
It's
punching.
Yeah.
I'm punching.
I think she can win Pennsylvania though. Like I said, it's still a lot of vote in
yeah.
places that can make a difference. So,
Man, this is.
I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean,
it's early, bro. Like we've been saying it all night. It's early. Georgia got a ton that need. Like, there's a reason why Georgia ain't declared. North Carolina ain't declared. You know, we got Nevada. Like, bro, there's.
So let me say this real quick.
Math's looking a little bit realistic, bro.
Let me say this real quick about Pennsylvania. So, looking on MSNBC, Trump has it just updated. All right, so Trump has a quick tabulation 165,000 vote lead over Vice President Harris with an estimated 2 million votes still out there.
Yeah.
And the majority of those are in the blue areas, right?
Let's see. So you have Bucks County with less than 50% reporting, Montgomery County less than 50% reporting, and these are all Philadelphia suburbs. Philadelphia County less than 20, a little more than 20% remaining. Chester County less than 50% reporting. Delaware County less than almost 60% not reporting. Like I said, that's all Philadelphia suburbs. Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, you still have 12%. Yeah, so it's a lot of votes still out there in those heavy areas that are blue.
So I feel good about Pennsylvania. Now Wisconsin, like I said, I got to go back and look at it, but I did not feel good about Wisconsin. I felt like she was running lower in some areas than Biden did 4 years ago.
I mean, she's got to make up room in Milwaukee. She's got to make up room in Dane. LaCrosse got to make room there. Yeah, no, I think, man, Dane's almost done.
Well, according to MSNBC, looking at their estimation, it's 1.2 million votes still out there, and 1.2 out there, and Trump's lead is like 40-something thousand votes currently. So it's still a lot out there, but again, it's a matter of what areas have votes remaining. Like Milwaukee County is about 47% still remaining, which is already blue, which is a heavy blue area. You have many counties on that Minnesota side. I don't know how large they are. They have reporting left to do. You know, Madison is almost done, but you have Columbia that still has some voting left. So it's a lot of votes still out there.
Now the question is, all right, so they have called Texas for Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz has survived the pickle he was in. So looks like the Republicans have very good control over the Senate. I think they're likely to lose it. Democrats are likely to lose it. So that, because again, they're about three seats shy of that. Looking at the state of the House, Still got a bunch of stuff waiting to come in. Republicans have already flipped 3 House seats, though. So is it plausible that at this point that former President Trump could be walking into a situation where he has the House, the Senate, and the executive office? Yeah, mathematically that is seeming possible at this standpoint.
Yeah. But what is he gonna do with it this time? Because last time, the only thing he really did with it was the Supreme Court, which screwed a lot of stuff up. But
yeah, I mean,
it's a scary thought.
He changed the court for a generation.
Yeah, it's a scary thought.
Man, yeah. What he would do with it this time is that damn Project 2025 playbook.
Bruh, man. When I tell you,
it'll be interesting to see what happens. Things like the filibuster, long term. I think one of the things that we would see probably within the first 100 days is Clarence Thomas stepping down. Like bump everything else. I think that's probably one of the first things that would probably happen in the administration is they would use this chance to replace him. Yeah, it shall be interesting.
So Manny, let's do this. I think something interesting that we can do is pull up a blank map comparative, or pull up a map comparative to where we stand now or what they've called and what it can look like. Depending on what states do what.
Let's see.
Maybe 270 has it.
I don't know how up to date they're keeping.
Yeah, I think I'm on 270, and I think they updating it. Real time.
Are they? Yeah, they are. Hold on. Okay. Here we go. All right.
So,
all right. So, I think some foregone conclusions here. I think Georgia's gone. I think North Carolina's gone.
Yep.
You think Georgia's gone?
I don't think Georgia's gone, but I think North Carolina.
Georgia's gone. Yeah,
I think North Carolina is definitely.
North Carolina definitely gone. Yeah.
Okay. So North Carolina.
Possibility.
Okay, so this is kind of where we project right now.
Michigan showing blue right now.
So the Frank would be if she just ran the table and came back. I don't think she's gonna run that.
No.
I do believe that she takes Nevada.
Okay.
I think that plays out. I called it on my map. I don't think she wins Michigan.
Okay.
Then at this point, Trump just needs one.
Hold on, what is she showing in Michigan?
Let's see.
She's up in Michigan, right?
Yeah, that's her biggest lead out of the three.
Yeah,
the three
she's up in Michigan right now. I mean, it's 32%, but she's up by.
I said what I said. I don't think she wins it.
Okay. All right. Well, touche, nigga.
Yeah,
I don't think she wins it.
If she loses Michigan, like you said, it's scary because all he needs is one.
He just needs one, and
that one could be Wisconsin.
Right.
And
let's
now,
so if she loses Wisconsin, is there still a path with Nevada and Arizona?
I mean, this is okay. So let's say she grabs Arizona,
and she's tight with him right now. It's only 3,000 vote difference with 51% in.
So if she grabs Nevada and takes Arizona and loses Wisconsin,
she got to take 2 out of those 3.
She's got to take 2 out of 3.
Give her Michigan. Give her Michigan.
All right.
Michigan and PA. Yeah, Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Give her don't give her PA. Give her Michigan and Georgia, and then give Trump PA.
She wins.
Oh yeah, she wins.
She wins. Yeah.
And you know who map that looks like?
That does look like Brother Charles's map. Frank, this is still a wild map.
That's egregious.
Can we please just like
no, that's not mine. That's one of y'all's. I think I had 270.
This is Jeezy's map.
Yeah,
I had 276.
It looks like Jeezy's too.
It looks like Jeezy's map.
I had 273. Yeah, that's my map.
Yeah, because I had her not winning North Carolina and Georgia at all. PA was my win, but I also didn't have to win Arizona. So if she doesn't win PA, but she gets Arizona, I'm cool with that too.
And then I have her.
Yours looks close to it too.
Yeah.
You have Michigan and Wisconsin flip.
Yep. Well, and then I have her picking up. I have her picking up Pennsylvania.
Yeah, you do.
Frank, that's how you make a reasonable map, bro. This individual,
brother.
Bro, Frank, that was a wild map.
Bro, wild.
Bro. Frank thought he was doing the map for Bill Clinton.
And Frank, I think the part that gets us is that we all said when you posted it, all of our responses were like, "That's wild, man." Before we even got on the pod,
like I said, but admittedly though, it was I literally just there wasn't much thought put into it. I don't know how much time y'all sat with y'all maps.
That's making it even worse.
Yeah, that was just me throwing a dart at the board.
So I just want our listeners to realize that is not the integrity of the podcast. We take time to do what we say we're gonna do. So with this man saying he's just throwing something out there, we don't throw just at a fan and see where it lands.
Frank said, "But did y'all sound good on the pod,
man?"
and that's where he serves us very well. 60-37.
So what's the house looking like? Because I haven't even paid attention to the house. I ain't even talking about the house.
Go to Arizona. Go to Arizona, man.
Arizona. Wait, at the president or the house?
Nigga, president. President. It getting late.
It getting late in the evening.
Well, no. Carl said house. I was like, oh, go to Arizona. I was like,
no, go to Arizona. That county right there. Coconino. 60. Biden won that 60.9 to 36.9. Harris got it right now.
62.
That's tough. She need that. She need to hold that margin, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Phoenix. Go down to where Phoenix at. That county where Phoenix at.
Maricopa.
Biden won. Yep.
That's tight.
Biden won that 50.3 to 48.2. 48.1.
She's got to keep that and run up some.
She got to keep that and run up some. Palmer.
Let's see. Palmer.
What Harris at right now? I'm saying gotta go back.
62.5.
Right now she had 58.6, and that's 100% in. Oh, hold on. No, I'm looking at the wrong number. No, Biden had that at 58.6. What Trump at right now?
36.5.
Yeah, 36.5.
Now Trump had that at 39.9, so he performing lower than what he did in 2020.
With 50%
Go to Santa Cruz.
Jesus,
Santa Cruz, that little area right there in the corner of it. Yep. What Harris at right now?
62.6.
Biden got it 67.3. What Trump had it at?
36.5.
31.7. That's that county I'm telling you about.
Yeah.
If she got to run it up.
She got 60% in.
Go to Apache. See, Apache ain't even got no votes in right now.
Yeah, Apache's not reporting anything.
Now, see, the margin between that was 66.2 and 32.5 between Biden and Trump. Biden winning that. She gonna have to run
total. That. What was the vote total? Like the total number of votes?
Apache. Biden got 23,293.
Okay.
Trump only got a little bit of 11,500.
So that's 30-something thousand votes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she can pull Arizona off.
She can pull Arizona off, bro.
But she only down by less than 2,900 right now.
Yep.
Bro, I want to know
without Apache reporting.
I want to know what's going on in Minnesota.
She got a
14%.
I've seen that.
17. Like, why?
The
What's taking y'all so long? Like
the
Trump said it this earlier today, and he right. We got all this technology. We shouldn't be moving so slow on this.
Trump was clicking on all cylinders when he said it earlier,
bro.
We got too much technology in our election system for it to be coming in this slow.
But at
the same time, they do be making it harder than what it got to be. And when you keep getting these regular people that serve in the community, Keisha can't get these votes in quick enough.
Look,
I don't know how many Keishas is in Minnesota though.
Hey, listen, I was talking to my kids tonight about that same thing. I was like, man, listen, 20 years ago, I promise you we was done by now. We was chilling.
We were done.
Yeah.
I want no stand up for election, bro. Hey, go
10:45. We went to bed knowing who's the next president.
Right. On a rough evening, we maybe still be around right about now.
Manny in Minnesota, go to the western border to Clay County in Minnesota. What them numbers looking like at Clay?
Clay County.
Nigga, slow down.
Right.
Go up a little bit.
Yellow medicine. What the big stuff?
Right there.
It's Traverse.
Go up one more.
Grant. Wilkin.
Well, north of Wilkin.
Clay.
Right here.
Clay.
Right here.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, she losing it, and it's 91% reporting. She losing it by 358 votes.
How many votes Trump got?
499.
14.5. 49.6.
What Harris got? How many votes Harris got?
141.
Biden won that by 16,000 votes, and he won that 50.7. Trump lost it by 46.7.
That's not good.
Not good.
That's not good for that. Yeah, that's not good, bro.
But that also sounds like it's less turnout.
Right.
And that's what, and bro, that's where I'm starting to think now. Some of this stuff might not be the fact that who voted for who. It just might be the fact that there's
who came out.
And if Reds end up turning out more than Dems, we got a problem
in those states for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my thing, Walls. This is what you were added to the
if you look
to do. Like
Doug got to go and slap the mess out of Tim Walker. Slap him right straight across his face. It's your state. Let me zoom into this. Is there any counties that are heavy Democratic counties? We got all the votes in Minneapolis. Nah, bro. That joint might turn red. That joint might turn red.
Yeah, that's not good, bro. That's not good at all.
That joint might turn red, bro. I'm sitting here looking at it like
she been better off adding Shapiro to show up Pennsylvania. God almighty.
Now she got a lot of votes that's sitting out there that's waiting. Let me see here. That Clay County just bothered me. I ain't sitting with my spirit well. I ain't sitting with my spirit well, bro.
It does appear that for those of you listening in Raleigh, that Janet Cowell will become Raleigh's new mayor. It does also appear that Stormy Daniels right now and Jonathan Lambert Melton will win the at-large seats.
Not the Stormy Daniels.
Sorry, different Stormy Daniels.
Oh, bro, no, we
I'm sorry, Stormy Forte. Sorry, Stormy Denise.
I was about to say,
Manny did that on purpose.
It's getting late in the evening.
Hey,
Stormy
Stormy
Daniels
Daniels.
she getting ready to lead the country.
Right.
That's what she getting ready to do.
Hey,
I want to give a shout out to brother Corey Branch, because currently he is sitting at 40%. I think that should be enough to avoid a runoff in his seat in Raleigh City Council District C. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just trying to and it looks like that our public in Wake County, Frank, our public library bond referendum will pass. So more infrastructure for libraries at the cost of more taxes. But it's okay because we need the books for the kids.
hey, I think Minnesota might be all right, bro. There's too many counties that still haven't had any votes in.
Again, what is taking so long?
You got Cook County that was like a 35% win for the Democrats. They ain't got no votes in right now.
I just want to ask, will any of y'all go and count votes for free?
Bruh.
For free, for free is the problem, bro. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you how I operate. I'm gonna put down who I want to put down. If it's for free, if it's for free. Now, if you gonna compensate me for my time, oh yeah, I do it right. But that's just like any job. If you pay somebody $7.25 to do a job, you expect $7.25 work.
Facts.
You pay them $16 an hour, you know what you get with $16 an hour. So if you ain't giving them nothing, and all y'all doing is bringing in ham and cheese sandwiches and all that stuff, boar's head meat from Harris Teeter, oh yeah, nah, them votes about to be skewed.
Man,
I ain't gonna do it.
Just a couple other updates from North Carolina. They have called our attorney general's race for Jeff Jackson.
Figured that was gonna happen.
Which is strangely the only race that they've called on our Council of State outside of the constitutional amendment that is up by over 2 million. So
Cornel West got over 10,000 votes in North Carolina. They voted for a man that ain't brushed his hair in 20 years. This is crazy.
Don't do Brother West like that, man.
I'm gonna do Brother West like that. I ain't paid my dues, so I can say whatever I want to say. Yes, Brother West. He ain't never paid for hospitality. Sweet for me. Just an eating goon.
Oh man, this is
Jill got over 20,000 votes, bro. Jeez.
Where?
In North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Chase Oliver got 25,000, bro. See, that's where them numbers hit that, bro. Bro, that's
there's over 56,000 votes.
56,000 votes, bro.
For non-major party candidates. Oh, and that's not including the write-ins.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm just happy that Edgecombe County.
Oh wait, no, Frank, there's one more person from the Constitution Party, Randall Terry, who currently has 5,000.
They got.
Oh no, but wait, hold on, Frank. I'm sorry. Hold on, geez. I'm about to really piss you off. Would you like to know currently how many write-in votes there have been?
Boy, them write-in numbers is wild. I just looked at it.
That's 17,000.
Oh my god.
290 write-in votes. Y'all, just for you guys, when you listen to the pod after these results get finalized, I'm gonna do a special segment of some of my favorite write-in votes that got for the president of the United States.
Well, you done got me hot. How many don't write-in votes say Jesus?
Oh, a lot.
That's
at least 200. I'm like Mickey Mouse probably got some.
Boy, I'm glad I'm grounded in faith because that made me want to leave. That made me want to leave. Why y'all go do some stupid stuff like that?
The AP is projecting that Trump has North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
which I
and
predicted.
Man,
There are
Frank, with that map you put together and change the trajectory of the
yeah,
nation.
bro.
He put that jinx to it.
And with that, I think I'm calling it the evening. I
don't run now,
I
brother.
think I'm calling it the evening.
No, stand on business. Stand on business.
Oh man.
The
You
only
gentlemen
thing
enjoy the rest of your evening.
I'm worried about PA. I need PA in Wisconsin. Minnesota done flip.
okay. Here we go.
Minnesota done flip. So we okay. See, now we get into realistic. We need Wisconsin and PA to fall in line, and Nevada.
Yeah, like the PA gap then has gone up now, I think, to about 200,000, if I'm not mistaken. Unless I'm behind here.
That's 188,000 from what I'm seeing. 188,000. Let me go over here and look.
And I bet you those them blue counties still ain't changed yet.
Well, Big Blue County was Erie. That county where Erie's in. Let's see here. Let me do like this. I ain't gotta click it like that.
Yeah.
so
MSNBC saying it's still 1.5 million to report.
And what? PA?
And PA is still 1.5 million votes to report.
All right, so in Erie, she's winning 56.1 to 43. Biden won about 49.8. So she's out, and Trump won it, and Trump had 48.8 in Erie. So he's underperforming in Erie. And they got 48% of the votes. Now she can keep that margin that'll favor Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh is Allegheny County.
Yep.
And 92.3%.
59 to 39.
Yo,
that's basically in the same margin as what Biden and Trump did.
Hold on, we about to play a game called Let's Make Jeezy Mad. So Jeezy,
bro, don't do that to me.
We're gonna roll back to.
I don't know when you do
that. I'm trying to behave myself tonight, bro. Come on.
We are going to roll back to the 2020 election, and we are looking at some of the write-in votes that this is just in Wake County. Okay. I would like you to take a guess at some of the names that were written in just here in Wake County.
Coach K.
Oh, hold on.
Jim Valvano.
I do not see Coach K. And I do not say Jimmy Valvano.
Oh, wow.
But what I do see is Tim Tebow. 1 vote.
Bruh.
I see Mickey Mouse with 14. I see Kanye West with 172.
I want to say this. I want to go ahead and nip this in the bud right now.
Boy, I haven't gotten to my favorite one. Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
See?
10.
Let me get this off. Every day, I seriously look at how we operate as a society, and I know how disappointed I am. I can only imagine that God sits on the throne that he looks at how we do things, and I know for a fact that he has to say, "Why did I create these fools? Why did I make that promise that it won't be by rain but fire next time? Bro, why did I should have just instead of Sodom and Gomorrah, I should have Sodom and Gomorrah the whole planet. I should have just wiped them all out.
Bruh.
I want to wipe us out. I know he want to wipe us out.
But Jeezy, I got a question for you. Who got more write-in votes in Wake County? Jesus, or some variation, or God?
I'm gonna say it's God.
God got 14.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, or some variation, got 72.
Bro, how you get a variation, bro?
Because you got Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I ain't even. I'm taking a break. I'll be back. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna remove myself from the
But that was before I could tell him that Ronald Reagan, who's dead, got 12. Superman got 1. Are You Kidding? Also got 1. None of the above got 22.
Bruh.
Colin Powell. Colin Powell got 29. Can't Do It got 2.
Listen,
anyone else got 10?
Listen, as asinine as that is to me, they exercise their right to vote.
They did.
Regardless of how dumb they are, they exercise their right. So from that perspective, touche. However, so I want to give a Georgia update real quick.
Yeah.
Trump is currently leading by 36,000 votes, 91% reporting, with estimated 485,000 still outstanding. Gwinnett County still has 20% left to report. And I will say that looking at the total numbers, it's still what's reported now is still less than 2020's totals at 400,000. They're currently at 352. And as reported by officials, the numbers exceeded 2020's numbers. DeKalb County still has 12% to report. Fulton County has about 7%. Let's see. Henry County has about 20% to report. And what is Clayton County? Clayton County looks like it's about 91% or 92% reporting. And going down to Chatham County, which is where Savannah is, we're still at less than 60% reporting, which if we look back at 2020, Chatham County had a total of 131,400 odd votes. And currently we are looking at reported only 81,000 votes. So that's a significant number of votes still there to report. Like I said, as well as significant numbers in Metro Atlanta. So it very well, Georgia could come down again to 10,000 vote margin again this time.
And right now, CNN has former President Trump doing the reverse Frank, essentially, doing Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Oh, it's over.
Yeah, that And it looks like they have called North Carolina for President Trump. Yep.
Yeah, AP called it about 20 minutes ago.
Yep.
Well, folks, we might be getting round 2.
Yep.
It's
the paths are quickly diminishing.
Definitely.
And here's the interesting thing that I see right now, at least. President Trump is looking on track to do something he hasn't done in the 2 previous elections, which is win the popular vote.
Yep.
So this will be...
That part is insane to me. That is insane. Yeah, him winning the popular vote is crazy.
But Manny, you know what? And I spoke on this earlier. That silent vote.
Yep.
So many people. It was a lot of loud and boisterous white women, but it was a lot that wasn't saying much. And here we are. Like I seen somebody had posted earlier. The white woman turnout for vote was only 31%. At the point that I saw that was earlier, I haven't had a chance to check it. But the person who I seen who posted it was someone who is very credible to me, so I don't question the validity of what they look at. They are someone who has been on the national stage, someone I know personally, and being on the national stage and very invested in just politics overall. They were on the ground at Ferguson. So, yeah, it's looking real shaky, boy.
Man, yeah. I don't necessarily know. Like I'm still looking at the map, and I don't like. Nevada also has a very low amount in, so I think that's still waited to be decided. Arizona, we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, but Arizona is like basically neck and neck with 50% of it in. So
and Nevada just has the one county that's strong.
But
Pennsylvania, man, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, and Trump's winning Michigan right now too. I think.
Yep. Trump is currently winning the entire blue wall.
He actually has stretched out Michigan's lead currently from what it was earlier.
So if Trump, so let's say at this point he wins, we'll bring the grid back up.
But it's only 38% reporting though. That's the thing.
It is.
I mean, again, I still don't see a world where she doesn't win Nevada.
I still see her winning Pennsylvania and Michigan with all the outstanding votes.
But
now we're down to Wisconsin and Georgia.
Yeah. I think we already calculated, right? He could win Georgia and Wisconsin, and if she wins Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania.
No, if he wins Wisconsin and Georgia, he wins.
Yeah.
Unless Arizona flips.
Unless Arizona flips. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought we had looked at that earlier. Yeah. Which is a weird map, but I guess it's not that weird, but
that's a. Yeah, so like the paths are diminishing quickly. Yeah, but she would have to pull off Nevada, flip Arizona. Yeah.
And Arizona was looking pretty good with the margins based on 2020. So,
but that
optimistic.
That Pennsylvania and Michigan's going to take her down to the wire.
Yep.
Yeah. Pennsylvania and Michigan is where it's going to be decided for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. But I would feel confident if I were her in those spots.
Give her Georgia. Go back to it, man. Give her Georgia, Take away Arizona, and she would
still have it, but
take away Pennsylvania, and she has to win one of those two.
yeah,
She has to win. She has to win both of those. Actually, not
actually
one of those.
both of them. Yeah, she needs both of them
If she loses Arizona, but I'm with Carl. Pennsylvania, it's a lot in those big areas that's not being reported.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see.
But the fact that it's so close, man, that pisses me off too, because it's like, man, it's about to give them all types of room to just come in and try to just, completely, blow it up, man, and make it seem as if something was done shady, especially with him winning like he's winning right now. And that's the thing. That's why I'm like, why is it taking so long for y'all to get this stuff in here? But hey, I don't know. I guess as long as it shows up.
I look at the comments. My guy Cannon, there's no church in the wild. That is big facts. I'm not sure who this Shamir laziness. I'm not. If we're referencing people getting out the vote, quite possibly, yeah. But we need more context on that. But yeah, this is we here though. We here. We're not backing down. We're not going anywhere. We're here to provide y'all with our insight and the information as it comes in, and what we think is what it's looking like, where we're headed. We don't know, man. And we appreciate you, Shamir, and clocking in with the game. I know my brothers on Part in the Politics truly appreciate it. It's a blessing to have people to just listen to us. So thank you,
man. So let's go.
Let's lighten it up a little bit. Lighten it up a little bit.
So
oh boy.
That's a great idea. Sorry, I'm just sweeping through the other races. Currently for the Senate, Democrats have 40 seats, Republicans have 48 with one flipped.
Hey, bro, hold on. I want to say something.
You going back?
I want to say something real quick. So, Dan, what does the credibility of Seltzer lie at with her saying that Harris was up 3%, but Trump is winning currently Iowa by 14.5?
She saw something in her data.
She saw wrong.
Yeah, I mean, yes. But saw something in there was worth reporting. She's only been wrong one other time.
Where's that homie that got the toupee to be talking about his keys to the White House? He about to be wrong too.
Bro.
Oh man.
She tightened it up. She tightened it up in Arizona. She's only down by 7,500 votes. In Arizona, and let's see here. It's still a strong county. What's this county? Apache. Ain't no votes came in for Apache yet, which is weird.
Yeah.
We got all these Arizona votes in, but Apache ain't done nothing. Now, in 2020, Apache went 66 to Biden, but then they also don't have any votes in for Cochise. And it depends on her margin that she gets there. That's a border county. Trump got it 58.8, Biden got it 39.2. She can maybe close that margin and blow it out in Apache. She might win Arizona. I don't like the fact that we talking about hypotheticals right now.
Oh, brother, I've already started moving past that and started bringing up my notes about Trump's agenda, just in case we got to hop into those topics. Yeah, man.
Listen. They said Ghana is welcoming us back, right? We can get a dual citizenship.
Let's talk about that. Where is it safe? Where is
we
it
better
safe
get a
for black
charter
people
boat.
overseas, man? Where is it safe for us overseas?
We better get a charter boat.
I ain't going on nobody boat. That ain't work out too well
So
last time.
that's how we got in
came
this
over here on
situation.
it.
Man, I know Ghana said they welcoming us back. Liberia is pretty friendly. I'm
All
not
right.
going to Nigeria.
So I brought up some key points about Trump's next agenda that he said, and what I just want to focus on what's possible and what's not possible.
Yes.
The first thing, immigration and border security. Do I think that we can do something on the border with border security? Yeah, but we talked about it on the pod. The concept of trying to deport this many illegal immigrants, and we're going to pause and we're going to put an asterisk there on that. But deporting that many people is problematic, not only just in the how you're in general going to do it, but costs. And then on top of that, if you look largely in terms of how many people here who are here illegally are actually the reason they're here illegally is because their visa expired, not crossing. They came over into the country illegally and then their stuff expired and they're still here. So do I believe there's now an appetite in Congress to do something, but to sacrifice several $1 trillion to do it? In our GDP, I think we're talking about a housing industry that'll push back. I just don't see a lot of this. Dang, I done lost Jeezy and Chuck.
No, I'm here, brother. I'm here.
Oh, okay. So that again, this is a lot of these plans are in tweet format, so I don't know how feasible a lot of these are once you actually have to start writing legislation for how you're going to now step around states' rights to activate National Guard troops to deport people in various states. So
let's be real about that. Let's what they say they're going to do was actually going to probably happen, and the guys that are prepping to do this stuff have already said this. They're going to be sending people out of here that's really supposed to be here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
They said, they talk about splitting up families and stuff, and they were like, well, we just going to send the whole family back. Like, the baby was born here, but we're just going to send them back with the mom and dad back to wherever they came from.
So for years, there's been talks about a pathway to citizenship. And if you're trying to figure out a way to do this that is the most beneficial to the country while still strengthening our borders, like you can do that with a pathway to citizenship. We're America. You know what we like? We like money. So you pay X amount of fine. And I think something like that could get through Congress. Will there still be pushback? Absolutely. But I think that can be done in terms of immigration. I just don't see. I think a lot of this was campaign rally fodder. Sliding down to economic policy. Well, first we'll start with the tariffs. If there was any one item for me to say as a Republican where Trump was just clearly not a Republican, is his stance on tariffs. And it's kind of wild for me to watch the change in the Republican Party from being a party of free trade with other countries to now this whole tariff situation that is ultimately going to get passed down to us as consumers. Like, I just don't see China saying, okay, we'll pay this extra. No, they're like, cool, it's still the same price. You just charge your people more. Like, it gets erased. Because, and you would think that someone who runs a business would be more well-versed in that. So I just don't see how this works. And the thought of doing a 60% tariff on Chinese imports, how much of Walmart and Target is Chinese exports, like imports? Let's be realistic once we start running the numbers. And I think that's where you have organizations like the Congressional Budget Office that will start digging into this and start showing the numbers. And once those numbers get in front of people in Congress, they'll be like, oh, yeah, that's not going to work. The one I'm optimistic about, he wants to do broad tax cuts for individuals. I think that sounds great. I think everyone knows very well that I'm very pro cutting taxes. And I like, in theory, the idea of eliminating taxes on Social Security. So many people who are dependent on Social Security, that would help them out, especially as we're dealing with rising costs everywhere else. So I like the idea of that. I think it's always going to be where that line is. Who gets the cuts, who doesn't get the cuts, because ultimately what's not happening is what I don't see in any of this is government cutting how much they're spending. We're already in a $375 trillion deficit. I'm sorry, national debt. This has the opportunity of running it higher. The one piece I would have to see how they would implement it, but the American First trade policy, I think there's an opportunity to strengthen some of our relationships with Mexico, with NAFTA, some of our European partners. But I also think it's advantageous to try to convince companies to build in North America and manufacture in North America, especially because there now seems to be an appetite for that manufacturing in America. We saw earlier today, Boeing has signed off on their new labor deal that's going to watch them get, I believe, upwards of 50% raise over the next 5 years on their deal, with a 13% immediately happening today. So I think there's opportunity there where we could probably potentially find some partnership between, big labor and corporations around that, especially if we're bringing more manufacturing here to help fill that gap. And the other piece is around significant cuts around federal regulations. I think that's a double-edged sword. From my standpoint, a government that governs least governs best. But I think we also have to remember every time they put a rule in is because someone got a little bit too wild.
Yes.
So are some regulations, are dumb? We've seen it here in North Carolina with some various trade organizations that have licensing putting in ridiculous standards to make it harder to kind of control how many the availability of various trades that are employable. I think it's always worth asking the question, are they just trying to keep people out of the industry to save price? So I think it's always worthwhile to ask the question, why are we doing this? But if the answer is, there's a good reason why we're doing this, we should probably hold tight and continue to do that. We're going to skip the whole energy standpoint. While I do believe there's room for America is, I believe, now one of the largest producers of oil. And I'm also a big believer in nuclear. Now, when nuclear goes bad, it goes bad. But overall, I think you're starting to see some of these partnerships. Microsoft just struck a deal with a nuclear facility to help power their data centers. So I don't believe we should shut off nuclear, but I think there's a way to do it with the other energy sources to encourage the innovation.
I agree. In the energy space, for sure, diversification is much better than honing in on one singular thing. Yes, we have had a wave of the EVs, and I am for better energy consumption. I'm all for better energy sources, but a diversification of those energy sources provides a much more stable energy situation, as well as you said, innovation
Yeah,
and providing many different things. Because we got to be realistic. Looking at our power grids and our power systems,
it's at
they're
risk.
antiquated. They're antiquated. Just a couple of years ago, we saw what happened in Texas.
Yep.
Ice storm crippled the state.
Yep.
And with the intensification of storms in many different ways, it's crazy to still see areas that have above ground power lines. And
Most of North Carolina.
yeah, so shoot, here in Georgia, but if we diversify our energy sources, we could alter a lot of these things to make us more efficient, more innovative, to provide us with better energy consumption.
Yeah. No, absolutely. The next point is that he has around military and national security. I think it's always good to invest in our military. But what I would like to see militarily, one of the things he denotes, so I'll take a step back. One of the things he denotes, he wants to construct an Iron Dome defense system over the United States to protect against missile threats. Okay. I mean, that's something you can do. There's probably better use of that funds. I'm sure the VA would love some of those funds to do that.
Need
Very much need to do that over there. But our stuff is good. Like, well, can it always be better? Yeah, but it's it's weird because, like, okay, right now, is there a threat that we could get struck by a missile? Yeah, and if we have this defense system, we would already be prepared if someone tried to do that. Yeah, but we're also really good at rallying jets if need be. So, okay. I definitely think, we can increase some funding to get some technology updates. And it's it's going back to the energy piece. If you look at most times in the military where our personnel is really at risk, it's at energy transport. So moving oil. So investment in our military could also look like investment in greener and more diverse energy. So there's a way that everyone can win here. And I know some people are looking at this and getting real down, but like there are some combined wins if we just decide to phrase how we talk about this differently.
Well, let me say this in regards to the prospect of, and we're looking close to a realization. Let's be honest about it. My biggest issue with Trump winning is the reaction and cult-like following. It's the people. I compare it to Dallas Cowboy fans. Do I hate the Dallas Cowboys? By all means.
That's a good analogy.
But their fans are far worse because the team has not won anything since the 90s. So as a team, okay, y'all, but their fans make people despise them even more. Like, and Trump, we know he is who he is. We know who he is. His fans, like, so for me, that I think that's the big issue. Yeah, and then please don't get me wrong. I Project 25 is super scary, and as I said before, the notion of getting rid of the Department of Education is mind-boggling that people support that. Mind-boggling. If anything, for me, I'm a registered independent, and I'm going to go with what makes most sense. I'm not a party voter. I'm a sensibility voter.
Yep.
And in this, there are some things that we can do to reallocate resources and funds to the education system.
Yep.
They talk about putting it into the hands of the states, but the states are already struggling as it is to fund these schools. That's why parents are getting such long lists of school supplies, and you're buying to stock the entire classroom. States are losing out on teachers because they can't handle it from a
There,
budgetary standpoint.
if you look at the North Carolina state budget, I believe the last number I saw somewhere was between 53 to 57% of our state budget is towards education, and that's after any federal funds are received.
Yeah,
That after we receive federal funds, then we still have to dedicate almost 60% of our budget to help these schools. Now, one of the things that I believe wholeheartedly is asking the question why we're doing this. Because year after year, if we keep pumping money into our education system, but things aren't getting better, it's time that we ask the question, why? Maybe we need to try a different approach. But to completely, turn it off completely would cripple the system tremendously.
Without question.
Tremendously.
Without question. And one thing that was on the ballot here in North Carolina, I'm in Georgia. On the ballot here in Georgia was capping the tax on the house on your property, and so one of my biggest issues with that, in last numbers I saw, it was looking like it was going to win. Is many of our schools, particularly for our Black and brown students, most of those school systems are not receiving a lot of tax funds because most of the parents don't own their home. They're renting. Right. So in that regard, property value is low. You don't have a lot of home ownership. So what is being invested into these schools for these kids? So they're receiving a lot of federal funds and a lot of federal subsidies to help them function and move forward because the tax revenue is not there.
Yep. And again, it's the minutia of how we're going to get things done. Promote school choice and voucher programs. You know what? I was fortunate to have gotten, as I was growing up, middle school, half my high school career, to have been awarded scholarships to go to a private school. I think that is an option for some people for private school because some kids just learn in better environments. But we still need a way.
But let me ask you.
Yeah.
Fund it. How are you funding this?
Oh, we already know tax dollars. Like again,
but that's what I'm saying. To that same point, like how are we? Like I agree. The definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over, expecting different results. And we are in an insane state with our education system. Does there need to be some revamping? Yes. Does there need to be asking some questions of what can we do better? What do, learn, grow? We can do this. We can learn from this, and we can grow there. That question is not being asked. Those processes are not being done. However, school choice is great in theory. Excellent in theory.
Implementation gets. You know what else is good in theory? Communism. In theory.
In theory.
In theory.
Yes. Agreed. Very much so.
And again, the other piece of that. So, to your point, Chuck, how are we going to pay for it? You're expanding the financial responsibility of the federal government while also cutting taxes, but we still have 37 trillion that we're racing towards. Like, make the math make sense to me. Like,
Yeah.
because, and again, I have these same questions for Vice President Harris's plan. Like,
For sure.
you want to
For
do
sure.
all these things. Where do you want to find this $25,000 per new home buyer? Like, make that math make sense to me. And I think it's always there. It's always going to be there. So, if we move on to healthcare, he wants to protect Social Security and Medicaid from cuts and maintain the current retirement age. Again, back to the first question: how are we going to pay for this? Now, there's a number, I forget what the number is, but I think it's like 185,000. After you exceed that, you no longer pay into Social Security and whatnot. You know, when we're looking at Social Security and Medicare being something that's losing solvency fast.
Mm-hmm.
So would lifting that cap help a lot of people out? Yeah, probably. So you're saying you want to protect it. That's a way to protect it. Or else, how are you going to do this? Like, make the math make sense. Make sense to me, and maintain the current retirement age. I would love for them to do that, but I also know in my head that we're not going to hit that retirement age. The retirement age right now is not going to be the retirement age once we get to retirement age.
Absolutely not.
There's not going to be the likelihood that there is Social Security the way it is right now. By the time we reach age of Social Security, it's a little nut. So, you know, by the time we hit Social Security age, it might be, hey, here's a pack of nabs and an Ensure. Best luck in your future endeavors.
I'm moving to one of them islands where I'll leave it at that.
So
right before Social Security age, I'm moving to one of them islands.
Man. Coming down to law and order, increasing penalties for violent offenders, like, sounds great. We incarcerate the most people in the world right now. Like, just where are you putting these people? Let's just go raw logistics before we even talk about whether it's good or not. Where are we putting all these people? Where are we finding officers to police this? Where are we finding the increases to be able to do all this? And make the dollars make the sense for me. And I'm just not seeing that happen. Yeah. And then we'll hop down to technology and censorship. Push legislation to prevent censorship by social media companies. Now, hold up. I got a lot to say here because I have been censored by big tech. The pod has been censored by big tech. Mm-hmm. Dang it, Trump might be on to something here. Free the pod.
Free the pod.
Free the pod. But getting serious on it, like, we have to make a decision on what Facebook is, what Instagram is, what Twitter/X is, because either they're going to be private companies and they are going to be responsible for the speech of their users, or they're going to be news organizations that have the freedom of speech, but that means you're also governed as a new news organization. We need to make that decision first. And after we make that decision, then we can decide about whether we need to pass additional legislation.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you try to do it right now, it's way too mucky. It's way too mucky. Well, Facebook is, but it isn't, a news thing. News organizations post on it. Like, what is the responsibility ultimately for these companies to the users that use their platform? We solve that, then we can deal with the other fall off from that. Yeah. And then again, focus on protections for the freedom of speech. So those are some of the items that are in for Trump's officially announced agenda for his next term. Lots of question marks. And I just want to know how we're going to pay for this, man. I just want to know how we're going to pay for it. We get you bring me a plan with how we're going to pay for it, and then we can start talking about the morality of it and whether we should do it. Can we do the you explain to me the can, and then after we establish that this is actually a feasible plan, then we can actually start talking about if I actually like said plan. And we may or may not like stuff after we get to the logistics of what's going on. Did we lose Carl?
Yeah.
We don't lost Carl.
I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. You about to lose me too.
Come on, brother.
Come on, man.
Put the beat on, brother.
44 minutes. It's not all bad.
Come on, jeez. Come on now. We telling the people
is I'm tired. Options
are few.
Bro.
Oh Lord.
I ain't liking this, bro.
I don't see the math.
Look, I'm over here counting fingers and toes. It's
let me just go to sleep with some hope, bro. Let this be my let this be my last night of hope.
Hey, on the map, there was no way she can win without Pennsylvania, right? Or was there? Did we calculate Pennsylvania out of it?
She has to win Nevada
Arizona
and Arizona.
She wins Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
So she's got to win Michigan and Arizona. If she loses Pennsylvania,
yeah, because Pennsylvania looks like it's slipping away right now.
Yeah, so she's got to win. If she loses Pennsylvania, she's got to win Georgia, Michigan, and Arizona.
And Georgia looking,
and that's a
all here to climb, huh?
Yeah, this is.
God, dog, America.
But now I am seeing that there's still almost 1 million votes out, estimated 1 million votes out in Pennsylvania, and the lead is
200,000.
Where are you looking at?
What is it? Is it? Well, I think I saw it was right at 20,000. Maybe it's like 180 something now.
Yeah, what I'm looking at is
mine is
120 something.
I got you.
You see 120 something?
She 170. She a little over 170,000.
Yeah,
PA. So you said it was 1 million votes.
What? Hold on, let me refresh this because I'm on MSNBC.
I'm on CNN, so let me refresh.
I think CNN behind though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let me go to BBC. That's where I'm going. So BBC has.
Hey, she only 117 down in Georgia.
Yeah, it's close in Georgia. So BBC currently has it. Doing some quick math, 5, 9, about 167, 167,000 down in Pennsylvania, and
it's 1 million to go.
You still got a lot that's has not been reported around that Philadelphia area.
It look like
so
from BBC.
It's possible.
She's underperforming Biden though in Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She is 19 down in GA.
So, geez, we talked about it briefly on one of our previous episodes of the pod, and I've said it before. At the heart of it, people vote their pocketbook. You vote dollars in their hand, and looking.
Never mind.
And looking at the exit polls, they ask people about their financial situation today. 24%. Yeah, 24% said better than 4 years ago. 24% said that. 30% said about the same, but 45% said worse than 4 years ago. And when you look at that worse than 4 years ago, 80% voted for Trump, and 17 for Harris. But if you look at better than 4 years ago, 83% said they were voting for Harris, and 13% said that they were voting for Trump. And about the same, that 30% broke 70-29 for Harris. That number of worse than 4 years ago is very interesting. Because again, I denoted on social media that if you look at it, a lot of people, I feel as though, attribute the Trump economy from 2027 to the end of 2019, and then they kind of throw out 2020 because of COVID. But I feel like a lot of people look at Biden's economy as 2020 to 2023. What are your thoughts around that?
I think that you hear people talk all the time about inflation. I'm like, bro, like if y'all actually understand economics,
Thank you.
We were gonna have inflation regardless. Like if Trump was president, it probably would have been worse,
bro. I think that's what eats me up is that now Bill Clinton came out about 3 weeks ago and talked about inflation. He gave a very simple explanation about how inflation works and how one of the statements he said was that we have done the best in the world when it came to inflation as far as an economy. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but we are on the okay. On the better side of it.
For what happened in the entire world and how inflation hit the entire world in the global economy, we had the lowest percentage of inflation economically for the global economy.
So when you make that statement, and that is a fact, it kills me how people blame the way that inflation is going about with no or little understanding of how it works. And I get it. We've never been through a pandemic before. Understood. But people, please gain some knowledge about how these things work. These things are not that hard or that complicated. But when you instead of doing your own research or seeking the truth and you just believe what somebody tell you, then we doomed.
Or a Facebook meme. get your details from a Facebook meme,
bro. Like somebody will sit there and say, "Oh, well, this is true because I saw it on Facebook." Well, what was the link that you seen it as? Russian media influencer US.net. Bro, what? Are we serious right now? And I guarantee you, bro, if this thing pans out where Trump ends up winning, man, these people about to parade in the streets, excited. Not
they're gonna be hyped.
Oh, y'all screwed.
They're gonna be
hyped. So looking at the map, I'm seeing some people say, "Hey, Detroit still hasn't come in." I don't know if it's 200,000 votes come in, but okay. And then
I mean, it is showing. So looking on, and I know the best thing is we're all looking at different sources to kind of rationalize what the numbers are looking like. So on BBC, it's only reporting 52% of Michigan has reported.
That sounds about right.
So it's estimated 2.7 million votes that are still out there in Michigan.
It looked like she'd have made some gains in Pennsylvania a little bit too, so it's looking like it's not quite as big of a gap as we thought.
Well, that's probably some of that. That's probably some of that. That Philadelphia area reporting. Yeah, Montgomery County is now at 77%. Previously, it was at like 60-something percent. But you got Delaware County still at 89%. Philadelphia County still at 77.6% reporting or counted. So I mean, you still have over 20% in two relatively large counties and I say that because Montgomery County, there's already 400,000 votes, over 400,000 votes that have been counted at 77.2% counted. So there still easily could be another 75, 100,000 votes out there.
Yeah.
In Philadelphia County, you have almost over 600,000 votes counted at 77.6%. And she's winning those counties by large numbers. Like she has Montgomery County by 23 points, Philadelphia County, she has it by 58 points. So if there's, say, another 60,000 votes out there and she's winning at a 80%, almost an 80% clip, that's over 40,000 votes that can go her way. That will cut into this lead even more. So it's still, I see why they're saying it's too close. It's a numbers game, and then it's Cameron County, Pennsylvania, is not reporting anything at all. And we are after midnight. So
right.
I promise you, they used to go this slow back in the day. I promise you, boy, we had that thing.
But no, in 08, we got this done, and then Jeezy called step practice, or in the middle of step practice.
In 08, we was partying before midnight.
Bro, we was in the streets at like 9:30. Like what? Yeah.
Cameron County is a heavy Trump area, so it just depends on what that margin is. In 2020, he won at 72.8 to 26 to Biden.
How many votes was it
though? Vote numbers were it was low. 1771 to Trump.
Yeah. Okay.
634 to Biden.
Yeah, that's less than 20,000 votes. Okay.
So
that can be made up in the neighborhood in Philadelphia County.
Mm-hmm.
So, just imagine, we go to sleep, right? And then we wake up, and then all of a sudden,
that's what happened last time.
Kamala, she up in Michigan, she up in, she up in Pennsylvania.
That's what happened last time, man.
She up in Nevada and Arizona. And then all of a sudden, it's like, we're going to have some problems, dog. Like, because this one close. It's close. We're going to have some problems. I'm trying to tell you.
Gwinnett got 94% in.
So now I'm seeing a report that's saying thousands of mail ballots for Kamala have been rejected in Nevada due to signature issues.
Bruh. And we talked about this in the group chat earlier. Like, why y'all stop teaching cursive in schools?
Kids don't know how to sign, bro.
But also, like, it was also talked about on CNN. Like, my signature now looks nothing like I did when I initially did it when I turned 18.
Bro, just scribble something and call it a date.
So, man. While we're here, let me call out a couple other races of some Zach Hawkins, representative in Durham, is returning to the House on his seat. Congratulations to you. Who else do I want to call out? Michael Sheetzel. One of my good friends up in northern Wake County is in the lead in his election with all of the districts reporting. So he'll look like he'll get that done. Lindsay Mahaffey returning to the Wake County School Board. Congratulations to you. And
did Mo Green win?
Mo Green is up right now.
Okay.
So Wake County, not Wake County, North Carolina's Council of State looks wild right now. And I'll bring it up on the board for everyone here. Give me 2 seconds. North Carolina, I feel like for our council of state, people just be hopping in and just clicking stuff. So, starting with the first race that we called very early on before anyone else, because we saw in our data that he was going to take this L. Josh Stein. So we've currently voted for a Democratic governor. Our lieutenant governor's race is close. So right now Rachel Hunt is up, but that's almost nothing. We're talking about 70,000 votes. Some good separation, but we'll see what happens here. It looks like Jeff Jackson, the Dem, will become our new Attorney General over Representative Dan Bishop. It looks like David Bolick will become our new auditor, but again, 100,000 votes. That looks super close, so we'll see what happens there.
That's less than 100,000.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's about
70,000.
Yeah. Troxler in a super close race comparatively to what he's done historically. That's real close. So Mike Causey, we talked about him earlier. He's up. I think he will likely end up becoming the new insurance commissioner, depending on what's the outstanding. Let's see if it'll give me. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's too many votes remaining in Mecklenburg. Wake is largely, so it does appear as though Mike Causey will return as the insurance commissioner.
And Manny, real quick, and I didn't speak on this earlier.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I was doing, but people don't understand the importance of the insurance commissioner. As give a little background, my bachelor's is in finance, but my concentration was risk management and insurance. So I got to meet the insurance commissioner many years ago. I can't remember the dude's name. It wasn't this guy, but when you have moments where insurance companies want to increase rates at a substantial amount, the insurance commissioner is the one that gives a thumbs up, yay or nay, in North Carolina on how much they can increase your insurance premiums. So having an insurance commissioner who is about something is very, very important.
Yeah. So Mike Causey appears at this point. He will be returning to the commissioner's race. Commissioner of Labor, I think that one is done. Luke Farley will now be appearing in everyone's elevator very soon. Elaine Marshall in a race, also another race that was super close. And again, if you listen to the pod, we've talked about this before. The fact that both the Secretary of State and the Commissioner of Agriculture were both so close just shows you to the strangeness of North Carolina elections. But it looks like she will return as Secretary of State. Mo Green does appear as though he has defeated Michelle Morrow in the Superintendent of Public Instruction. And then I can confirm that Representative Harris did reach out to Brad Breener and concede. So Brad Breener will become the new treasurer for the state of North Carolina.
All right.
So that is how that is looking right now. Man.
Hey man, my energy is still there. I'm still very much in this. It's not pretty. We expected this to be a tight race. There was the only person who had a far-fetched thought process of a blowout is no longer with us currently. So, but yeah, this thing is it's looking real interesting. It's looking real tight. As I'm reviewing, results coming in.
Nevada is gonna. Hawaii has come in and gone for
Harris.
Yep,
Yeah.
but that should not be a shock to anyone.
Nope. Man, doggone Arizona right now.
How many electoral votes is that?
I think it's like 3. Hold on.
3.
4. Sorry, 4. Alaska has 3.
I mean, it looks like her margins are closing a little bit in Pennsylvania and some of these other states too. So I know Michigan still got like almost 50% of their vote. That's
55.4% has counted. A whole lot of votes left, and it's about 200,000. It's like 190.
I thought I saw less than that. Unless it's
well, I'm on according to BBC, it's 190. Let me look at MSNBC. Let's see. You said Michigan. We're looking at Michigan, right? Let's see. Michigan update. Michigan is showing.
It does look
like 180, and it's still saying over 2 million votes still out for Michigan.
It does
2.5 million votes.
It does look like Republicans will take the Senate.
Senate. Yeah.
Yep. And Michigan is still on track to be the first battleground to report results, according to a Secretary of State.
So I am seeing reports coming in now that Trump is going to get Georgia.
Yeah, I seen something. Somebody said it was only like 100,000 votes left, and I was like, "Well, he up by like 120." So like, are y'all sure?
MSNBC and MSNBC.
Yep, they just called it Georgia.
Is calling Trump for Georgia.
Yep.
Now.
Ugh.
Let's see.
She got to run the table now.
And here's the crazy thing. That's the first flip from last election. And I think Jeezy called it out the last our last podcast that like we both called it. I think we both also called it on our maps that there was going to be a reaction by Republicans down there to not lose that state again. And I think we've just seen it happen.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they got the Senate races twice. 2 Senate races.
Well, and one of the Senate races was too close to be sensible. There's no reason Warnock should have been that close of a race with Herschel Walker, Mr. CTE himself.
But it's Georgia, though.
No, I know, but again, it goes to the cult-like following. Because if you sit here and listen to this man talk, just talk.
The same thing could be said about Trump, though. Like,
agree.
Why is he winning by almost 5 million, votes in the popular vote? Like, what the hell, Like,
I agree.
I think it's now almost inevitable, because I see it being real hard for her to run the table of Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Hell of a comeback. I mean, we talking Patriots, Falcons, Super Bowl.
28-3.
Hell of a comeback.
That would be for real, 28-3 for real right there. Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not it's not impossible. I'll say that.
I mean, my Commanders did win with a beautiful Hail Mary against Chicago, and we shouldn't have won.
So let me talk about this real quick because it's something that's been on my mind for a long, long time. The Electoral College in general. I'm not a fan of it. I think we should choose president just like we choose everything else off the popular vote. So yeah, I think it would be interesting if somehow Kamala did pull this off, swept the rest of these states, did not win the popular vote, but won the election. It would be interesting to see how Republicans then think about the Electoral College, kind of like Democrats have been saying for forever. Let's get rid of it. You don't need it. Make every vote count.
Here's my issue with that, and I'm at a place where we have to find a I'm not gonna say a balance, but something that is sensible. Because again, here we go with, in theory, the Electoral College makes sense. Because when you go simply off the popular vote, you make these larger states more powerful than they should be.
Yep.
Simply because all it takes is you to win New York, Texas, California. You can throw Georgia,
Florida,
North Carolina, and Florida.
Yep.
If you win just those states, everybody else combined is not going to touch you.
Yep.
So how do you give their voice in North Dakota meaning?
You give their voice by letting them vote. That's your everybody's vote counts the same.
But they have the voice. It doesn't count the same when all I need is, and if I concentrate my efforts and energy in California, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Texas, and New York. And if you want to, you can throw Illinois in there.
Yeah.
We throw Illinois in there. If I just win those, was that 10 states?
Yep.
And the other 40 states don't equal up to the same amount of people. I won 40 states, but these 10 states dominate and have all the power.
But those are the people, though. That's what the people want, because clearly at this point right now,
but that's
the
not
people
the
want Trump.
Carl, hold on. That's not the people, though.
Exactly.
How's it not the people?
Carl, if 10 states can have the say so of what is determined in this country, and 40 states are not even thought of, that is not the people.
Yeah.
How's it not the people? That's
power.
the people.
But the issues faced in each state are also very specific. So if you're talking about oil, we would have a whole lot more conversation strictly just around oil drilling. If oil
Carl,
is not a problem in Minnesota.
Do you think people in California have the same views or the same concerns as people in North Carolina?
No, they don't.
Okay, so if they don't have the same views, then how do I make sure that North Carolina views and their concerns are heard if California outpowers North Carolina?
Are we talking about state governors, or are we talking about the president of the United States?
Just
talking about the president of the United States.
On a national level.
We're talking about numbers.
We're talking about numbers.
Yeah, I know. I understand exactly what you guys are saying, but at the end of the day, it's so many people in the country. We vote on everything else. You do your local elections, you do your state elections. It's all based on popular vote. That's what the people want. I'm telling you right now, if she somehow comes back and wins these states and does not win the popular vote, you are going to have a shit show of people complaining like it hasn't happened before, twice, right? And they're going to be talking about trying to get rid of it. I'm telling you. Because now all of a sudden, he did the same thing back in 2016 where he won it without winning the popular vote. But, that to me, it should be what the people, I don't care how many people are in California or New York, is what the people want at the end of the day as a group of people. But you know what I'm saying?
But the number doesn't capture the people. I think that's the thing. It doesn't capture the people.
Well, no, so not even just the people. It doesn't capture the policy. So we would see federal policy strictly just focused on California, Texas, Florida, New York, Pennsylvania, New York, Illinois, New York, and Georgia. So any needs that you would have for federal policy for Colorado, why do I have to do anything I don't have to do anything for Colorado. Why? Because they're not one of these big 10 states that I have to win.
Now
I don't have
you
to do anything for
But
Oklahoma.
it's the same thing with the electoral college as well, though. Because, how many people,
We're,
what I'm saying, how many times did Kamala go to Alabama? Like,
we're here we're here talking. We're here right now talking about Wisconsin
Mhm.
and Wisconsin's issues.
And you know
In that
what's
system, that wouldn't be the case.
Wisconsin's population is only 5.7 million people.
A little bit bigger than Raleigh and Charlotte combined.
Yep.
We talk
I
about
mean,
Iowa. We talk about Iowa and how important Iowa is. Their population is 3.1 million.
And then you're talking about now allocation of federal funds. Okay, so now
so
instead of sending funds to people and programs in Minnesota or Wisconsin, because I don't really care about their votes, I care about these big states. I'm going to make sure the programs in North Carolina are popping, in Georgia, in Florida. I'm just going to focus all of my energy there.
let me say this then. All right. So each state has 2 Senate seats. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yes.
That's a fair representation of the
That's why
population.
that's why but the Senate is not set for a population representation. That's why we have the upper and lower chambers. The Senate is to make sure that there's a chamber where every single state is represented equally. The House of Representatives is within where there is the population where we want to reflect that.
Yeah.
Where you then can have the population say that's how we guide that through the House. That's why most legislation starts in the House, because you're talking about stuff that's coming from the majority of people where they are. And then it goes to the Senate where everyone's on an equal footing to really try to deem equality of allocation of federal programs.
Now, please understand, does the electoral college need to be fixed?
Yes.
Yes. I'm not.
I don't know how.
I'm
So when
not
you say fix, what do you mean? How would you fix it?
That I have not worked on how to fix it, but it's to the notion that it's a flawed system. I agree, it's a flawed system, but to simply just wipe it out is not the answer. By no means.
I can't understand why if we choose everything else, like for instance, if we chose our governor based on the size of, Charlotte or Mecklenburg County is worth X, right? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I just don't understand why we would put so much weight on certain states versus just letting every single vote count, no matter where it is. Because generally it works out anyway to where the popular vote matches up with the electoral college, except for a couple times in history. But since we're seeing that potentially happen a lot, because if Harris were to win, it would happen. Because I don't think she got enough to overcome. Or maybe she does. I don't know. It's a lot of vote out there, but I don't think she got enough to overcome.
What, 2 times?
2-3 times.
2 times.
2-3
right.
times in the
2
past
times.
in the past 25 years.
Right. Twice in the last 25 though.
But I'm just saying. So do you flip something completely upside down because it's happened? The anomaly has happened twice.
If it continues to happen, yeah, I think you should.
But that's an if. If we look at the full spectrum of this period of time, how many times has it happened?
In the
Not a whole
200,
lot.
200 plus years or whatever of
5 times.
It's always kind of matched up, right?
5 times. And when it happened in, was it 2000?
2000.
Part of that was more so things being, I ain't gonna say being fixed, but finagled because my brother is in charge down there. So my brother can work some things out.
So it's happened 5 times. John Quincy Adams in 1824, Rutherford B. Hayes in 1876, Benjamin Harrison in 1888, then not again to Bush in 2000 and Donald Trump in 2016.
And like I said, Bush in 2000 for me, a good portion of that was because my brother is in position over here, and he at that time Jed had some pull. Jed was the man.
He's man.
In Florida. So you know what, my brother can make this happen.
Yep. Yeah, because I think they had called Florida.
They did.
Yeah,
they did.
They had called it, and then they went back. Oh, wait.
Yep. Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. Like it can, there can be some fixing, there can be some restructuring, but to just, as the saying goes, throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Man, well, so okay, so let's make it a little interesting. Let's look at how some world markets are looking at right now. So the nickel in Japan is up 700. Hong Kong is, and I don't know when was this last updated? Last updated 5 minutes ago. And some of these markets haven't opened, so some of these will probably be pre-bell. But Hong Kong's market is down 2%. Japan's market is up 2%. China's market is up 0.5%. Australia's up almost a full percent. South Korea is down almost 1%. Taiwan, moving into Europe, most of its markets are unchanged. The United Kingdom is a little bit down. The Germany's up 0.5%. Italy's down 0.2%. Looking at the U.S. market and after hours, Dow futures are up 1.3%.
Yeah, I saw Dow futures was up earlier.
Yeah. The S&P is up 1.1%, and the NASDAQ is up approaching 1%. So interesting response in the markets. Yeah, interesting response in the markets. We'll see how they continue to respond.
Man, oh man.
Hey, but crazier things could happen. But this is
Boy, they didn't let this man get away with
everything,
all types of shit. Oh my God.
I mean, she's got to run a Boston.
Does she know how to play spades?
I hope so. She went to Howard.
That don't mean she know how to play
That is
spades.
true. Oh man.
Man. Yeah, I'm curious to know what, I guess I know it depends by state, but what people's main thing was when, going to fill out that ballot in terms of, I don't know. It's mind boggling to me, man. It really is. It really is.
Okay, so a couple quick updates. So Harris is not expected to speak tonight. The co-chair of has said, and what is happening right now is that former President Donald Trump's team is moving from the Mar-a-Lago viewing party to the convention center in buses. So that likely means
declare victory.
That means likely we will be hearing from him very soon.
And Pennsylvania numbers have spread a bit with 92% reporting. It's now 216,000 vote difference.
What, 8% left?
It's a wrap.
Yep.
It's a wrap.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, she could win. I mean, he could win Pennsylvania, and like you said, she got to run to Boston. But everything
Can
else,
she though? No, she doesn't. No, with Georgia already gone, with Georgia going to Trump, he wins Pennsylvania. It's game.
What is he at right now?
It's at 246 though. It's at 246.
What do I not? Oh, I've already attributed Alaska to him.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
Wait, you said he's at 246?
Yeah. Is that still enough?
What
that
state?
Enough.
Yeah, what state do I have? What I guess
Alaska 3, right? 3 or 2?
Yeah, Alaska's 3.
That put him at 269.
268. Yep.
269 because I thought Pennsylvania was 19.
19. Pennsylvania is 19. I'm tripping.
Yeah. Hold on. So it's
That's 668 because it's 22.
268. You're right. 268.
No. Okay, so what? No. So here's what we're missing right now off of that map. Have they attributed any of that vote count in Maine? Because there's one electoral vote that looks like it will be coming from Maine going to Trump.
That's still 269.
Oh,
even with Alaska, Pennsylvania, and one from Maine, that's 23 votes with him at 246 right now. So it's 269.
Okay, hold on. Let me share
but
my screen.
She's got to win Wisconsin, which is an uphill battle. She can win Arizona.
So here is I'll refresh this. Okay, so we know Georgia's got is 251. What state do y'all have that is not up here?
I'm looking. Hold on, let me compare that to what MSNBC has because I got them at 246 on MSNBC. So 246, they got Colorado. Oh, he got two. I see. No, because they're counting that one. So Illinois. I wonder if they're splitting Nebraska. But even if they split Nebraska and give him 4, because they're giving him 5 on here.
Yeah.
It still doesn't hit 270. Because I see where you're with that map. If he gets Pennsylvania, then it's 270.
Let's see. All right. So we know Georgia, we know North Carolina, 251 as well here. Yeah. So one of these maps isn't counting something.
Hold on, yeah. That one, West Virginia, Washington. Oh, okay, that's why. On here, so Alaska would give him 269. I'm at 249, and then Pennsylvania is 298, Maine 269. Where are we missing one at?
Right.
I don't know. But yeah, even in that, she has to run the table.
And I just don't see the table being run with these 5 states. Now, crazier things have happened, but
she does not have to run. She does not have to run the table. She has to win everything but Nevada, or she could lose. She could lose Arizona.
Blue,
but she have to win everything
blue.
else. Blue. That's what I'm saying. If she wins Pennsylvania,
that's 268.
Yeah.
But if he wins Pennsylvania, he wins.
Yeah, it becomes she runs all these 4. It becomes who wins Pennsylvania.
So hold on, wait a minute. How was he just at 246? Where'd that other 5 come from?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
That's what we're trying to figure out, yeah. Man, so it's really look, we are approaching the top of the hour. I think we about to log off.
America logging off.
America's already logged off. They logged off when they put this fool in office the first time.
Man,
you're right.
Man, from the league and the Pardon the Politics podcast, we want to thank y'all so much for hanging in with us. If there's other craziness, tomorrow we'll try to hop back on, do another session with what's going on. But as of this standpoint, this is kind of where the map sits. Vice President Harris has to pull a rabbit out the hat to stop Donald Trump. So Donald Trump just needs one of the remaining states. For you, those of you watching, I'll go ahead and flip what we know. Where he just needs one of the following 5 states. And we'll see what happens. So we Chuck, Carl, I appreciate y'all brothers hanging in here with me. Any last words y'all want to give for the people?
Appreciate you guys letting me get on, man, and chop it up with y'all. So this was fun. So well, that's part of it was fun. What's gonna happen with the rest of it? But
man, the only thing I got to say is keep God first, man.
Yeah, always. Look, I believe it was Kendrick Lamar that said, if God's got us, then we gonna be all right.
My pastor said that.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Tomato. You read the Bible. So we appreciate y'all hanging in with us. Everyone have a blessed night. And
hey, man. Hey, I know we said it at 1 a.m., but I feel like we need to at least hit 6 hours. We at 5:53, bro.
Okay.
I could do 6.
We can do 7 more minutes to officially hit the 6 hours.
We gotta hit the 6 hours. I mean, for the 06, you know what I'm saying?
You're right. You're right.
I can't give 7 hours for the Jewels because I unlike some of my brothers, I am reporting to work tomorrow because I took off today to be with my daughter as she voted. But I'm gonna push through and get up in the morning and make it do what it do. But yeah, we need to hit that 06 on them.
You know what? That's fair. Man, this is Harris will win New Mexico. Okay.
I expected that.
Oh yeah, wait, no. Sorry, my brain's like, okay, we need.
I still say she get Arizona and Nevada, but I don't know. It ain't gonna matter because she
that blue ball.
Yeah,
Pennsylvania is the key.
Pennsylvania is the key.
Pennsylvania is the key.
Well, actually, both. I mean, she's got to win 2 out of the 3, right? Pennsylvania and/or
she's got to win all.
Yes, but here the catalyst is she wins Pennsylvania. That opens the door
for the other ones to fall.
Because if she wins Pennsylvania, like, man, if you pull up the map real quick, if you hadn't closed it out. So if she wins Pennsylvania and she wins, let's say, Michigan and Arizona, she's won. That's what I'm saying. Pennsylvania is the key. Like, she has to win Pennsylvania, and she can work any other combination. Now, if she wins Pennsylvania, loses Michigan, then she has to win Wisconsin, Nevada,
and
Arizona.
Nevada. So if Trump grabs Michigan, she's got to grab Wisconsin, and she's got to grab Nevada
and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania's the key.
No math works without Pennsylvania.
Correct.
Well, it ain't looking too good then. It's not looking good. 7% left with 200,000 down.
Almost 220.
I mean, but it says something that the fact that no one has called it yet.
True. Very true. And as if you dive deeper in to Pennsylvania,
like I don't know where the votes are.
It looks like I'm watching CNN right now. It looks like it's all in the Democratic area. Like there's still one big like red spot, but there's a bunch of other smaller ones. But
that Philadelphia County
78, 95, 81.
Philadelphia
Yes, sir.
County and Montgomery County and Chester County.
And then
It's a lot of votes
Dolphin,
there.
Pittsburgh is essentially done.
She recovered that thing and win about 10,000 votes. Oh my God.
Boy, this thing is going to be locked up in litigation for months.
Oh, yeah. It'd be crazy.
She gotta win Pennsylvania. And I mean, she gotta win Pennsylvania. She wins Pennsylvania. There's other there's a path of hope.
I'm trying to I don't.
There's not a lot of votes there.
No.
You said it's not a lot?
No, he's going through these red counties. There's not a whole bunch of votes there.
Yeah. There's probably not a lot in the red ones.
So there's a chance with Pennsylvania. There is a chance.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, there's a reason why nobody has called it, because there's still a chance, right? Like mathematically, it's still a possibility. And Michigan is definitely still a possibility. They still got, almost 40% of the vote outstanding.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. So
go to Chester County.
Let's see.
Yeah, Trump definitely about to declare victory. About 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
We got Chester County, Montgomery County, and Philadelphia County.
Let's see. Chester. Let's look at
Montgomery.
Man, I was really hoping it wasn't going to be close.
I think that was just wishful thinking, but
it was. Yeah. It was, but
I mean, she's got to push. Man.
Because even if she wins, like you said, it's going to be all tied up in litigation, and it's going to be a lot of craziness behind it. Again, especially if the people said that they didn't want her and she still wins.
Man.
Yeah. I'm with you, brother. It's just stuck at this point.
I don't even know, man. Like,
it looks like it's still a lot of vote out in Milwaukee too, though. I think I see Milwaukee only reporting like 60%.
But okay, so we have that scenario. I still don't know how she makes it happen.
She doesn't make it happen without Pennsylvania.
Like, all right, so I'm gonna try my hardest to make this happen. We already know these are red. So yeah, she can't make it happen without Pennsylvania.
Like that's the key. That is the key.
Well, we shall see then. Yep, at this point, might as well just go to sleep, like you said. One will, get a good night's sleep. And
one thing I want to point out about North Carolina. North Carolina is a wild state. Shout out to Ethan Clark. He pointed out that we elected a Democratic governor, a Democratic lieutenant governor, a Democratic attorney general, a Democratic superintendent of public education, broke the Republican supermajority, but people still voted for Trump.
But here's the key in that from the Good Liars in interviewing that lady who turned her nose up and was just ill repute against Mark Robinson, but was still supporting Trump.
Yeah.
And you had a lot of that. And I'm going to go as far as saying if Mark Robinson was not black,
Yep.
we probably would have North Carolina would probably have a Republican governor.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. That was the one thing he forgot about when he kept going up there talking crazy. That
Well, it wasn't even the
didn't look
talking
like
crazy. It was when all that stuff came out.
But even before, even before that stuff that came out, Robinson was showing, in best case scenario, 10 points lower than Trump. Like, he just was not doing well at all.
But you think it would have been called an hour in had that stuff not come out?
Probably not an hour in. Probably about an hour and a half in. Like, he was down bad. He was down bad.
They said the polls closed at 7:30, 7:31. They called it.
Bruh, that's when we called it.
Facts.
That's when we called it.
All right, man.
All right, y'all.
I'm gonna go get this good nap in because I need to be up at 6:30.
Thank you guys so much for hanging with us on the pod. Make sure you like, follow, subscribe, share. We appreciate you guys hanging with us. And we will see you guys later this week or on Monday, whichever one happens first. But thank you guys so much, and peace, love. We out.
Yep.